Welcome, everybody, to the semifinals for the Risen Champions League. I am, as always, your host for the evening, Ravishing Rabbit, the most ravishing man on the internet. And I'm joined here by one familiar and one new face.
Sir.
Now, what's going on, bro? New face, introduce yourself. Who are you? Why are you here?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, hey, man, you're new here, right? Manny.
Yeah, this
welcome to
is
the show.
Manny. No, we're not talking about me. What?
No, of course not.
Yeah.
I'm really happy to introduce Manny Sanchez to the show. You know, it's a big long-time fan of Risen Champs, but all jokes aside, Beaton Boulevard, welcome down to the Dash from the casting booth. We're very, very happy to have you here. Beaton, how was your weekend?
My weekend was great. Funny story. I saw you on the weekend.
That's crazy. Yeah. I saw you on the weekend.
Oh my god, dude, what are the odds? And you know who else we saw? We saw Visions, who became a tomato. I wish I had time to send Colton that picture, but you know what I'm going to do? I need you to open your Discord because I'm going to live on stream. I'm just going to send this to you and I'm going to send this to Manny.
And then you guys
can laugh and Twitch will vicariously live through us. So you two be entertaining while I find the photo.
You know what, Bita?
Never mind, I found the photo.
Manny, on the other end, I believe that as Visions turns into the color of your shirt as he was over the weekend. How was your weekend, by the way? You doing okay?
Pretty good. I saved my friends from, losing any, extremities to fireworks, and it was pretty good time.
That's good work.
That's actually really cool, really awesome. Yeah, happy 4th weekend, everybody. Like, although, as a non-American, although I don't feel the same pride you do, I'm still happy that y'all gonna go ahead and chill all day long, and y'all can go ahead and create big fires in the skies. But speaking of things that are absolutely fire, let's talk a little bit about what happened last week with the Ravish Report wrap-up. Y'all come on in, get a little bit closer. Let's lean in a little bit. Now, I know last week was a little ways away, so fear not, amigos. I'm here to take you all through it. Starting off with that Maryville game that we saw, which was absolutely bonkers. Like 3-0 right from the jump. They did not hold back, and he punches. But the biggest thing out of that, too, y'all should remember that Game 3 actually was a FF that happened, so yikes on their end. And AoE that day took absolutely 0 dubs. They went 0 and nada. Well, 6 really. All across both streams. So sad for AoE. They can't make their accusatory tweets anymore that we're really gaslighting them. Sorry, guys. Maybe get better lucks in the next in EGL. But until then, be seeing you. Moving on from that, though, but within those games, there were a lot of interesting things that happened. One of the most interesting ones is Azog, which you should know whose alt account is Azog Taxfather. Now, Manny, you actually pointed this out to me as well, considering in half of those games, Azog was chilling bot lane. What do you think he was doing?
I mean, clearly something related to tax fraud. There's no other way. With a Smurf account name like that, he has to be like get the IRS on this man. He was absolutely smurfing on everybody in that series. And the only way that he could have possibly known that he could have, had the other 80 had short hops, number that bad is, knew his taxes.
I love that concept of like the IRS for League of Legends for Smurfs, where it's like instead of, oh, you're not paying money on taxes, you have to owe us that money. It's actually you don't have enough LP, you're playing where you shouldn't be. And I can just picture like this whole crew of people at Riot Games doing specifically that for players who Smurf. It would get them out of my games.
And that's what matters, Beatdown, because we want you to have a good gaming experience.
Me too.
By the way, side note, I want you all to hold this within yourself. All of you watching right now. When was the last time you played League of Legends and you walked away thinking, man, that was a good game? Don't answer it now. Just think about that. Hold that in your chest. Come back to me later on. Tweet at me, if anything, and let me know what your thoughts are, right? Yesterday, production. Liars.
I mean, I can see it.
I don't want to hear it, man. Lies, all of you. But moving on from that too, from Azog as well, there is one other specific that we should talk about that's not filing taxes. That's Project Renekton. Now, production were so enthralled with this skin the other day. Now, although it seems like something harmful, something cool, a dangerous kind of guy. They're so enthralled with it that they made entire compilations about it too. They stared at it so much, and here is their theory that it is actually a person inside of that mecha suit. They made a tweet about it so much, and you know what? They wanted to make sure that they could see their vision as well. So they made a tier tours about it. And let's all go ahead and watch this man crocodile thing possibly load up onto the rift. And gentlemen, I do also want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear if you think that they're right or not. Look at this hybrid thing.
Yeah, I hate that. That's probably the worst thing I've seen in quite a while. When I read that very same tweet, I was just, I don't know. I just did hashtag. You think so, K-Tad? You think that was worth it? Okay, whatever, fine. But I did not appreciate it. I was perfectly comfortable just living ignorantly, thinking, oh yeah, it's just this futuristic world where we make animatronic robots. It's fine.
I saw that and I was like, there's no way, right? Like, there's no way. I initially saw the tweet and I was like, there's no way that's the case. And then I remembered that just like a month or two ago, they made Hot Zerath, so anything is possible, right?
Oh, true. Is that skin out?
Yeah, it's out. It's kind of horrifying, honestly.
Now the Zerath players are justified, and I think that's like the worst part about that.
Man, bro, somebody go ahead and tell Serenok where he's at, bro, because suddenly he has a whole new reason to play this champion even more so. But with their average score ending off, right? Now you know what happened last week. So let's talk about what's going to happen this week in the playoffs, Manny.
Yeah, so taking a look at the bracket so far, I think the results of the quarterfinals, they sort of shocked everyone in some ways, and they were a little bit predictable in others. We thought coming into the bracket that there was going to be a lot of parity, and I know we talked on the desk about how we wouldn't be surprised if like every 2 seed won their matchup. And on the bottom side of the bracket, that's what we got. We knew Wildcard and Zeus were really scary 2 seeds, and they got the job done setting up today's rematch of the Cup Finals. The top side of the bracket, though, was a bit of a surprise because I think a lot of us hadn't really bought into the Cloud9 Maryville redemption arc because come on, it's Resolve, right? And we randoms, they were coming off a top 4 cup performance, but C9 and Maryville, they didn't just prove everyone wrong, they did it decisively with 3-0s. So looking at the bracket on paper, the results might not be too surprising, but the way the results happened is what's a lot more interesting to me. And that leaves us with just 4 teams. This matchup here, and then Cloud9 versus Maryville on Risen Esports. Guys?
Absolutely insane. And I find that although, like you were mentioning, Maddie, it's not as though that we didn't necessarily predict these teams all the way to make it here, but the way the matchups have kind of like blown out all the way to this point is what makes it even more fun. Now, what makes it even more interesting too is how the overall picture looks. Now, we're talking a little bit about what the bracket is shaped out to be, but before we get into our own matchup beatdown, there's one more matchup happening off screen that I really want to talk about as well.
Yeah, it's the Maryville C9M matchup. Like Manny was already saying, it's these 2 teams that didn't have the highest expectations, all things considered. Maryville last split honestly had some good performances earlier on, but then tapered off pretty quickly. So people weren't having the highest of expectations, especially now with the inclusion of Spirax as the new mid laner. But they've obviously been playing fantastically, and you could say the same for C9M. In the latter's case, though, I think for Cloud9 Amateur, they're a squad that's pretty much been together since last split, and I think they have the most playtime as a team compared to any other team. And I think that is what makes them really good. Like the way that they play together is honestly better than a lot of the teams we've seen here so far in Proving Grounds. I was even talking to Zeus, and he said the same thing about them, about how they play so well as a team, and that's what makes them so formidable. And it's also why they got beat by them.
Fair enough. It's like I do respect Tuesday's opinion whenever I can really find, especially on the right day. Pertaining, of course, towards how the week plays
he talked to me on Monday. That's crazy.
Wow.
I know.
Crazy to think about. Actually, sticking on you for a little bit, man. Did you, like, based on Maddie's opinions here, did you find that these playoffs will shape out the way they were? Like, what are you expecting these 4 matches to happen to, I should say, here today?
No, I really didn't have very many expectations, truthfully, for Maryville to go to beat AoE randoms. And I certainly did not think Resolve would lose to C9M, especially in a 3-0 fashion. Resolve had been looking so good up until that point. I expected that I think I predicted 3-2, and that Resolve, it would definitely be hard fought because I have newfound respect for Cloud9 Amateur, but I did not expect them to come out with the win the way that they did. So it's really interesting that this matchup is these two teams that we didn't, as a broadcast team, have the highest of expectations for, but
Mhm.
now they have shattered those expectations, and now they are going to clash against each other. And interestingly enough, looking at the predictions when we were putting them all together, we're actually all very split on who's going to come out on top. I think the most interesting one for me would be if Zeus and Cloud9 rematch in the final for like the fourth time.
It would be really interesting if it were to happen by the end of it. Like considering, right, how all the other tournaments are playing out. I do agree with you on the Maryville point. And I remember we actually witnessed before how Maryville have a tendency to kind of just turn up in the second tournament of PG. We saw this
Apparently,
before.
yeah.
We see this now, and then maybe they can make it all the way to the end here. Because Manny, you really mentioned before as well how like based on the overall playoff picture, although some unexpected, but still some overall really interesting playouts in terms of the matches. But talking a bit about the off-stream match, we already broke that down. We can watch that over at Risen. Many talented people that are going to be covering it. But let's talk a little bit about the matchup that we're covering today here, Manny.
Yeah, so today we're going to be taking on Wildcard Red versus Zeus Gaming, and this is a rematch of the Cup Finals, right? We've seen this once before. We're going to be coming in and doing it again, but both of these teams have kind of had a bit of some ups and downs going into this, right? Zeus, we were like, okay, Wildcard, you've just switched out your top laner. We're going to come in and be the number one team, right? And we hadn't really seen that. They once again went up against Cloud9 Amateur. They couldn't top their group. They couldn't get the job done against them. And we were a little bit worried, but then they did decisively win their quarterfinal matchup. What happened in Cup is they made it to the finals, then lost to Wildcard. This time they actually get to meet them in semifinals. And Wildcard, they're like, hey, come on, guys. Like we lost one series, on the first day that we had our new roster. Like, at least give us some time. We haven't lost anything since then. And so I'm really curious to see how these two teams have developed, whether or not Zeus, Cloud9 are just their kryptonite, or if, they really are having problems. And on the wildcard front, how well they've been able to integrate Brandini, because they looked super strong in quarterfinals and through the rest of groups. But obviously, they looked very mortal on day one. So those are my big questions, I guess, coming into this.
I agree with you, and I'm really glad you brought up development specifically, because it seems to be the thing. Just looking from last split till now, teams how they develop over time, and especially when specifically talking about Zeus, how they have a lot of the same players from last split, but I think the core has changed when you include the new mid jungle, and their play style has certainly changed as a result of that. And Tuesday, again, even when I was talking to him earlier today, he was talking about how they, of course, he agrees that they are all very skilled, talented players. Of course, like that's one of the most talented rosters in PG right now. But part of it is them gelling, trying, kind of finding and developing their own play style. And I think up until today and going forward, with how much time they're starting to put into practice, that is something we might see coalesce here. And this might be the best chance for it too, considering that we all know about MULAN that happened on the weekend. Well, the mid laner for Wildcard Red, Bradley, was also in attendance. So not a whole lot seen in terms of practice time, at least in recency.
I mean, consider what we've seen right now, right? Within just the land that happened, so much information has come out to within more of these playstyles, and finding out that these players are not only cracked online, but they can be cracked on stage too. Pressure is not a thing to them at all, especially when you got less than 60 ping. And reality really does prove to be that ping usually is the problem. But, but that's my opinion. Though, to break down the match a little bit further, we did get to sit down with Drexer to get his thoughts of the matchup.
Final question: how do you feel about Zeus going into the next stage of competition, not only today but hopefully tomorrow, going into finals?
Right. I think a lot of people forget that our run, especially as a top team, where you're pretty much guaranteed proving grounds, and we're not really fighting for our lives in that aspect, is largely dependent on these games being more of learning experiences for us rather than just about being the best team possible now. Because, much like the tortoise and the hare kind of story, putting all of our effort into winning these games specifically and costing us improvement in the long run would be a bad strategy for trying to win proving grounds, considering it's a marathon more than a sprint. And obviously, we're going to do our best to win. And Wildcard Red is a great team, and of course, Amateur and Maryville if we manage to beat Wildcard, we'll be good opponents as well. But the biggest thing for us and me as a coach is to make sure we're constantly pushing our improvement to the pace of being able to take on academy teams and.
Yo, man, my man said some stuff there, bro. Draxon was spitting, B. I don't know about you. That guy had it going on. He seemed real confident.
Yeah, and actually that's good because we had that interview coming through. That's why I didn't like really say what everything that I was going to mention about Zeus yet. Like I really liked, and Tuesday mentioned this too, about how he used the term it's a marathon, not a sprint. I think that's the best way to put it, because really trying to temper your practice time and making it so that, listen, a team as good as Zeus, they know that they are going to make it to proving grounds, whether it's through points, whether it's through a first place finish, through some of these subsequent tournaments. Either way, they are going to get there. So they're making sure that throughout this split that they do not burn out their players, that they make sure that they're practicing, they're doing the best that they can, of course, but really until later on, when they get to the last leg of this race, that's when they kick it up a notch. And I really like that.
Well, I mean, considering Zeus right now, you were talking about, they seem real confident, they ready to go, but let's move on to a little bit about the other end of the matches, that being Wildcard here, Manny.
Yeah, so Wildcard, they're kind of in, like I mentioned earlier, their boat is sort of like, hey, we're still the best. That's what we're trying to prove here today. We've got Arrow, we've got Brandini, we've got Winston, we've got all these, these strong established talents. We also have two new players, obviously, or newer players, rounding out the roster. And this team's been super, super strong right now. And they've also talking on the marathon, not a sprint point. I mean, if any team is okay coming into today and saying, hey, we're just going to take today to sort of, develop, we're going to if we lose today, it's not the end of the world. That's Wildcard. They're the only team in this tournament and out of this tournament as well that's safe right now. They're the only ones that have qualified in the proving grounds. And, nobody goes into a match and they're like, oh, okay, guys, it's great if we lose today, right? But it's obviously going to make it the environment for integrating Brandini. I think if this was like, if they hadn't won, if they'd lost to Zeus in the finals and Zeus had auto-qualified instead of them, and then they lost Dokla to Team Liquid, I think that really could have been a big blow. But instead, they've been able to, integrate Brandini a lot faster, I think, just because of the fact that, like, hey, it's not sink or swim, like, it's great if we win. We want to keep winning, but the pressure is a lot lower than it would be otherwise. And I think that's kind of paid dividends for Wildcard, and we could very much potentially see that today.
And it's interesting too, because when I was talking to Zeus, I asked, if you guys had won that series, would you still, or if you win this one, will you still be participating in the tier 1, tier 2 tournaments? And they said yes, because like you said, even for a team that's Zeus, even though the roster hasn't changed after the start of the split, again, it's about finding that identity and the fact that they have this time to develop themselves and their style as a team. So this is the best place to do it. Of course, you have scrims, which are great, but actual matches against teams like Wildcard Red and the teams that make it to the top of these tournaments is the best way for this to happen.
Sticking with Zeus here, though, Beatdown, right? We're talking a little bit about, saying like, hey, if they won it, then they probably will still be participating, which is what Wildcard is doing right now. But consider they didn't win, they're still back yet again. They're a bit they are on the lower end of the bracket a little bit. So let's talk to you on what you thinking they bring into today's matchup.
So I think the most interesting thing to me that Tuesday brought up when we spoke was how the matchup that they had in Challengers Uprising in the finals, when they only were able to take off one game, Tuesday takes a lot of that blame upon himself. He recognizes his role as on the team as the one that his team kind of looks to play for. He gets a lot of resources, as they do tend to play a lot through the mid and jungle, and he believes he underperformed in that series. And truthfully, watching that series, they looked really good through a lot of those games, except game 4 was a little unfortunate. But beyond that, early middle game looked so good from Zeus. They just couldn't close things out. And Tuesday says if he believes that he can play to the level he knows he's capable of, and he believes that they will win today. And I think it's going to happen too.
Yo, I mean, bro, you've been talking about Tuesday so much. Tuesday this,
I
Tuesday
talked to him.
that. Bro, I mean, like, I know you've been talking to him.
Are you jealous?
So
You want to talk to him too?
a little bit, yeah. I want
Okay,
to.
there you go.
It's Monday.
What's that?
I know that's what I'm saying, bro. He talked to me even though it's Monday. Like,
Man,
I'm just that guy apparently.
That's the craziest part. I want to go ahead and parlay with a fellow French Canadian. You know, I'm also all about just the whole wheeze and the ha-ha-ha's, but past my own transgressions. Actually, will you break down why Tuesday's so sick for me, B? Show us, please.
I mean, we have some clips that I hope will come up pretty soon. I think he's just overall such a strong player. Again, he plays really well in lane, and he usually is able to use those advantages, use his strengths to, one, help other lanes across the map, and of course, carry his team through some of these team fights here. And the fact is, his team, they do believe him. They believe in him, rather. They do lean on him, because when he gets these leads and these advantages, this is largely how Zeus comes out on top.
You see, you can see in the clips here too, like you were mentioning, although he plays absolutely excellently, all the resources definitely not going to waste. This guy is correct.
He's that guy.
Looking at these stats, boy, this guy plays everything. But what is this?
Yeah, it is quite the champion pool. I know I made a joke about Captain Shrimps the other day, but Tuesday definitely got a pool to match it here, especially champions we don't see a lot of in the current metagame, but things that could absolutely pop in for a really nice cheeky R5 or something that complements their style really well. He's that guy.
He's just that guy. I mean, I see it. I believe it. I feel that in my chest, even though it's not a Monday. I'm going to dead that joke right there. He's still a fantastic player to watch. But on the other end, though, Manny, right? Not looking for that. Thank you, production. Now, besides Tuesday, I could also be that guy, but we're not here to talk about me and my skills, right?
Feeds.
And of course, just my production. What you say?
Huh?
What you say? What you say? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah. Keep it that way. Moving on to you, though, Manny, clearly the more interesting of the analysts. Thank you, production. I was joking. As a bigger brain analyst here, Manny, let's talk a little about your player to highlight, that being, if you didn't get that joke, that was Dapshin. Go on.
Yeah.
I get it.
Okay. All right. So I think I'm just gonna give you guys some time after this, just kind of fight it out. It's kind of funny. You guys just are constantly going back and forth. But anyway,
oh yeah, it's a long time coming.
Dapshin. He's a player that I think is kind of criminally overlooked. He's very new to the scene, with Wildcard being his first real competitive experience. But looking at his play, it would be kind of hard to tell. Dapshin's been incredibly consistent this year so far. He plays all the meta champions, and he always seems to perform well on them. He lacks the sort of highlight reel generation and wealth of pocket picks as his opponent this series in Pocket Rhino, someone who, in an interview we're going to see later, he sees as his biggest threat in amateur. But he's been far more consistent than Rhino has, in my opinion. And Risen so far, he's put up great numbers, right? 3.46 KDA, high gold per minute, high vision score per minute, very high KP. And, I talked a little bit, that he doesn't have the same strangeness of the pocket picks, but he has pulled out the Pantheon, he's pulled out the Seraphine, even the likes of the Shen. So he does have a champion pool. It's just not the way. It's an interesting thing with him because, he is consistent. He's just, doesn't have the same super high highs as a lot of the other sport players we see in Proving Grounds. But that also comes with the fact that, he doesn't int the game away either, which is obviously always good to know. And that consistency as well, it's also come with two very different AD carries. In the spring, he was paired with Team Luke, who was also brand new, and they performed so far above expectations that Team Luke was scooped up to Academy not once, but twice. And while Team Luke provided the majority of the flash in that bot lane and in team fights, it would be wrong to discount Dapshin's role in facilitating those performances. Now he's partnering with probably the most experienced player in all of Proving Grounds, Arrow, and he hasn't missed a beat. He's still performing incredibly well, and he's still a bit overshadowed. And now instead of, Team Luke's pop-up performances, now it's by Arrow's experience. But once again, Dapshin's performances are not a product of his AD carry, right? You can't say that he's being carried by a veteran and that the whole thing with, Team Luke happened. He's been able to do it on both sides of the coin, right? And he stepped up a lot in summer as well. He's given Arrow and the rest of the team what they need to succeed. And I think that we might see that come out against Zeus today.
You're absolutely right, Manny. I think saying Dapshin is being carried by his AD carry, I just want to know who says that. At me, DM me on Twitter.
Yeah.
We're gonna have words about that one because that's
just
that's just supreme levels of cap, probably never before seen. He is actually, I think you put it really well, an incredibly consistent player, and I'd argue at times, if you're really watching, he has some big highlight plays where he finds these miracle engages for his team. That's the big thing I enjoy watching about this player in particular when he plays those engaged champions. Anything from the Galio all the way to the Rel, which I do particularly like. And yeah, I agree. A little underrated, but such a great player.
Absolutely fantastic. His playmaking ability and just how handsome he is at all just make him that much more better. Now,
It's not fair.
Exactly. It's genuinely not. I wish I were that handsome. But speaking of things that are really good looking, let's talk about the board game, also known as the Risen Reinhardt, for today. Now, we do got a fair amount of updates for y'all, though, because yet again, Zeus, of course, in the lead, all the top at the 49 level. Even if they lose today, if they manage to win just about one game, they move to 50 and immediately jump up to 67 in this wonderful, wonderful game. But things continue on, though. Wildcard has Vochi taking a slip as well, moving down to the bottom. CSM and Supernova still stuck way down there, and all the way at the back, AoE and Resolve is where they shall lie. Now, C9 and Wildcard do still have hopes of catching up, but they will need to do
Somehow.
a lot of work. I'm looking to see some Panthers here, Pete. I don't know about you.
I mean, if we're looking down at like the lower parts where it's Cloud9 and Wildcard Red, I think we're gonna have to see like what 3 to 4 pentas. If one of the teams make it till tomorrow, it can be like
Easy.
2 today, 3 or 4 tomorrow. A lot is basically what I'm getting at here.
I have the most amount of faith in the world for these dudes. And remember, as according to the Risen Reinhardt rules, for any team that does win this, I will personally hand deliver you all a copy of Overwatch 2 when it comes out.
I'm holding you to that.
I will, definitely will. When I get it, you'll get it. Maybe. Now, with that though, gentlemen, I do quickly want to get your predictions for today and why you got it. You know what? Just give it to me, number-wise. Manny, you first.
We doing both games, one game, or both series rather, or
Give
just
me
one?
both series, man. Just let
All
them
right.
have it.
I'll keep it short and sweet today. Cloud9 Amateur, I think they're legit. I think they're going to get it done 3-1. Same for Wildcard Red. I think they are going to, I think they're going to be just fine after their roster adjustments. 2-3-1s. That's it for me.
Respect, Bhutan Boulevard.
Funny enough, I also said 3-1 on both ends. I say Cloud9 Amateur is going to win, and I think Zoos are going to take it home today. I almost said 3-2. For the on-stream series, but I thought better of it. I said, no, I believe.
Nay, say no more, my friend, and
say
you know
less.
What? In fact, stop talking right now, as I shall as well. After this prediction, it's going to be Wildcard, and it's going to be C9, and it's going to be 3-1-3-2. So with that, we'll pass it off to our wonderful caster for the evening, Mr. Rebel Fox, and Monsieur Mazel to take us to the game number 1 of the BO5. Take it away.
Merci, mon ami, and welcome to the Risen Champions League semifinals matchup here between Wildcard Red and Zeus Gaming. Couldn't be more excited to get this kicked off and see how this best of 5 turns out. Rebel, how you feeling?
Feeling great. We had a fantastic weekend covering a bunch of collegiate games, but I'm happy to get back to amateur. And Wildcard Red versus Zeus had me
Feels like
hyped just
home.
all week. I couldn't get it out of my head. It is like home. It's absolutely like home. And it's been fantastic to be able to prepare for this over the course of today because I'm just so excited to see the amount of talent that both these teams are bringing.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fun. We talked a little bit about what we wanted to see from both these teams today, and I think a big focus for us is going to be towards that bot lane. Got to see the ADC shine, which, is a soft place in my heart, but especially when you're looking at Arrow versus Raheen, these are 2 members that are going to be crucial both teams win conditions.
We know that Raheen's always important to the team fighting that comes out from Zeus, especially with very recently, Alarim has gone very heavily towards tanks, picking that Sejuani against the likes of EG consistently in quarterfinals alongside the Ornn. So a bunch of the damage really being put into that bottom and mid lane positions and even the jungle position, because we know Griffin's exceptionally good at that. But with somebody like Arrow on the side of Wildcard Red, it is near impossible not to be like, okay, we're going to give you resources, especially with the substitute Brandini hasn't missed much of a beat taking over the place of Dokla, but it does feel like Wildcard Red has put a little bit more of the load still into the shoulders of Arrow to do a bunch of the carry work, and it's been fine because he's exceptionally good. But
well, yeah, because he's Arrow.
Into now, yeah.
No big deal, right? Yeah, but we were also a little bit of prepping for this. We're seeing Alorum with maybe a little bit more changes coming into this semifinals. Maybe we see him with a little bit more focus towards that top side. But also something else we were talking about is how many options Griffin has to walk around the map, to be able to kind of use different advantages where they want. And yes, Raheem, it's going to be the late game carry. You're looking for him to kind of stay safe, get to the late game, actually, not without feeding too hard, and being able to help the rest of the team push them over the finish line. And that's going to come off Griffin finding early advantages.
Yeah, Griffin has been a driving force for Zeus Gaming, and especially with the lanes that you've got, where you've got like Alarim top, you have Tuesday, which is a big focus for our desk in that mid lane, and then you even have like the combination of Raheen and then Rhino in that bottom lane. You've got 3 great places to gank and 4 players that can carry if you're not doing the carrying yourself as Griffin. And so it feels like the world is the oyster here for Griffin, who's able to take some of these earlier game junglers, things like the Diana and the Xin Zhao, and really just begin to run the map as fast as possible, start controlling things. And I think especially like you had alluded to, maybe Alarim in this matchup doesn't have to go necessarily to like pure tanks and things. It's not Surti he's playing against, it's Brandini, who still likes those carries, but maybe can open up the pool a little bit, go for some more carry potential, as you said. The ability to flex across all those lanes gives so many different game plans for Zeus here. It's just a matter of which one are they going to stick with to try to get themselves a win here in this series.
Well, hey, we're going to find out soon because we're going into draft already, Rebel. We're going to figure out what these 2 teams are picking. I'm going to say I'm really torn here, Rebel. My heart's in a little bit of tatters here because I've always been a really big fan of Tuesday. I've always been a really big fan of Bradley. But I got to meet Bradley this weekend, and he also showed me pictures of his cats. And he has servals, all right, Rebel? I don't know if you know what servals are, but they are adorable. They're amazing. They're wild. I'm looking for some wild performances for Bradley today. I know that was a long segue, but I am really torn between this mid lane because I do feel like these 2 players have such star potential. You were hearing on the desk how Tuesday really feels like this is the redemption for him, for the team itself, right? And to see that going against the likes of a Bradley who, coming off some very good performances on the weekend, could use that to help propel himself. I think that matchup is going to be so crucial, as well as everything else we've talked about.
We've seen Bradley step into a little bit more of the carrier role, especially very recently for the side of Wildcard. Has had some amazing performances, and you know who Tuesday is. We saw that champion pool. We saw everything that came out, especially this late into the draft. What I'm looking for is, I don't know which one of them can get their hands onto Akali, but I know Akali has been something that's excruciatingly strong on like pretty much both sides. You've seen that all weekend. Yeah. We've seen that in a number of different games, and so far it has gone untouched in the drafting phase. Both of them putting a lot more focus on what's been strong for the other side, and also taking off a couple of other strong champions. But a lot of that, what's been powerful, especially something like the Akali, has yet to be touched. We'll see which one of them gets their hands on that, because we know Bradley can absolutely destroy on the likes of Akali in any matchup.
Yeah, we definitely have some experience in that one. I do really like the Xin Zhao ban here, though, going up against Winston. I think that's a really good pick in the meta in general right now, but it just gives you so much onus in the game. And with some of these extra bans, we were talking a little bit beforehand about the Varus, for Zeus, maybe for Raheem being able to get some later game, or even for Arrow. But this time around, banned away, as well as the Senna over there. First pick is actually going to be the Viego.
Interesting, with like both Akali and Gwen available, as well
I
as
know,
like
that's what I was
that
saying.
are around, Lee Sin's still around. There's so many different things, but Wildcard Red say no, we're just going to take the Viego. It's flexible in a couple of different places. Bradley's capable of taking. I'm sure Brandini can play that champion to absolute avail. So there's a number of different. Zeus not even for it. Instead, they're going to go Bully Bear as something aggressive taken into it, or a top lane.
If Akali doesn't make it into this draft, I don't know what to do with my life anymore, Rebel. No, but very interested to see what Zeus is going to pick up here, right? Because they do get that 1-2 punch on their side with the red side buff in draft, right? And being able to try and pick up these core pieces right here. And then, there it is. Akali comes through, talking about a core piece.
Nothing too shocking. And to me, I think that's got to be a mid lane matchup like preference. It can go into Viego as well, so you could just like move it around to match wherever Viego is going to go. And you have to think that's going to give Tuesday a bunch of team fighting possibilities after first item, after second item, especially once like Zonia's is done and things of that sort for stalling time. Inside of like the skirmishing and the team fighting, it is just obscene what this champion is capable of doing when it starts to be able to scale over the course of the game. So there's that to consider as well. As we see the old school, the TF coming out here as the control tower for the middle of the map to attack everything. So we're not going to have Bradley on like that traditional like mage or carry role or even one of the fighters. Instead, going for some of that cross map that was denied by the Nocturne ban and getting that twisted fade out as fast as possible. Also pulling the Olaf out that was recently buffed. I've been curious whether or not this is strong enough, and we've seen a handful of junglers take this as a response to some of the other early aggression or in place of it when it gets banned out.
And right now, I really like the trio here from Wildcard Gaming, right? You have a lot of mobility for the Viego, but also that level 6 mark. You can join up with Winston. Bradley combo is going to be ridiculous. So I want to see if they kind of opt more into that maybe and see if they find a little bit more synergy as well with the final 2 picks and what their bot lane is really going to be fleshed out to. Because right now we're looking over at Zeus, and they've got one more pick here in the first phase. And I think it would be, there's still a lot of heavy picks on the tables right now, right? And instead of any of those heavy picks, it's going to be the Ashe.
This is very stylistic from Zeus, as opposed to going for a bunch of the stuff that is standard meta for a lot of the time. They go for Volibear, which is, again, I think a jungle and a top lane flex between the two of them. And they grab the Ashe, which is something Raheem's been a big part of. Not only is this good pushing power and trading potential early in the laning phase to give them a lot of priority on bottom side, how much utility are they willing to put into this bottom side? They're allowing Raheem to kind of take the, the carry pants don't have to be on him. The onus doesn't have to be on, the likes of this Ashe to do a bunch of the heavy lifting against the other team when you know arrows on the other side and you know resources can go down there. And instead they're saying, all right, hawk shots, ultimates, anything like that. And then inside of team fights, you've got some great CC and you've got good damage as well to supplement everything. But you don't have to do 100% of the lifting like other 80 carries do. Instead, willing to take this young player, say, all right, you're going to be a backbone for our team, but you don't have to do all the damage.
So I'm really interested in the second ban phase already, though, because you get that Ashe pick, right, for Zeus. Then they also ban out the Kalista. Typically, Ashe, we've seen Ashe get picked into Kalista multiple times, right, in recent memory. And I think that's kind of interesting. But then we also get the Sejuani ban from Wildcard Red. So at least do a little bit of their homework. They're banning out Alorum in the last phase here, no doubt, as Tristana also was the final ban for Zeus.
Yeah, the strength is not going to come through here. With the Varus banned out and the Senna banned out from Wildcard, they go to Ashe. Kalista, in especially like Eastern regions, oftentimes is like seen as like sometimes a skill matchup into Ashe rather than a counter pick for the Ashe, due to the fact that like Kalista's hard engage at level 6 is impossible to dodge without a bunch of safety. You don't typically want to draft a bunch of safety with Ashe. You'd rather draft something a bit more on the front foot. This is interesting as well to see come out here because the Trundle, I know, can slot into like support role from time to time. I've seen that on Twitter a number of times where people are saying that it does go actually pretty hard, and there's right matchups for it, right? But also this is something Griffin was really good at back in the the meta back when he was inside of Academy and LCS, was one of the better Trundle players inside of that league as well. So it wouldn't be shocking to see that one, especially with the Volibear flex. Not much information given to the side of Wildcard Red of where these true ending positions are going to be.
Yeah, so we do have one check mark on the list here, Rebel, for Wildcard Red. Arrow got a carry.
Yes.
Just if anybody didn't know.
Very nice.
Yeah, he's gonna get the Aphelios.
Is that so?
So at least it's a pretty stout carry there. If he can make it to the late game, some craziness that can come out with AoE and all that wonderful stuff. And I would really like this Nautilus to be paired with it just because it gives you so much agency in lane. And with the Trundle, if it's going into that support role, get a little bit of an extra Spider-Man move.
Goodness. You know how badly that Trundle counters the support Nautilus too? I'm not even going to talk about it right now. It just goes so ridiculously hard. And it upsets me because I really wanted to see it, but it doesn't look like they're going to opt for that. They just go for a little bit more CC, a little bit more safety for the Ashe. Brahm's also good in the level 1 to be able to set up everything else. A lot of this game is set up around putting your 5 members together, and a lot on Akali just erasing this Aphelios as fast as possible. Because Zeus, they put all of that into the kill the Aphelios basket, knowing that Wildcard Red typically go for a lot of focus and putting their team fight into the hands of Arrow. So with this, with the combination of like Ashe ultimate and then also the Akali, you just erase that as fast as possible in the team fight and then work your way from there.
And the Braum Ashe combo is really strong together. It's so much slowing, so much CC to come out from both of them. But also, I really want to highlight the fact that like we're seeing Raheem get something that's a little bit safer. You have a lot of slows to buy some kiting. You also have a lot of utility on the Ashe. And when you're going against Arrow, you might not be able to go straight up head to head, right? But you can find other ways to win. You have a team behind you where they are heavily focusing for the side of Wildcard Red on this Arrow carry.
It's also ways to shut down like the onslaught when you have red gun and you're able to,
Yeah.
to bust out the Severum and he starts pressing the Q to go forward inside of fights. It's a denial of like the movement speed that he's going to get for that entire play. Again, the ultimate challenges for much further away, the volley challenges for much further away. It's a real testament to the positioning that's going to have to be taken here from Arrow to deny some of the damage that'll come out. But again, it is less damage overall than like some of the other marksmen that would be available, less DPS, less reliable ability to carry outright through the entirety of a fight than some other marksmen. So they are relying a bit more on the damage of other places. I do want to note also, it looks like Volibear slotted into the jungle and Trundle slotted into the top lane. Really, really cool adaptation. I was wondering if this was ever going to happen because Divine Sunder just makes it impossible. Trundle's one of the best early duelists against AD top laners. Finally, we're seeing it come to fruition, come back into the top lane a little bit here for Alarum, of who, I mean, if anyone was going to do it, was going to be Alarum, right?
Does the pillar knock Viego out of his mist?
CC in general does, right? If he hits him with it,
yeah,
I'm
pretty, right. So that's actually big brain here, right? You're already talking about the likelihood and the possibilities of the Trundle taking advantage of those 80 matches, but now you also have the outplay ability on Viego's key strengths as well. So I think that's going to be a fun one.
It also makes for an extremely good split pusher, which just got buffed as well because those inner towers picked up another 250 gold. Hullbreaker exists. Nobody's built it yet. Alarum would be the one to build it as well on this Trundle pick and things like that. And it's still also really good in team fights for shutting down Nautilus because Nautilus can't go forward because you're able to deny the rest of the team with the pillar behind him. And if he's running away, if you put that pillar behind Nautilus, he can't hook because it's just right in front of his face. There's nowhere for him to go. Not to mention all these flat stats come about from that frontliner. He's going to be one of the biggest targets. Ulting in Olaf before he presses his ultimate means that he goes into like nearly close to like 0 to negative resistances as well. There's a lot to love about the Trundle pick, but the laning phase is the one place that has been a little bit of question behind it, whether they can make it work into the Viego, whether resources get put to help out Brandini on that top side.
Yeah, I think, God, this early game, especially this Winston v. Griffin matchup, is going to be so cool to finally see play out. We are going into game number 1 here. The Risen Champions League semifinals kick off now. Wildcard Red versus Zeus Gaming.
We are ready to see some action, right? All across the map. The biggest thing I do want to note, Wildcard Red with Twisted Fate in the mid lane should be able to have first move a lot of the time. Not only in the range versus melee matchup into Akali in the earlier stages, with that ultimate, being able to move up and down the map as fast as possible, you're going to have to keep yourself on your toes against the likes of Tuesday for that Shuriken flip to follow, but still should be Bradley with the first move. That's the whole point of this Twisted Fate. Although he did go both Electrocute and also Ignite, which isn't necessarily always standard. You're always seeing like Unsealed Spellbook to go for a more defensive laning phase, that kind of thing. So maybe there's a bit more of an aggressive version of this Twisted Fate for the early game to really try to take advantage. Because like Olaf versus Volibear, Volibear at least has some of the ability to compete. But I think Bradley's taken a very different carry role. We talked about him versus Tuesday being a really important matchup. I feel like they're saying, okay, we don't want you to play against Tuesday. We want you to play against everybody else on the map and not worry about Tuesday so we can get everybody else ahead, which is just as much importance, just as much carry. There's just less interaction in the lane.
Yeah, and that's where I want to see, like, we were talking a little bit more about that, like, level 6 mark for Bradley getting involved with Winston and also potentially Dabshin, because that trio would be really ridiculous, and even Brandini if he's able to get down into these kinds of fights. So for me, it's on the other side, right? We talked a lot about Griffin getting early advantages. He has so many things to choose from. He has so many things that he can play through, but where is that decision going to come down? I also want to note that Griffin did not start with items.
Griffin did not start with items. Thankfully, he found out before he started his camps. Because if you take your first camp, then that's just an immediate loss, and you lose so much health, it's ridiculous. So, like, some members, like Volibear probably would have been okay after taking that camp even without items, but this is going to be a massive hindrance to the early clear speed. I mean, you're talking Olaf might be through 3 entire camps before Griffin's going to finish with his first, which is just traumatizing. It is going to be near impossible to track. I will say that. It's going to be very difficult to figure out where Volibear is.
That's the move, man. That's the big brain move.
It's not the move. Nobody do this. Please nobody do this, because this is not intentional at all. But yeah, you're seeing the tracking right now. Our observer showing you right now. Winston level 3 already.
Yeah, that's so rough.
Has even been taken. This almost tells me if Griffin wants to stay in this game, you have to take like a Lee Sin pathing here, where you're going to take your whole blue side into red and find a gank or compete for Scuttle Crab, because otherwise you are going to be in some really bad times coming into this mid game, being down so much to Winston at the moment.
And there's just so much to fear on the other side if you do let this game go late. If you're not finding those advantages on Griffin, that's why we highlighted it so heavily going into this game. And now that not the way you want to start semifinals, I would say, but at least it's a best of 5, so some room for error.
Really tough also. The one fear I had, of course, inside of this landing phase is that into a lot of different fighters and tanks and things, Trundle is amazing. And into a lot of carries, you can very early win a ton of trades, right? This is one matchup where it feels like even in the earlier stages with that Q, the double on-hit effect, things like that coming out from the Viego, that it's just so hard for the likes of Trundle to win. Even to champions that are typically very good in the landing phase, like Darius. It's very bad as Tuesday gets into some real bad trouble with that Ignite, but Bradley's not able to quite close the kill.
Oh my God, Tuesday? He is literally, he one auto attack, anything, a gust of wind would have just killed Tuesday. Now he's back to a quarter health here. What a play in the mid lane. Honestly, I was very surprised to see Bradley up that heavily and in such an aggressive stance.
Yeah, this is the range champion. The Twisted Fate into a lot of these melee-like assassins is really good. It's very safe poking, very safe damage, easy to access. Ignite did get burnt. The biggest thing I want to note, though, Tuesday did not actually lose anything for that. Burnt nothing but base abilities, like you said, still half health, so able to shove in this wave with relative freedom since, like, you had the cover in as well. As topside camps, one got pilfered off by Winston right there. It looked like he took the Raptor camp before resetting, so there's that to pay attention to. But I want to give a lot of attention to the fact that Tuesday just somehow went down to like literally single-digit health or close to it during the course of that play and was able to not burn Flash. That right there is some real gusto to come out of this mid laner.
Ice in the veins,
Really
my dude.
true.
Like, holy cow. And the fact that he stepped up with that much health, right? Bradley is TF. Bradley has a lot of range and a lot of AoE. So it's kind of, I love the confidence, at least coming out from both these, right? You saw that confidence play out in both the ways that they were playing.
Absolutely. I seem to remember Tuesday was one of the first members that when Akali first got reworked was really playing it. I remember Golden Glue was one, but Academy was playing slightly before LCS that week, and Tuesday was one of the first to really like dive headfirst into the champion. And while it's not the same as it was back then, it does show that like Tuesday's been playing this champion for a while, or at least was willing to take an attempt of this before anyone was really solidified in what it was capable of doing.
Griffin is looking for that early advantage, looking to get involved in the game. Gets Bradley's flash, burns his own though.
Yes, it is. Flash for the Volibear. It's not the most impactful flash. It's basically used for exactly what you just saw. Try to flash and Q on top of somebody or flashing for an ultimate somewhere. This opened up that bottom side, but it was difficult as it was because, again, Rahid and Rhino look like they've been playing with waves on their side for the majority of this game. And especially with Griffin being down so much, that gank was forced because you can't really compete with somebody who's ahead in levels, that kind of thing. You don't want to mess with an Olaf when you're down that kind of flat stat. So instead, it's just Dragon given over the attempted play. It is Control Mage who lost their flash, so this could be some big plays to come out from Tuesday in the right situation. But again, Bradley seems to be playing this immaculately right now on this into the assassin matchup.
Feeling himself after the weekend, for sure. I just really like to see the fact that, you know, we had set out these plans, at least for Griffin, and we didn't really see them play forward with it, but now he's able to try and scrape some back. The only worry for me is Winston. First of all, is Winston. Second of all, he's Olaf. And Olaf clears ridiculously fast if you can get that pace going. Winston could be in some trouble here. He actually might opt for the fight. He does have that level advantage over Griffin. Now you're going to get Bradley potentially joining as well. The axes go down, and the fight's continuing. First blood is actually going to go over to Brandini. And now Tuesday's in some trouble. He's going to use the Shroud to be able to dodge a lot of it, but he's still getting taken out. And that's another kill. Bot lane, we got a kill as well for Arrow. And just like that, Wildcard Red are 3-1 up. They want Alorm as well, but not going to find it.
Right there, they had first move in top lane and in mid wave, so you end up having more members there faster from the side of Wildcard. But the experience difference was massive between those two. They had, I think, only level 6 coming in at the very end of that fight for one of these members, and even still, Griffin is not level 6 when Winston was. Bradley's even level 7 after everything's said and done. It's insane how much Wildcard was able to play on just a level advantage alone comparative to their opposition. Somehow, bottom side also was able to find a kill. This is what we're seeing right here. Grabbed him, combined with the setup from Dapton. All that is necessary. And again, when you're thinking about the Ashe and the Braum, they are relatively immobile, especially after everything's been burnt. No shield, no W to come out. Rhino tries to stand in the way after Rahim flashes, but that's about all you're going to get, just sacrificing your life for that of your ADC.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there, but at least Raheen survived. That's what matters. The only problem is Arrow got a kill. That's a little bit of a bad start there, because that is exactly how Wildcard Red want to play these games. They want to get Arrow into a position to carry and just let him do his thing. Let him do the thing he's been able to do so many times in the past.
This early advantage that comes out from Wildcard Red on top side, I think, is in no small part because of that item loss that came through. Not buying your items, being down 3 camps, made it so easy for Winston to just control this jungle magic that is really terrible that that's going to happen, and that's going to make so much of an effect on this first game, how at least early on here as a 2000 he's already risen his caption.
And the depth charge on the back, and Rhino's just getting lower and lower here. He's not going to go down to the chakrams. He is so low. That must just be the theme of Zeus today.
Yeah, very close to going down, but not ending up in that bad situation. E at the very end, I think, blocked at least some of, if not all of the damage that had come out from the Moonlight Vigil. And even better, I think it was actually Severum that he used for the health on like Arrow, rather than going for something else because he needed it. He was pretty low going underneath the tower, maybe trying to set up a dive. Instead, they call it off really quickly once they knew the Braum wasn't really going to go down. So I do appreciate very quickly pulling off that play. You weren't really going to get a bunch of Chakram autos without going under tower anyway. You definitely needed to help a lot more. Arrow with good decision making. It was just very well played from Rhino to be defensive, but still all the summoners burnt on this Braum, or at least the flash burnt, means more aggression can certainly come out.
Yeah, and they really haven't been able to find that defensiveness that you would expect from the Ashe Braum down there. Braum's been just getting caught out. At least Rhino's been just getting caught out by the engage that Japson's been able to find. He's been landing some very long-range hooks already, and it's already this early into the game. The other thing I want to focus on now, as we do see Winston taking this Rift Herald, they've had complete objective control so far, and they've been running the map, right? And that all stems from Griffin not being able to get that influence early on, not being able to get the start that he wanted.
That very early, it's going to cost them for a very long time. It would require some really solid ganks coming out to change their fate, and none of that has really come through. Brandini, again, on that auto-attack trade. Alorum's actually doing very well here. Twisted Fate's in the way.
They're bringing everybody here, and Alorum's just going to go down. Brandini's the one that gets the kill as well.
Even worse is, like, the damage was enough there. I think maybe he could have even taken the 2-on-1 against the likes of Winston.
Oh my god, he's got a
third member that comes through. And with Rift Herald, this tower certainly falls as well. So it's just a massive snowball coming out, denying this Trundle pick really accomplishing all too much in this earlier stage of the game. And that also your Olaf getting ahead as a result as well. Your Twisted Fate pick is working out beautifully, as the Akali is just denied so much as well in the force in the mid game. Man, it is a perfect game plan for Wildcard, but even worse, Zeus had that bad footing to start, so everything's just kind of dogpiled onto them to begin the game.
Yeah, Griffin's definitely going to want that one back. What I love there is that they actually were like waited to possess the Trundle until it was about to go away, and then use the ground to get that extra attack speed. Just get that a little bit quicker. I do really like this from Zeus, though. They're able to get their first objective with this Infernal Dragon going over, as Wildcard Red were occupied elsewhere.
That is the one trade that they get. They stay a long while on the top side of the map, able to get the tower eventually. They trade over one dragon. That's definitely a trade you're willing to take, though, as Wildcard Red, because you're expanding this lead to 4,000 gold this early on into the game, which is just, it's miserable to have to deal with from Zeus Gaming. And speaking more just to this early jungle deficit, again, it's still not only just like the experience lead and the gold lead, but you've seen how much effect that Winston's had pretty much across the map on so many different portions of the map. Tuesday again dropping solo. I don't think this ignite. Oh, it does!
Oh my god, it gets him! What calculation from the mid laner, Wildcard Red. 2-0-2 now on the TF.
This is just misery that's coming out right now from Winston. He hasn't been able, or my apologies, not from Winston, from Tuesday, who's just not really been able to use this Akali whatsoever. It's not really allowed to start scaling up. Bradley's really playing to just push in this lane constantly, get these aggressive electrocute trades, and this Ignite has nearly been the death of Tuesday twice, just the one time this last play, but it's also his control of the map that's Saddle Love for the Saddle Wildcard Red. Again, it's a lot of it is stemming from that early jungling, but Bradley, man, he is having a day right here. 2-0-2 on the Twisted Fate, already had a solo kill inside the laning phase, nearly 2 for himself, and had effects in team fights with 80% kill participation. It's been just fantastic.
It really has been. It's actually incredible, and we talked a little bit about that level 6. He's been getting involved here ever since then. It's been really, really nice to see the pace that Wildcard Red have been able to bring to this game. And for Zeus Gaming, right? Like, you're just looking to try to get back onto the map. You're looking to try to punish maybe some of these overextensions that come with a lead like this so early on. And if you can find those avenues, right, you still have a steady composition.
I suppose you do. You've got a good amount of pick potential with things like the Ashe and the Trundle Pillar that do set you up in pretty solid fashion. And again, Akali in later game fights and in later game skirmishes, once a few items come through, is still going to be a menace. But the problem is there's nothing stopping Wildcard from just snowballing through the next 5-10 minutes of the game as it is with this super powerful Olaf, the Viego being able to control the side lane as well as the Twisted Fate being able to ult anywhere he wants, already up the top side.
Oh no! The Bradley shows up first, getting a lot of damage put on him. Tuesday has TP'd in. Stormbringer gets Griffin out. Now Tuesday misses the perfect execution, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes across from the map. Tuesday flashing over. Bradley gonna go down, but Tuesday's traded, and now you get the resets for Brandini. He doesn't want to go forward. This is an unmatched fight here by Wildcard Red. They are 3 versus 4, but still streaming forward.
Just 1-1 right now. Defense has to come for this mid tower. Arrow very nicely was able to actually kill him. Now going to put pressure on Rhino, but with that shield up, he's not really going to do enough. It has a massively stacked wave here.
That's the flash.
Oh,
Griffin over the wall, and Alorm gets the kill.
All right, couple of strikes back from the side of Zeus. It's not massive, but at least they're closing the gold gap a tiny amount. It was starting to encroach upon 5,000 gold, now back to 4,000 gold, and they deny Arrow any more pressure on the mid tower, which is, I think, what they were looking for entirely. I think this one was Bradley got here too soon. He was here just a little bit ahead of time.
So
Tuesday also could have played this a little better. The auto attack, he misses the ultimate right there, gets over the wall, can't quite fight an auto attack to bring down Bradley. You see right there, one auto would have done it, but instead gets stunned up by Brandini, giving even less, potential for damage into the likes of Winston and Brandini as this fight continues eventually. And it's very nice because again, Arrow's pushing up mid lane. They're trying to buy him space by denying Rhino. Rhino with the shield up, so kills so much of this damage. But then over the wall goes Griffin, who's able to find a bit of an actual play since Winston's ultimate was down from just a previous engagement.
Yeah, really nice target selection there by the side of Zeus Gaming, and realizing that, this is the moment to get that little bit of an incremental win for yourselves. Like you at these moments and at this deficit, right, you need to be burning those flash for plays like that. You need to be just trying to get everything you can.
Unfortunately, not able to find a shutdown onto either the Viego or onto the Twisted Fate, which is a shame. I will say that. Actually, they got it at the game. My apologies. They weren't able to find it onto Brandini, who would have been the preferable target. But yeah, finding little strike back kills here and there is enough gold to at least maybe subsist you for a little bit longer, especially when your team scales with gold the way that the Akali does and things like that. But playing out these fights is going to be difficult because, especially for this mid game, the big part about why this composition works from Zeus is that typically it's going to be Aphelios doing most of the damage. Yeah, I don't. They just pushing them out, I think, for dragon control.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Is I think they were just trying to get them away from potentials. Also, maybe Bradley thought they were going to path towards top a little, or towards the top side of that little fight there. Not going to happen. Dragon is spawning in just about 10 seconds now. You already see that we have Alorm coming down here. Now Tuesday's in the top lane. You also have Griffin taking, or at least around the Rift Herald, while this bottom lane falls to Arrow and Daption, which is giving more gold into the resources that Wildcard Red want that gold on.
And that's the benefit of having used Bradley's ultimate right there. He put so much pressure under Keen and Rhino that they weren't able to shove out and actually get mid pressure, while the bot lane from the side of Wildcard Red, who usually would have to respond mid lane to keep that mid wave in equal position for river control, was able to take the bottom lane tower instead, trading instead for the Rift Herald on top side. That it will definitely give you the majority of a tower, but it doesn't necessarily get you a full tower, which was just traded over to the side of Wildcard Red. So they end up picking up the dragon, and they're able to get a tower in guaranteed fashion rather than taking the Rift Herald. So again, another winning play for Wildcard Red, and even better, getting that gold onto the likes of Arrow in that bottom lane on this Aphelios, even better for their carry potential.
Yep, exactly the game plan they want to play towards. But with a little bit of help from Brandy in the top lane, which I do want to circle back to, because we were talking about how, Alorm might be a little bit more unlocked in this top lane matchup. But Brandini, with a little bit of help from his friends, to quote the Beatles, is feeling pretty good and now has propelled a big lead for himself. And that's leading Wildcard Red to play with such confidence that look at the mid lane push here. Raheen has to back, and they're just going to get the outer tower.
That they are. Playing right now in multiple lanes when you're down this much gold is going to cost you a little bit. You do have Trundle who's pushing the other side, but now Tuesday in some real problems.
Oh, the yellow card lands, but he uses perfect execution by a little bit of time here, goes back in.
Wow.
Perfect execution on the second time is going to get the kill, or at least they get a double kill for Alorm, and that's a huge turnaround right now for Zeus.
really incredible play right there coming out from Tuesday. A nice TP defense from Alarim coming from bottom lane where he got that bottom side tower on the split push, then returning top lane to be able to help out his laner is humongous cross map plays. I was really worried right here for Tuesday. That ultimate into Proto Belt, able to get him out of the situation that he had fought himself in, and then that pillar slows down 2 members underneath the tower. Bradley doesn't have the damage to trade back, just barely, and instead it is a play that is aggression from the side of Wildcard Red that gets turned on its head. Well played by Alarim and very well played by Tuesday. The mechanics showing up right there.
Yeah, and goodness, I was just literally talking about Brandini, and now Alarim is literally in a better KDA than him after just a quick series of events there. I love it. Getting those butting heads in top lane, even though the early game was a little bit topsy-turvy there. But my biggest focus right now is the resolve that Zeus is showing. Yes, you still have to be worried about Arrow on this Aphelios. You still have to be worried about the scaling factors on the other side, right? But you are actually still in this game after being so far down early on, and you're finding advantages where you can and pushing that forward to an extent to where they're not overextending, but they're just comfortable enough.
Especially since Tuesday's picked up a bit of this gold, able to contest a bit in side lanes. That's why you're seeing a bit of a fight into Brandini. I don't think he wins this guaranteed.
I don't know about this one.
Yeah,
Tuesday. Oh my God, the mechanics! Tuesday, I'm bowing. I know you can't see me right now, but I'm bowing, dude.
Absolutely incredible. I've loved that combo. The development of that was so recent that, like, coming through the first instance of ultimate, being able to cancel it in the midst with E to be able to come back to somebody and hit with all of that
So
powerhouse
dirty.
damage and have the execute afterwards. It wasn't even needed this time, obviously, because the damage was more than enough with just the initial E. But man, Tuesday, again, not even really ahead, almost on only 1 item, has a couple of components for a few more, and it's nearly 2 items for Brandini. Still able to take that fight because that Shroud shuts down so much of the auto attack damage from the likes of that Viego that the kit just isn't as useful into the likes of Akali for the first half of that fight.
Yeah, that was some impressive stuff. I'm still at a loss for words here. Moments like that are what make League of Legends, and like it's so cool to see things that I could probably never do and be displayed right in front of me, to where I just get to look, listen, and have a wonderful time with it. But it doesn't mean that Zeus Gaming are out of the woods yet. They're still at a deficit. There's still 3,000 gold in that deficit. They have now spawned the Rift Herald in mid lane with 4 members pushing strong.
The members of the team that really need to get ahead is Arrow. And Arrow is able to pick up some gold. Nice break of mid tower. But getting more and more gold into the pocket of Arrow is the most important thing, because at this point, now Viego, he's a melee champion. He does enough damage to actually get you in some good places. But getting that damage out in team fights is relatively difficult, and so you're not seeing that transition well into the later stages. Twisted Fate's not really known for the damage. Olaf can do damage late, but it requires a pretty decent, sizable advantage, and Winston, for the most part, has kind of fallen behind in terms of gold. Itemization is still more than there to compete with his enemy jungler, but it's not going to do as much as like what these ADCs and such are going to do in the later stages. So they're really hoping that this Aphelios gets rolling off the back of some of this early game that the top side had. And it's been Zeus Gaming who's been like, okay, we're going to shut down that top side, make sure they don't get to make any plays around the map, as gold does start to get funneled into Arrow, but it just hasn't been enough so far to really push Wildcard over the edge. Once 2-3 items for the Aphelios hits, if they're able to get that sooner rather than later, that's where this like combination with this powerful top side is really going to make an effect. Even better, they've got themselves 3rd dragon. That means if they really want to, they could try to force Zeus to interact around this 4th dragon take, potentially like testing the soul, and maybe that's where Aphelios really comes into his own, being that massive team fighter.
It's going to be impressive, and especially when you've got Soul Point now. I know we've cast together so many times, Rebel. You hear me talk about it all the time, so I'm sorry you have to listen to me talk about it again. But being on Soul Point for me is so huge, because you've already seen that Wildcard Red are so good at pulling Zeus to objectives, pulling them around the map, at least earlier on, right? And maybe Zeus has found some stable ground to stand on and has found ways to really deal with that. But Soul Point is a whole nother beast. And yes, it's Cloud Soul, so maybe not the most important, but you look at this team composition, Cloud Soul, would be pretty nice. And so I do want to see how Wildcard Red use this. Are they going to try to pull a Baron? Are they going to try to use this against Zeus in some way? Alarum was the focus up here by Wildcard Red, but it's going to be sniffed out, and he's just feeling confident in himself. The rest of Zeus Gaming are moving up to clear out some wards in their enemy blue buff.
Yeah, they're clearing out quite a bit. They're pushing really far into the jungle here from the side of Zeus into Wildcard. just try to push out this Baron or this Baron vision as much as possible, control this top side quadrant so they can push on the split with the likes of this Trundle, and then with the 4-man unit playing this kind of 4-1 is really big. Trundle, again, in a side wave, especially with a Frozen Heart into Viego, is more than enough to really take that one-on-one in significant fashion for now what would be like 3rd item, 4th item for the likes of Viego, and usually should be tanky enough to just kind of live through whatever trade, just eventually pillars or ults, and that should be the end of it from the side of Brandini. So weren't able to spike the Viego far enough ahead to make sure that you can match Trundle consistently in a side lane. So that's the other side. It's the, okay, what can they do with like this 4-man squad with Arrow, with Twisted Fate, or what can they even do with just Twisted Fate to be able to try to find some pickoffs elsewhere on the map? And so far, they just haven't been able to push for anything like that in recency here in the earlier stages of this game.
And we still have a while till anything else really pops up onto the map. We have Baron, obviously, but I don't know if that's the call right now when things are starting to even up like this from between these two teams. You've got a little bit more than 1,000 gold here by the side of Wildcard Red, and it's nothing like the 3,000-4,000 gold we were seeing just a few minutes ago. And it's been a testament to how Zeus have been able to find their comfort zone in this mid game and around the playmaking of Griffin as well.
Absolutely. It's not just been Griffin. I think everybody's just been able to find their own plays. In fact, Tuesday's looking for his own on the bottom side here against Bradley, which...
He wants it. He wants the revenge.
He wants it very bad.
He knows. He knows. There it is, though. He's out of there. Bradley's too clean.
He used his E just a little too soon right there. I also don't know, because it's possible that like he was ulting into somewhere that was really dangerous for Tuesday, and Tuesday just said, okay, I want to bail as fast as possible with this E rather than do anything else, because that's why you cast it first, because it's damage, but also because it could attract through that ultimate coming out from Twisted Fate. But instead of going and following along with that, which could have led him to a very bad situation, instead just like immediately presses that, isn't going to get carried along, instead of just a bunch of damage onto the likes of that Twisted Fate. Notice, I think the ultimate's down, didn't get much else. Bradley was able to get out with that, knowing, of course, that if Tuesday follows him, if he puts him under tower into the rest of his team, he's going to lose. So it's just a threat from Tuesday that ends up working out, I think, only to pull Bradley's ultimate off, which is already over halfway off.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, the cooldown's not very large right now, and they don't even have any Cloud Souls or Cloud Dragons, so... see what happens if they start focusing on that a little bit more. But I do want to go back to compositions a little bit. When we were talking earlier, we said there's a lot of utility, there's a lot of setup, there's a lot of CC on the side of Zeus Gaming. And now this is where I want to see Raheem being able to help set some of this up for the team with the Enchanted Crystal Arrows. As I speak about it, we get the cleanse out from Arrow.
We do. Now for a fight that would happen around the Baron, or even better in 1 minute around the likes of the Dragon, that cooldown's just not going to be available, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow probably will be up about that time, which is going to force out at least a little bit better positioning from the likes of Arrow, or force his flash out, which is even worse to think about during the course of that one. So big stuff for Mahid, able to find that heroic arrow to be able to pull one of those resources off. Right now, the Ashe not going for the maximum DPS, goes for like Kraken Slayer, Phantom Dancer, that's normal, but also then has Executioners because it's so easy to apply to multiple targets with the likes of volley and physical damage that way, which is why you see that on the Ashe, but it is a little less DPS than you normally go for on like the standard ADC. Some of that utility still coming through for the likes of Raheem. I still really want to see what Trundle's going to do here, because obviously Alarim has TP to work with. Up against Brandini, he should be fine in a side lane. And it seems like Wildcard Red, they're even moving into top side, putting in some counter vision against the Baron. Not really going for the Dragon. Unsurprisingly, they're not putting a bunch of effort into this Cloud Soul. Instead, they're willing to trade away that kind of pressure on the bottom side to maybe look for a Baron threat or something else elsewhere.
They could take that Baron so quickly, right? Like they have so much damage coming out from the trio from Viego, Olaf, even from TF occasionally, but more so the Aphelios. And so I do think they would be really interesting. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is what I was alluding to. These kinds of plays are opened up by Wildcard Red because they have gotten so much objective control around the Dragon.
Keep your eyes on Bradley, because I think he might be going in for a little bit of a Dragon Seal. He has to be a bit careful. Okay, he's not going to be able to get it with just like a Q or something over the wall, because you're not going to contest that. If you go over the wall to try to put it with like auto attacks or something into the Dragon, you're immediately getting pillared, and it's going to be near impossible without Flash to get out the back of that pit, if you're even able to at all as Bradley.
Oh,
so
Winston's caught.
And
Winston's in a little bit of trouble here, but they're actually going to get the depth charge back. Now you have the Destiny Gate coming out. Tuesday's in some trouble here too, though. You got 3 members running him down. But on the backside of it, Winston and the rest are just getting chased out. That's a double kill for Griffin. And now Tuesday had him right where he wanted him. Tuesday goes golden by barely surviving. Arrow is still alive as well. Bradley's going to go down next. Arrow, the only one that's going to survive after maybe Alorum is able to take down the killing machine that is Bradley on this TF.
Absolutely. Multiple members get on to Tuesday right here, which is humongous because it pulls off a bunch of pressure. The whole time, Winston honestly just has to be left alone. He's got us stuck in the pit, was like, okay, should I turn around? Should I Ragnarok? Should I flash over the wall? Instead decides to flash over the wall in the lane that they're walking in instead of over back to the Baron wall, and they're able to catch out another Nautilus on the backside with an arrow. And again, 3 members here trying to set up a play on a Tuesday. That's the best you've got. Look how much damage they did to Arrow immediately. Tuesday
I know,
not
it's
quite able to
ridiculous.
find the rest of the damage to matter, but at this point, everybody's so separated that they just cannot find a fight. Thankfully, heroics from Bradley able to find both Rhino and also Raheem during this, but that's your only saving grace. A phenomenal play from Zeus. Really, after that disastrous early game, they have come back in very clean fashion.
They really have, and now dead pretty much even, about 300, 400 gold in favor of Wildcard Red. That is not what you would be thinking with how the early game went for them as well, and the leads that they had been able to develop, at least in general around the map, right around the objective. But now Zeus are finding everything. They are getting all the engagements, their catch outs, everything like that. Ragnarok is also popped by Winston as Alorum is gonna. Oh my god!
Okay.
Bot lane.
Yeah, 2 of them on bot side seemed like maybe Arrow was pushing, and an ultimate had come out from Bradley just to find out Tuesday there as they burn the Ragnarok but get nothing else out of Winston out of just trouble alone. So now one of the bigger carries and the threats onto Arrow has been removed. This opens up Wildcard. They're going to shove out mid lane, maybe even walk towards this Baron pit, look for the 4-on-5 if they can force it out of the side of Zeus Gaming. Tuesday does have TP. It's 20 seconds out. I don't know that they're going to be able to stall long enough with just how powerful and how fast of a Baron take it is, but Winston's so low that it's just the fight they're looking for.
Daption gets the engage there, and they've already gotten the support. Rhino is down. Now as 5 members strong, Wildcard Red, we're trying to get Alorum, but he's able to dodge out. Also still have a ton of damage potential there available. Tuesday's coming up now, has TP as well. Can rejoin the fight. And Zeus, you just feel the confidence coming out from this team right now.
Health on a couple of members got a little bit dicey there from the side of Wildcard Red. Zeus did end up losing their support, but at minimum, they're able to drive off this Baron play. Again, the health bar of Winston was so low that even just a bit of damage coming out, the pillar would have been just a destructive force right there, trapping people in and outside the Baron pit and splitting up the fight so badly that Wildcard, they just commit really heavily to the fight, make sure that they're not going to get broken into pieces. There's going to be no play from Winston to come out. This is that play on bottom side. Yeah, it was a trap play that was actually initiated by the likes of Arrow. Tried to get through, but Bradley ends up ulting in, end up getting the Ignite down just to make sure they could track him in the Shroud. Really impressive stuff from those 2 finding that kill, but doesn't lead to much on the map, just some gold in their pockets.
Hey, a little bit of, what was the theme this weekend? Some friendship there. They got the duo play. That's all they needed. But it's still interesting that we are seeing Zeus really put a lot of focus around this Baron pit, right? Like seeing them continuously go into this blue side of Wildcard Red, continuously aggressing at this moment 30 minutes in. They are pinging on the Baron as if they want to do it. They could bait Wildcard into a fight or just take the Baron for themselves.
They've got a pretty fast Baron, dude. Trundle and Volibear both have good damage.
They're scared to walk in.
Kraken Slayer, yeah, you can turn really well with this composition.
There it is. They see if they want to go for the games. They decide to prioritize the Baron, and they take the fight after. You have to get Arrow. Arrow's on the backside. He's untouched right now, but the rest of Wildcard Red are doing so much. Raheem gets caught on side, and you get out with 3 Baron buffs for Zeus Gaming.
Going to happen a little bit, but you're willing to trade 2 players just for the 3 Barons that are going to come out. Dragons can be spawning in 25 seconds, but I think Zeus Gaming is more than comfortable saying, all right, we're okay with this. We've equalized the gold. We've got some potential to push here in the next couple of minutes. They're moving into this jungle as if they want to take this trade, but I think, honestly, you grab the Baron, you try to push for towers, and you just give the Cloud Soul over. Yes, it's movement speed, which is painful to have to deal with between both the Olaf and the likes of the Aphelios within these fights, but I think you're willing to say, all right, that's perfectly fine. Trundle in a side lane with Baron is near impossible to truly stop in a one-on-one situation.
Oh, Griffin.
Being so powerful.
He got yellow carded. Not going to be the red card. He's not out of the game just yet, but they will have backup here for Zeus. Alorum needs to be really careful. The Dragon's already gone. That is soul acquired for Wildcard Red, and they realize they can back off here feeling comfortable.
Nothing too shocking about what happened right here. Again, I want to see what Zeus Gaming can do with this Baron buff, because again, with 3 outer towers still up, there's plenty of gold to be had amongst the map. This is that play where they're forcing it down. They've got pretty fast Baron. It was disrespected, I think, the damage output that they had by the side of Wildcard Red, but the fight was always going to go in their fashion. Rhino knew that his life was a little bit forfeit. On the side, unfortunately, Raheem gets caught out by the CC. Bradley able to make his way up the side of the fight. Everybody else has to basically get over the wall out of dodge as fast as possible, and Raheem's pretty much left to the wolves. But this was the expectation, right? That's why you commit for the Baron instead of turning for the fight immediately, trying to find those targets, is because you want to use this to your advantage. And with the side lane that you've got with the combination of this Trundle and this Akali, you have no question as to why that is.
Yeah, it's really hard right now for Rhino and Raheem to even approach this, right? Like, they have so much strength going for them. They take that second tier tower as well. They do need to respond to a couple of the split pushers here from Zeus Gaming, though, as Tuesday and Lorem are able to find a little advantage at least. But the Wildcard Red squad has developed back their gold lead here in this game after acquiring that fight and the Dragon Soul. And Zeus Gaming had their own response here. I believe Tuesday's going to be able to get that tower down there, get a good amount of gold for himself, actually even it back up. And the Lorem, unfortunately, wasn't able to get that one up top. Now Bradley's going down on Tuesday, but that's an Akali, my dude. He goes golden. You do have Brandini here as well. Tuesday trying to get out with the perfect execution. Heartbreaker comes out, but the damage is too much. Brandini! He gets the kill on the Tuesday.
Cloud Soul comes out. That movement speed was absolutely clutch right there. And now a flank actually. Double TP going to try to keep them up. Arrow is so close.
Stormbringer. They have so much on Brandini, but you have now Arrow and the rest coming forward. Shutdown actually goes over to Raheem. So he's able to get some gold on the Ashe here for Zeus Gaming and his first kill of the game.
Goodness, they find this pick on a Tuesday in the bottom lane off the back of a missed timing. I think if Tuesday was able to find that like stopwatch timing, you get that kill trade 1-for-1, even if the Viego gets that. But right there, I gotta give tons of props to Raheem timing that crystal arrow perfectly with the TP of Brandini, have just enough damage as they're kiting backwards to not get stalled out by the Viego pick, end up bringing him down, trade that 1-for-1. Gold still within 600 of one another. They didn't get top tower, which is one deficit because this Baron buff is now gone. But again, this gold is right back to being even. The only thing you've really given over is Cloud Soul, which again, I think Zeus Gaming is okay with, given the state that they're in right now in this game, trying to split these lanes apart into pieces with like this Trundle and this Akali, both playing side lane in the 1-3-1. We haven't seen this style in a long time, but Zeus Gaming really is trying to push it very hard in this game.
And can I just say I'm personally proud of Griffin for sticking it through. He now has a gold advantage over Winston, as well as the CS differential is in his favor now when he was down like 20, 30 CS almost in the entire beginning of the game. So props to them, and they're really finding their groove here, which is very interesting to me because we were talking about late game for Wildcard Red. We were talking about Arrow being that carry, and they need to shine that through. Maybe it starts by picking out a Lorem on the side lane. They do have 3 members down here. They will easily be able to pick up this kill, and it's about what the redemption is for Zeus on the other side of the map. They do get the tower, so they're going to be able to get that going down. They're also looking at top lane as well.
Yeah, 2 full towers right here in exchange for the likes of a Lorem. I'm trying to see what the objective timers are because it doesn't look like Baron's going to be up anytime soon. About 1.5 minutes away. Yeah, Alarim's going to be there for that one in 2.5 minutes until the Elder Drake comes through. So that's just a gold exchange where they're able to shut down one of the split pushers, but it accomplishes nothing in the grand scheme of things. Instead, just giving more pressure and giving more space here for Zeus Gaming to move up their ward line and more gold back to the players that really have needed it. Because you look at the gold now, just right now, Alarim is just leading his entire team. Doesn't need anything on him. Instead, it's the Akali and it's the Ashe who need a little bit more gold to actually get relevant in this game, and that's who just picked up those towers. So honestly, I'm in favor of Zeus Gaming.
No.
Now the pickoff potential.
Griffin walks straight into the bush, finds a bunch of members there, uses Stormbringer.
Nice.
That's going to be a nice glacial fisher to get him out, but Yellow Card's going to be stopped in his tracks. That's a bear pelt added to the wall for Wildcard Red. Rhino's going to go down too. Tuesday is the only saving grace here. Yeah, you've got the moves, but you got 5 members against you, and it's not going to go your way. Double kill there for Houdini Brandini.
Over the wall, they were able to find this engagement just in the jungle. Lapse of vision right there from the side of Zeus Gaming. This is going to be the end of the game. They put up a very valiant effort, but man, Wildcard Red were able to find the perfect fight at the end right there. I really firmly believe those 2 towers were in benefit of Zeus Gaming, but that one pick that they found in exchange was more than enough. Alarim's trying to hold the base. They're focusing him down right now. I don't think he's going to buy this time. I really
He's
don't.
so tanky. Oh my goodness. That's ridiculous. Holy cow, Alarim. You You put up a heck of a fight to finish out game number 1, but it will be Wildcard Red stepping forward with game number 1 of this semifinals best of 5.
And you can see the fits that Zeus Gaming were giving Wildcard Red despite that horrible beginning into the game. I can't imagine what it's going to look like when they're actually able to get their items on their jungler before the first 3 camps of the game are actually completed. But still, well played by Wildcard. They still know how to win. This game hasn't changed very much in that regard in their calling and in their decisiveness. The only thing that's changed is a bit of that individual play. They were able to get Brandini going enough where this Viego just ripping through that last fight, able to actually do quite a bit of work. A bunch of their members had gold. Again, if that's slowed down, I am interested to see what it is that Zeus Gaming is capable of doing, because they really knew how to come back from that deficit. But game 1 obviously going the way of Wildcard Red, very well played.
And I do wonder what that early game is like, how different that early game is. You know, if Griffin is able to get onto the map and pace continues, I still think he did really good. But what if he had that going the entire game? And the other thing I want to point out here is we talked a lot about Wildcard Red, talked a lot about the kinds of compositions, the things they want to go for. Arrow, a little quiet in the bot lane, but still a shining member throughout the team fights. And the fact that nobody focused him really, besides a couple of those fights, there were so many moments where he was just pop shotting on the side.
It was a situation where a pure 5-on-5 in a standard sense would almost certainly had also been a deficit for the side of Zeus Gaming, and they did a very good job trying to avoid that like pure 5-on-5 in a number of different ways, just splitting people off with Trundle Pillar and such. But I guarantee you, if that game would have came down to a 5-on-5 around like Elder Drake or Second Baron or something, I'm guessing that Wildcard also would have had an advantage, because Aphelios had broken into 3-item territory where that damage really starts to get up there and starts to slam home into everybody. Even the likes of the Trundle of that front line that they had. But either way, still really impressive the way that Wildcard, even though they had come back, they've got the mental resolve to not only know when to find those picks, how to close out a game, that kind of thing, but then also to make sure that even when somebody's coming back, to be able to shut them down, keep your win conditions at mind first.
And I might have a little bit of a weekend bias here, but my Bradley, my dude, he's taking it to Tuesday on the TF against the Akali. What is this? We're going to see what happens for game number 2. We got the analyst desk on the other side of this break. We're going to step away and take a little bit of rest. Off for the fight, does have that level advantage over Griffin. And he's going to get Bradley potentially joining as well. The axes go down, and the fight's continuing. First blood is actually going to go over to Brandini. And now Tuesday's in some trouble. He's going to use the Shroud to be able to dodge a lot of it, but he's still getting taken out. And that's another kill. Bot lane, we got a kill as well for Arrow. And just like that, Wildcard Red are...
already at the top side.
Oh, no. Bradley shows up first, getting a lot of damage put on him. Tuesday has TP'd in. Stormbringer gets Griffin out. Now Tuesday misses the perfect execution, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes across from the map. Tuesday flashing over. Bradley gonna go down, but Tuesday's traded, and now you get the yellow card lands, but he uses perfect execution by a little bit of time here, goes back in.
Wow.
Perfect execution on the second time is gonna get the kill, or at least they get a double. There it is. They see if they want to go for the game. They decide to prioritize the Baron, and they take the fight after. You have to get Arrow. Arrow's on the backside. He's untouched right now, but the rest of Wildcard Red are doing so much. Raheem gets caught on, and you get out with 3 Baron buffs for Zeus Game. Oh, no.
Now the pickoff potential.
Griffin walks straight into the bush, finds a bunch of members there, uses Stormbringer.
Nice.
That's going to be a nice glacial fisher to get him out, but Yellow Card's going to be stopped in his tracks. That's a bear pelt added to the wall for Wildcard Red. Rhino's going to go down too. Tuesday is the only saving grace here. Yeah, you've got the moves, but you got 5 members against you. Oh my goodness, that's ridiculous. Holy cow, Laura. You put up a heck of a fight to finish out game number 1, but it will be wild.
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you guys were in a pretty stacked group going up against the likes of 100 Thieves Next, Maryville, and Wildcard Black. How have you been able to kind of identify holes in your opponent's drafts and play that you were able to exploit to do so well in groups?
Okay. This might sound like really conceited and really like what's it called? Really like ego, but I don't think we've ever like started off the game by like trying to like cheese the opponent or like trying to get like an early advantage. Maybe we have like in a few games, but I just think it comes down to the fact that we have such good like late game like shot callers like Arrow and Winston that are just able to like macro our way throughout the game, and we're like pretty much guaranteed to not make a wrong move or like throw like the like opponent might. So in that sense, like we're always at an advantage, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
It's
and
never about. It's like it's never about like we're gonna bush cheese at this
Yeah.
specific spot. It's just we're gonna be smarter than the enemy.
Now, with the mishmash of colors that we have currently on the desk, we know that white and red makes pink. But right now, here, gentlemen, all I'm seeing is red. Welcome back to the desk for Risen Champs with Ravish beats on Boulevard and Manny Sanchez. Beat right off the bat. Now, I know we were a lot of us had a wild card going into this game, but it was a lot closer than we thought.
It was, but it didn't seem like it in the early parts of the game. And honestly, part of that is Griffin had a kind of an unlucky start in the early game where he actually didn't start his jungle clear for 2 minutes and it looked like he had not purchased his jungle item. So he was actually a decent bit behind in clear compared to Winston, and actually a level behind in this specific skirmish that you're seeing on the screen. So that's kind of what gave Wildcard already this early lead. No access to that Stormbreaker means, well, it's not as easy to fight as a Volibear. So that's how things kind of started off early on there. And plus, you got to give some credit to Bradley playing the Twisted Fate, even though we don't see that often in North America as a whole, whether it's LCS, Amateur, Academy, like it is not played a lot, but he still had a great game on it. To make matters crazier, he went Ignite Electrocute, which is the I'm going to kill you build. And that's going to bring us right into the next part here with the U.GG scouting report.
Ooh, looks absolutely beautiful on Twisted Fate, the man himself. Yo, Beat, talk to me about this TF pick, bro, because it was kind of spicy.
Yeah, it doesn't have the highest of pick rates, and like again, it's not a very popular pick, whether it's solo queue or in organized play as a whole. But if you do manage to find success on it, if you find these angles to get good destinies off, you can have a lot of macro potential there for the team here. And we saw Bradley do that. All of his ultimates were fantastic, except for maybe the one that Manny's going to talk about very soon. But aside from that one, you see the solo dolo coming out in the mid lane. Like, Bradley had a good game, all things considered.
I mean, seeing it across the board here too, although not really bad very often, right? But like you were mentioning, North America, definitely not the most prime pick for major for mid laners. But if you're comparing it to like much more other global offensive type mid laners like the Galio or even a Nocturne pick sometimes, right? I think TF offers a little bit more of the interesting side, although not as much of a kill pressure on him. But still, the utility, the roaming potential. If you just take TP, suddenly anything is possible, which we saw go on throughout the game. Now, although Wildcard seem to be in control, one thing you can do to make sure that you're always in control is to go on U.GG for all your League of Legends needs. Well, U.GG has the profiles with your LP per game. The site with the best data for builds and runes now has the best data for profiles too. Make sure to go to U.GG for your next segment or for anything you got going on in the League of Legends heart, bro. Your next game, whatever is in your heart, I'm sure you will find it on that website. But you want to know what else is in my heart here, guys? Want to know what else I go in and dig deep inside and what I think about? Is how Wildcard had it, Manny. They really did. And then they decided, what if we just coin flip the game?
Yeah, bit of a heart attack for them. I'm pretty sure U.GG as well also recommends you buy a jungle item at the start of your game. But anyway, going into the replay, they start to throw it all away here. And we talked about the good destinies. This one was a little bit less than good for a couple reasons. So Wildcard Red, they've just taken the tower mid lane. They've got a bunch of kills, and they really, really hard force an overdive on this play here. And it was kind of just something they didn't need to do. They were well in control of the game. They were up about 5,000 gold. Zeus Gaming was just letting them stack dragons and take towers. They had gold in all the right places. Bradley had his solo kills. There were a couple solo kills for Brandini as well in the top lane, and Arrow was rolling in the bot lane too. They were winning every single lane. They did not need to be diving the Akali under that tier 2 tower. And there was another fight earlier as well where they dove the Braum mid lane that they didn't need to do. And Wildcard, they allowed Zeus to sort of stabilize the game, and it got really dicey, especially when it got towards those Baron fights, as we're about to see here. And this is really weird for Wildcard, because they're a team that prides themselves on their very good communication, and this looks like a very split call, because Winston here goes back and forth, doesn't know what to do. He just kind of decides to sort of run forward, then flash sideways out of the pit, and he dies, while the rest of the team tries to chase down Tuesday. He really should have just flashed over that wall immediately to run him down. And despite Bradley and Arrow's kind of heroics here on the backline to salvage a couple kills, it really looked like Zeus were going to turn this game around, and they'd completely thrown their lead. But they were able to bring it back, obviously, at the end of the game, despite the sort of fumbling of the mid game, right?
Yeah. That was a huge thing, just like you mentioned, right? Although there were a fair amount of fumbles and tumbles from Wildcard, Zeus actually, for a couple of seconds there, really had it back. Although they weren't ahead in neutral objectives or even stationary ones, be able to take Baron or many towers either. If they weren't able to coin flip that Baron, if they were able to maybe get a couple more dragons back, and we might have seen a very different result. But ultimately, how things started is how they ended.
Right, and how things started again was with Wildcard in control. The thing is, it was even referenced on the cast by Rebel. They had a really strong team fighting composition. You give Arrow the space to start dishing out this damage. He's at 3, almost 4 items towards the end of the game. He does so much damage, and because you still have that global threat of the Twisted Fate in this somewhat even gold state, the margin for error for Zeus is so very small, and we saw it towards the end. It was an ultimate from Radley that ended up kind of knocking over this house of cards, if you will. You get the catch out here, and the fact is you have Tuesday, excuse me, who is out in the side lane, and you can see it, the Destiny comes through, and this is the beginning of the end. It falls apart. You're not looking to fight necessarily, you're just looking for damage control, but Wildcard Red just steamrolled them in this last fight.
Yeah, and it was slightly worrying too here, because you can kind of still see the way back in for Zeus until the very end here, right? Because Arrow does hit critical mass on this Aphelios, but like something we looked at like coming into this draft is like, oh hey, there's actually not a lot of protection here for the Aphelios. Normally you want to, bring something like a Thresh, something like a Braum, but they didn't have that. They had the Nautilus. They basically indexed all the way in on getting ahead, and they were able to do that despite the the issues they had in the mid game, and I think that's something that was really impressive.
Yo, Matt, sticking with you for a second, I'm just curious about something. Now, I'm going to put you on a spot, so go ahead and take a deep breath and be ready for it. You ready?
Okay.
Okay, cool. If you're Zeus in that moment, you're in the mid game, you're right up against the Baron. You're thinking, or perhaps you're just setting up around it. You're just seeing Wildcard, coin flip 2 plays, you're back in, you're thinking, okay, maybe we can get this game again. What would you do going from that point? To make sure the game stays in control and you don't just lose it all in a second?
Well, I guess so they actually did wind up getting the Baron. That is an interesting part. But the thing is, a lot of their carries did get picked off on the way out by Wildcard. Maybe trying to bait that slightly better would have been a better way to do it. But I think they tried about as hard as they could. Tuesday got really, really, despite his rough start, was able to basically kill anyone he wanted to. I think it was the pick on him that he had that crazy play, but then also we saw it off camera, unfortunately, but he got picked off in the bot lane, and that's kind of what allowed Wildcard Red to grab that soul, and they used that to close out the game, not the Baron. So I would say, I guess, just tightening up those small little plays and being able to sort of play on the knife's edge, just that little bit better, I think could have delivered them this game.
Mm-hmm. All right. We sticking with you on this. Look, because I don't necessarily want to talk about the game right now. What I want to talk to you a little bit about is picks. What you think about this Trundle pick going up against the Viego? Because I'm personally confused about it. Look, don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan of the Troll King. I am a huge fan of Trundle, but in fact, I used to play him a stupid amount topside, and I find that he was actually quite good going into 2 different tech matches. But I find up against the Viego, you're not being able to do much, because if you look at the post game too, like, you did a fair amount, but I find that he didn't have the impact that I would want her to have going throughout the game.
Yeah, I think part of the idea ends up being when you're dealing with the tanks on the enemy side, Trundle obviously, of course, looks a lot better because of that subjugate. Early lane into the Viego, things looked all right for Alorum. To be quite honest, he had some pressure. He had some semblance of shove. It just seems like there wasn't a whole lot else they could do about it. In the isolated 1v1, that's not something ideally you're really looking for as Alarum anyway. But because of how these team fights went and how Wildcard Red won, they team fight really well, and 2, their comp is built for that specifically. It makes it harder to have more of an impact than this Viego, because Viego, the second you get a single kill and the resets start coming through, then it's a lot harder for you to have that value you're looking for. But you got to give some credit to Alarum. Some fights that didn't look good for him were partially because of catch-outs he did, using that pillar to be able to try and isolate people. That's actually what happened to Winston in that Baron fight, man. He broke down.
Yeah, it looked a lot tougher, or it looked a lot less tough by the end of the game than it actually was. He had a rough time in lane, but of course that was because they lost that early skirmish. He got ganked a couple times. People were coming and diving his tower to top lane, and he was able to turn that around and profit off of that, obviously. But he was obviously put in a hole early game, so it's kind of hard to tell in a vacuum how good that matchup is just because of how much attention went top lane. The only other thing I have to offer on this is that he auto-attacked disturbingly fast on the Trundle.
Yeah, he did. When he took that 3rd dragon, I was uncomfortable.
It's definitely sent shivers down my spine, but that is why his club is called Bone Shiver. Thank you very much. That is my one part of the day that I do get. Y'all can go ahead and hang your head in shame. I don't know, Manny tired of me right at this point. I get it. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, production. Let me see. Yeah. Thanks, bros. Appreciate that. I do want to say that just quickly, my final bit on the Trundle thing, although maybe not top lane, I do find his resurgence will definitely come back in the support role, and I'm just seeing a lot more challenge junglers playing it. Just recently, I've seen Winter from Resolve has been spamming in his solo queue, and it's said to be a free win. Now, don't necessarily quote me on this. I'm just saying really how I see it. So those pillars are quite annoying. But right now, Wildcard is looking a little bit more annoying, a little bit more persistent. No, Manny, sticking with you for a couple of seconds, though. And we're talking about what Zeus Gaming could have done for Wildcard on their end, right? Do you find that even without the coin flip plays, the game would have lasted that long?
I think that, well, actually, so first thing, it's kind of funny. Rhino has also been playing that in solo queue. Started off well, didn't have a super good thing. He got blocked by Tarzan. There was a bit of a thing on the.
That's a point of pride. Let's be honest.
But anyway, people getting blocked by Tarzan aside, I think Wildcard had that game won, and they kind of got really, really, really close to throwing it away. I think the game could have been closed out really cleanly because, like I mentioned earlier, at that point, they had it all. The Aphelios was rolling. The Twisted Fate was rolling. The Viego was rolling. Like, everyone was doing well all the way across the map. They had the dragons, but they lost out on those topside plays, allowed Zeus to get some Rift Heralds, get the gold rolling again, and that was kind of what cost them in the mid-game team fights. They were able to bring it back later, but yeah, definitely could have been a lot cleaner than it was.
Now, Beat, on your end too, I know you are the Zeus fan here too. Are you scared of your predictions at all?
I mean, my prediction was 3-1, so technically I'm still doing pretty good.
Okay, man. Look, pretend Manny isn't here, all right? Look,
okay,
it's just you and me here, bro.
Talk to me.
Look at my eyes, okay? Hey, fan. Bro, I know you're bummy. I know you're actually terrified currently about me being right yet again. I know the prediction king, bro. You just get trounced over and over. So
really,
let the people know. Know that you're not that.
I'll
guy.
message J2 right now. I'll get the image. You think I won't? Say I won't.
Yo, just let people know that you're not that guy, pal.
All right. No. I'm that
pal.
part of the TikTok where it's like, are you the guy? Absolutely.
No,
that's the part of TikTok I am.
You're not that guy,
right,
pal.
Hold that thought. Messaging J2 as we speak.
Is it safe for me to come out?
You can come out. It's okay, Manny.
It's okay.
Mommy and Daddy are just having a discussion. Everything's fine.
Yeah, we're okay. Nothing's happening. Don't worry. We're still staying together.
Yeah, of course.
But until all that happens here, though, and while Beat Nice, the Multi relationship calms down a little bit, we're gonna throw it over to our. I mean, wait, hold on. Actually, wait. You know what, guys? I'm gonna hold you hostage for a little bit longer. Beat, remove yourself from the situation, man. I want to talk to you, man.
Okay.
Man, let me just talk to you for a second. Yeah, okay. Yeah, look, I know we were having a bit of trouble before, but like going to your end. You and I with a prediction, but we're actually so solid right now. Like Wildcard, like these guys are like absolutely undefeated, bro. Like there's no way they can get any better. And considering like Zeus right now, they're looking a little bit shaky. I'm thinking this is just a fluke, right? Like Wildcard has this in the bag, don't they?
I mean, they did win the first game, right? Now, keep in mind, we did, I believe, also both predict Cloud9, and they are currently losing on Risen Esports. Although I picked the 3-1, so at the very least, there's some wiggle room for both of us there. I think you went 3-2, so I think we're both feeling good about this so early into the day.
I definitely don't feel too bad about it. Like you were saying, to be fair, Maryville did take like a 25-minute game against C9, which is bonkers. Might I add you, because looking back at the game a little bit, which is by the way going on Risen Esports, check that out if you have some time, support some of our fellow casters, right? Right now, I believe production is calling me. Hey, production, how you doing? What's going on? Love to see you guys' faces again. By the way, B, you can come back in the frame. It's like I feel like you should join DeFi Me conversation. We need you.
Oh,
here,
hey,
man.
What's up? Yeah, I'm here. What's
hey,
up?
man, you doing good? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm chilling. Just drinking some water, yo.
Okay. Oh, hey, they got me a present.
Here's
gloves.
Your present.
Put them up for just a couple of seconds. Thank you all. I am now ready to fight any cap.
You gotta put the hood on. You gotta put the hood
on. Oh, you right. Hold on. I'm gonna take off my headphones like this. Okay.
It's perfect.
I'm ready. This is me.
Yeah,
I'm ready to go at it any day of the week, but y'all already know. Okay. Cool. Now I can actually hear you. Well, I can actually hear you. So that
All right,
means
Rob-
it is
Robbie.
time for our cast.
Yes, that's right. No,
real
no,
quick,
you
what
got
is
it. Actually, no, we're good.
Oh,
we're
I
good.
got it? Okay.
Yeah, you got
Because
it.
I believe it is time to kick it over to our wonderful, patiently waiting casters, Rebel Fox and Mazel. Take us in a game number 2. No more fighting from now on. Just peace.
Welcome back to the caster desk, everyone, here at the Risen Champions League semifinals matchup between Wildcard Red and Zeus Gaming. We did have a little bit of time between the games, just had to make sure all the players were ready to go. But Rebel, that game 1 was really back and forth, like a game of dodgeball a little bit. But Wildcard Red were able to slam it home in the end with some decisive team fighting. How do we see Zeus coming back into this series, trying to get that leg up, trying to even it up here in this best of 5?
I actually really liked what Zeus did in game 1, being able to come down from that deficit. One of the biggest things is Wildcard Red's composition was one that was good with gold, and they gave them gold early. So even if you're getting gold back for yourself, you haven't done anything to slow down their advances, right? Which is why Wildcard Red was able to make that really decisive call and end up ending the game on what seemed like a decent play from Zeus, being able to trade one member for 2 full towers without any objectives to take across the map to say so. So I think in that regard, Wildcard, in this one was able to be decisive because they had that early advantage, partially due to the jungle, partially due to other reasons. But I think Zeus maybe doing a better job of just shutting down the win condition that is the side of what stage of the game they're in. Because in the early stages they played a top side, they knew Aphelios was scaling for late, and in that transition they lost the early game, knew that top side was going to be problematic, and Wildcard Red found one of the very last windows in the game where that powerful top side was going to be able to be exploited before you really had to rely on that 5-on-5. So in this one, shut down that gold advantage, shut down that early gameplay, and all of a sudden Zeus comes out of that powerful mid game with nothing but advantages and no power on the side of Wildcard to work with.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see the Trundle this time around, but it was looking pretty hot up there in the top lane for Alora. So we'll see what this second game is going to hold and what fruits it will bear, as we're going to be diving straight into it here and seeing what approach Zeus Gaming on the blue side this time around is going to take to this draft.
We will. We'll see whether anything's going to change, as immediately on blue side, Zeus Gaming is going to take Aphelios away out of fear that it's just going to go right back into the hands of the carry performance that was Arrow on that red or on the blue side previously. That's a champion
All
he's
the
been playing
ADCs.
ridiculous amount. Yeah, they're not willing to give anything over. They don't want to give anything to Arrow. They know that's their late game win condition. And honestly, if they don't have to worry about that, they're willing to take those 5-on-5 situations. So really wanting to remove the number one team fighting, point of interest from the equation on the side of Wildcard Gaming by taking away all of their stuff. Actually, Kalista not banned. It was the Thresh, making sure that there's nothing that's going to come through from the support here.
Yep, got to take the Thresh out. We have memories of Thresh, but as well as just Thresh as general champion right now, I feel like sets up so nicely for Wildcard Gaming and what they want to do, and especially that safety you can provide to Arrow, who is that carry. Still a lot of ADC focus like we saw in game number 1 from Wildcard Red, this time on the red side. Go with the name. But we do get the Gwen banned away this time. Not going to slink through the draft, as well as the Xin Zhao as the final ban for WCR.
Absolutely. We're getting the Nocturne is actually something we saw banned a lot of this weekend, and even in previous games, and very consistently. This Nocturne is just taken off the board, never allowed to see the light of day. Ironic. Well, put the laugh track in, please.
But that's like 2 in a row right there. I don't know if we can get away with this, Rebel.
It's pretty solid. Yeah, we're somehow we're still allowed to broadcast, even though we have things like this. But allowing the Nocturne to come through is interesting from both sides, only because we very rarely see this champion because of the triple flex potential between top jungle and mid lane. So for Zeus, they have a lot of interest and intrigue into what they're going for, but Wildcard Gaming really putting high priority on this Viego, making sure to get this champion almost certainly as a flex, but obviously I thought Brandini did fantastic work on that champion in just the last game alone.
All right, Volibear also going to be the dual lock-in there for Wildcard Gaming Red at least, and this time around taking Griffin's side of the jungle matchup and maybe looking to perform a little bit more in the early game, at least get involved early. But speaking of getting involved early, I would love to see something along the lines of this Diana or something else that can still get that dive potential with the Nocturne, but as well as provide that early game skirmishing for Griffin.
Yeah, Griffin is allowed to play a lot more, I think aggressively, not only in terms of like individual play, especially if you got lane support, which like Nocturne usually does provide, but also setting up multi-target plays and big skirmishes and wins around team fights is something big as well. Because again, when you think about the early game engine for the side of Zeus Gaming, oftentimes you think of Griffin being the one that really needs to find that success. In the previous game, it wasn't there for a number of reasons. But specifically, I think the Diana, so long as you don't have some of these disastrous early game or anything that's going to cause them a bunch of fits to begin the game, should be capable of doing quite a bit of work inside of these lanes and inside of all the other situations you're going to find yourself in, especially when you pair it with the Leona. That's a ton of CC to combine between two champions, a lot of range to work with as well. So not a ton of safety, especially with two melee champions from the side of Wildcard Red thus far.
And I was so used to the weekend that I was actually pointing. You can't see it on screen because my hands are too low, but I was pointing to some of these picks here because we gotten so used to working together in person over the weekend. The new lovers duo comes through for Zeus. They got the Leona, the Diana. I love it. You have a ton of engage range, but as well as a lot of follow up there with it. So very interested how that trio is going to work out for Zeus. But on the other side, we actually get to see the Rel locked in for Wildcard Gaming Red.
That we do. That's the response pick. I'm pretty sure almost 100% that Daption was one of the biggest Rel players back when Rel was really consistently being taken by a bunch of teams. So it doesn't shock me to think, okay, Daption wants to play this kind of forward fighting role, especially as like you throw that Magnet Storm on. It's a decent disengage option to pull multiple members that are going to win together, like the Diana, like the Nocturne, like the Leona. If you're able to use that Magnet Storm at the right time and deny engages from all three of them, it would be huge. And then you have this counter engage with the likes of Volibear, Viego, trying to get some of those resets coming through. It's interesting as a counter engage option here from the side of Daption.
And can I just say, Wildcard Gaming Red are so good. They're so good. And I know they banned out the same champions last time around pretty much. But to have the Sejuani band there to make sure that this 3 melee heavy CC composition, go at you, run at you, skirmish you composition isn't going to have that backup. And also the tried and true picks of Alorum not going to be there. I want to also focus the fact that we got Arrows Draven banned away and we got the TF banned against Wildcard Gaming from that last matchup.
There was a lot of control that Bradley had within that matchup. I do want to note Akali has slipped through all of the cracks and is still available right now, which means that like if Zeus wants it, it's another piece to this dive puzzle that could potentially come through. And you think if the Akali comes out, you have to have a champion that can follow it, whether it's Samira or Kai'Sa. Both of them would fit that bill very nicely. Instead, Wildcard Red Gaming, they say, no, we're not giving you Akali on top of the rest of this dive. It's just not going to happen. Instead, we're going to pick a champion that's able to do on the other side, maybe go for some of that counter play after your engage comes through, which is what prompts now Zeus Gaming to go for Sylas. Really good if it gets going inside of this duel up against the likes of things like this Akali.
I'm just going to take a moment here that we got counterpick ADC for Arrow. When has this happened in recent memory, Rebel? Because this never. I love this for Wildcard Gaming. I do also like the combo picked up by Zeus, though. They got Sylas, a lot of versatility in that pick, as we all know, and Kai'Sa, the perfect tag along to this dive comp.
One of the biggest things is also that like this is massive comfort for the side of Raheem. Raheem played so much Kai'Sa in the previous Proving Ground splits that it's not shocking at all that they would go to something like this. With all this dive, they definitely needed a champion who could match it, and Kai'Sa is one of the perfect ones because you have a number of targets repositioning in a couple of different ways between the E's and the ultimate coming through as ways to play. And Wildcard have really gone a different direction where they're saying, okay, you have some engage with like Volibear and with Rel, but not all of it is necessarily just full fight forward. Some of it's in like you push Shroud and you pick your moment as the Akali, the Ezreal can kite backwards, that kind of thing, and it allows so much more defensive style of play inside of a team fight than what we had seen in previous games from Wildcard.
And I think that still plays into what they like to do, what they want to play towards, right? Ezreal's ridiculous, right? We saw him banned so much in the land this weekend because he has this insanely versatile build that you can go now that has so much damage to follow it up. We saw so many times where the fight looked said and done, but then you see an Ezreal off on the side still getting kills and taking down people when you think it's all over. And I want to see what Arrow can perform like on this pick and see how that kind of early game works out against a very potentially oppressive lane with the Kai'Sa and
And it's another option here for Wildcard Gaming where they say, okay, we have powerful jungler who can either go into the bottom side with a Rel and really get this gold advantage going for Arrow on Ezreal, something you know is going to be beneficial for the entire game and into the team fighting phase, or play towards your Viego and Akali, two champions that can absolutely snowball ahead, as we just saw in the previous, where Brandini went off on the Viego. If it weren't for a Trundle sitting across from him in the side lane, probably would have done a lot better. But then also the Akali in the mid lane that can take over fights. We saw exactly that from just Tuesday in the previous game as well. A couple of those very fantastic highlight rail plays that did quite a bit of work. And now on the other side, Zeus has some lanes that like they can compete with those. But this does feel like maybe Wildcard Red with the Volibear can definitely get some work in across the map compared to what Griffin will be able to bring on Diana. I almost feel like we're not going to see much interaction because they're going to be so busy ganking anywhere on the map, reflective to the opposite.
Yeah, I think so too. And that early pathing is going to be super crucial. Also, I'm just going to say it one more time. That's it. I promise you, this is the last time I say, Winston, get items. I promise you, it works out. Anyways, but the early game is going to be interesting with these two junglers. I still think the focus for this bot lane is where we want to see for the later game. But the top trio for both these teams is so ridiculous. There's so much snowball potential across the board for both of them.
Yeah, this bottom lane, I feel as though we're going to get left alone quite a bit. I feel as though we're going to see a lot of roaming from the combination.
It's later.
Of
it's when we really need them to shine.
Yeah, later on, the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal will become a lot more important. But we're moving away from like a bot side focus where it feels like maybe resources aren't going to be poured there. And we are really getting into this very kind of volatile top lane where it's like, okay, who's dueling who's got one extra auto attack or two extra auto attacks into a minion, who got their Q to hit backline minions and the champion instead of just one or the other in place. Those little tiny decisions make so much of a difference inside of a laning phase when you start these first 3-4 levels, when you're talking about these scuttle crab fights for the solo laners to support their jungler. And especially when it's like Diana up against Volibear, where Volibear is so hard to take on in these very early levels. You need that support coming out for Griffin so that he can continue going. Otherwise, you really have to try to design a game plan as Zeus for your level 1 to make sure that Diana is going to be perfectly comfortable on that first clear, making sure to stay safe, stay away from the Volibear until that yanking becomes a lot more viable, or until those fights start to break out and that Moonfall does a lot more.
I just see level 6s, and I know you can say what you want about ultimate abilities if they're important or not, but level 6s in this game is going to be really important. I think that's where we're going to see the turn on of the aggression, at least from Zeus Gaming. It obviously ties into how they want to play. They have all those coming online at level 6, but it's about that early moment, right? It's about getting to that level 6 without giving up too much around the map. We saw so much map control as well come out from Wildcard Gaming earlier in the game. And yes, they fumbled in mid game, but that early advantage, that soul, everything that came along with those early picks and things, it all made it so much easier for them to execute in the later parts.
It gave them that option to really take that aggressive play at the end to close out the game. And if it weren't for that, there could have been a massive difference. So again, another early game plan like that, where you got this late game index into what is the Ezreal and Arrow, and an early game play towards your top side is a play that we've seen. Well, now Wildcard very clearly have shown that they're doing it again for game number 2. It looks like, and now it's up to Zeus, who is like, okay, they got swap sides, they got their picks of champions being on blue, their strategies coming together. How well can they counteract that? How well can they try to aggress against this mid game? How well can they shut down the early game that's coming out, denying that gold and denying those resources to make that decisive play to finish the game, or just not make those mistakes in the first place? Because Zeus are the ones that they can clean up their earlier phase. They can clean up that one fight that they lost that ended up kind of losing the game for themselves around some of the vision that they lost around it. So it feels like Zeus has a lot more to improve upon from that first game than Wildcard Red did, and Wildcard Red playing the same composition gives, I think, a striking point for the side of Zeus Gaming. I almost expect to call this a 1-1, barring anything else, simply off the fact that Wildcard Red didn't make much of an adaptation, and Zeus has so much effort to work for, but it does require them to have made those changes in that kind of off time.
Yeah, you have to make quick adjustments. And it is the best of 5, so not as quick as you would in a best of 3, like we saw a lot of this weekend. But you still have to make those strides forward, because you lose this game, now you're in one of those you're in best of 1s, right? You lose one game, you're done, you're out. You lose your qualification there potentially as well. So I think this game is a really statement game for Zeus. They need to come out swinging. Griffin needs to have a good early game. They need to have that synergy on point because of that style of composition they've gotten together. You hit that go button, I better see everybody going forward.
I agree. And also watch as Wildcard Red just completely throws out the top lane and they say, okay, we're putting everything into Ezreal on the bottom side and we're just going to work through Arrow out of nowhere. And Zeus just gets completely caught off guard. They're like, oh, what happened? And Whiplash just cost them another game. They're trying to figure out what the game plan is from Wildcard Red. But I like what they've designed so far. I think their team fight looks pretty good. I love all of the combination of dive. I think really playing to Alarum could also be helpful for them as well. Denying the Viego, but also accessing the Nocturne. I've seen people carry on that champion ridiculously hard. It's got insane win rates in multiple lanes. It is really good right now. And there's a reason why it doesn't get through very often. The reason why I was first picked and put into this top lane gives Alarum a very good chance to really try to aggress against these lanes and be a carry for his team.
And the thing for me is like the burden of execution on both these teams is really high, right? And I'm going to be a little bit of a Debbie Downer here for the side of Zeus Gaming, right? We have seen so many times, where you don't get ahead on Diana, you don't get ahead on the Nocturne, and it just doesn't work out. Like you can find later game decisions where with this composition, like even if you go down in the early game, if you have that decision making, you can really pull something off that's beautiful. But you're looking across the board at a very stacked lineup with a lot of meta champions that are thriving right now. And that burden of execution for me is more so on Zeus, even though there is on Wildcard Red. You need to be getting everything that you can in the early game. You need to be putting the pressure up on Winston so he doesn't feel comfortable on this Volibear.
I think that's right. I think attacking Volibear is correct in this one. My hardest part about this entire game, but above everything else, is how do you dive on Ezreal? Because you've got Nocturne to do it. You've got, Silas can find a flank, Diana can find a flank, Leona can find some damage with a Solar Flare, with an E, something like that. But it is not the easiest thing to stick to an Ezreal even after a dive. So if you put all of your damage into making sure that Arrow's going to go down, but your top side has been doing fine, has enough gold to carry a fight, then you've wasted all your resources. All of a sudden, the fight starts to flip without Ezreal.
This comp against Frozen Heart is not going to have a good time. I'm just telling you that right now. I might not have the biggest brain, Rebel. You have that honor here in this caster desk, but Frozen Heart is insane against this composition, and we could see that build come out from Arrow, but we are going to be getting into game here. Finally, had some technical difficulties, but we are here. Game number 2 is kicking off here. Can Zeus Gaming make this a 1-1 series, or do Wildcard Red push us to game point?
I'd very much like to see here Zeus Gaming cut off any gold resources to bottom lane. Not only using like resources to maybe put down Arrow, who, notice if you will, has cleanse on this Ezreal, knowing just how important it is not to get dove, not to get CC'd, but also to make sure that nothing is going to go into his pocket this game. Don't give him over tower go. Don't give him the Rift Herald opportunity. Shutting out those resources to the Chariot player is really going to do quite a bit to make sure that this 5-on-5 team fight, it almost opens up your ability to play front to back if you've got the Ezreal down in gold, down in that kind of respect, rather than going for a dive, which is kind of difficult to execute. Look at all these wonderful animals around the Rift. Mr. Mizzell,
I just feel appreciative of this because I am a big animal person, and we're on a little safari right now. We're going through the jungle. We're seeing, there's a snail.
Yeah, I got a picture of a snail on my wall right behind me, too.
Oh, man, the synergy is already on point.
I know. We're loving our observers showing us all the wonderful animals that we love to see around the Rift. Thank you so much, observer.
It's same price, everybody. Same price. Round of applause. No early shenanigans so far. We are getting opposite side starts, it does look like, from the jungle pathing, so I do like that option as well. We get the final piece to the puzzle here in the animal kingdom.
What do you mean? He hasn't even flexed the other ones. He missed the one in the base. He missed the one in the jungle. He missed the duck.
Oh,
my God.
So many changes. Oh my God! Why you gotta call him out like that?
This is like the second half.
There was a big old bus coming down the highway, and you just threw Sam under there.
He's an expert. Yeah. It's
no! Now you're gonna make him go get it. All right?
No. You're not listening. You're not listening. See, the thing is the animals go away, so you can only hit so many of them so fast. I don't want to give people whiplash by like clicking around the map as fast as possible.
Go!
Looking at all the animals.
But we got serious things going on, all right, y'all. No more animals, no more safari. We're into the wild kingdom of Summoner's Rift, and Zeus Gaming need to find this win. Yes, it's a best of 5. Yes, they've got time, but after that first game and after the hope that they gave us on the desk, us on the caster, to come back into that one, it's stinging a little bit, and they want that revenge here in the second game.
I was gonna make some sort of like zoo joke with Zeus's name, but I decided I was above that, and that if I made another one, I was gonna get kicked off broadcast.
You already got your one today.
I know,
right?
this is my
Stop.
problem, so I'm gonna deny myself that one instead of anything else. So just pay attention to junglers for a moment, because what you saw right here was a bit of a top side clearing into bottom side now for the Diana, who's going in for a full clear, who's working through, I think, a little bit slower than Volibear at the moment,
Yeah.
which is interesting, because that means that Winston with red buff may be able to look for something, but I think push from Alarim bottom a ward in that tri-brush, and it's going to spot out because he's skipping Krugs. Alarim's going to see that right now and able to get away. That's really important. That early push from Nocturne was able to get him potentially out of this game. Yeah, look at that. He
I'm
might be able to get away.
wondering. You get the flash though out of Alorum, so that's kind of nice for the side of Wildcard Red to get something early, but nice movement at least from Alorum to not give over that first blood. That could have potentially been such a bad case for them.
Oh yeah, I mean, if that
He doesn't have flash and he's going back now though.
Yes, he is.
I don't know about this. The spell shield's gonna dodge out the stun though. Nicely done by Alorum. Yet again, second time in a row. He says, "You guys are cheeky, but not cheeky enough."
Now getting absolutely bullied. Big thing. Okay, Silas TPing mid is pretty big. I wonder if they want to contest topside scuttle, because at this point, Diana has the 2-camp advantage, and Tuesday should be able to push into Bradley relatively well, but they can't cross in front of this because the wave's just too far out, which is kind of unfortunate. I thought they were going to move Silas and immediately Diana into topside and just try to abuse. Instead, they're going for a mid play.
Oh, Bradley!
Bradley's
down. First blood for Griffin.
Wow, really good stuff. That's some adaptation right there. Again, I'm really convinced that the plan right there was to go into topside and find themselves a contest against that topside scuttle into Volibear. But instead, they adapt. They say, okay, that's not going to work. Instead, we're going to push into Bradley because Bradley's too far out. If he had backed up and let them go into topside, he wouldn't have been under threat. Maybe you have to move away the Volibear, give up the double scuttle. But instead, Bradley's the one who ends up costing, or at least them being the subject to that play. Really good stuff from Zeus. Very quick on their feet right there.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. And Zeus already up in a lead early on in this game. We said, when I see Griffin active, there we go. We get exactly what we wanted for. He's listening to the script here, but it's going to be a little bit of a lull in the action. You still have a lot of push across here in the bot and top for Wildcard Red, meaning that maybe we actually do get to see Griffin go towards top lane next, because Brandini is hovering around there. But I think that's just going to be a bit of a path forward bonus to get a reset off, get a resemblance on the map of themselves, and find where they really want to attack next.
I need to see. I think Nocturne was like setting up a freeze right there, which is kind of difficult because of your passive, but Alarim's going to attempt to do it into the likes of the Viego, only to get back some CS to make sure that you can recover from what was that early pressure coming out. Yeah, it's kind of soft right here, and eventually I think it's going to end up being a slow stack and only one more wave. Thankfully, that minion didn't walk into tower range, because that would have been just miserable losing it off the back of a tower shot right there. Yeah, I think on this next one, he's going to have to stack with his minions. That's going to go into Brandini. So what I want to see right here is, right now, Griffin is working. Oh, Tuesday went in for a bit of an exchange. He's got level 6, which is important, but of course, Winston's kind of covering the area. I want to see right now Griffin basically beeline up towards topside to maybe play on the pushing power that Nocturne's going to have in a second. If that freeze doesn't end up breaking, it ends up being a slow push, just to make sure Winston can't punish the flash that's been gone. Yeah, you see the wave is right now a little bit bigger for Alarim, able to work, and the back had come through from the Diana, so you can't really cover that lane, although Winston's stepping away. This would be an opportunity right here after this camp for Winston to try to abuse the fact that Alarim's flash is down.
Can get the twice as nice here for Wildcard Red if they can get a punishment onto Alorum, but we do have level 6s coming up plenty here across the map. It does look like Zeus Gaming are taking first movement onto the Dragon here, at least the Dragon area, by taking the Scuttle for Griffin, and having priority in bot lane, make sure they do that safely. While we did see on the other side of the map, Winston was looking for a little bit of something, as you were alluding to, but not going to find it. I mean, he might still, actually. He's still heading up there.
He's spotted out, though, yeah.
He and Brandini are the power of friendship this game.
They're really trying to force on that top side. It's not going to work, though. The control ward is there, and Alarim knows. He's backed off his wave. He knows how this was supposed to operate, and what this did was open up bottom side, which is pretty impressive. So it's like the opening was there for Winston to try to aggress against the side of Alarim without flash. Knowing this, Alarim's probably just like, okay, when this slow stacks and pushes out, they're going to move Winston up to top side to aggress. and he's just not going to be able to find anything, right? He's not going to be able to find anything, and so you're able to take Dragon.
He's going to watch his blue buff go away.
No,
Oh, no, he
not.
steals it. Oh, Griffin. Not having not having the smite there. He's now going to get caught out by 3 members of Wildcard Red, and that will be the tie-up of kills, and Winston is the one that picks it up.
A little bit over aggressive there. They find the play with like the dragon on the bottom side because the Volibear isn't there, but because Winston wasn't able to find anything, you're not able to get it. I almost wish right there that Rhino would have committed very heavily trying to get that. Nice play from Daption, getting over the wall with the flash, using the W to cut off the escape angle, and then even better, like, you know, you're dead right here is Diana. Some would have tried to use their Moonfall maybe to put some damage into a number of members, especially the Ezreal, maybe to throw off and give an option for a bot side play, but instead just holding that one, knowing it could be useful here after the back is going to come through. So right there, I think it's Griffin getting punished just a little bit too greedy, not able to find the exact timing of Winston. They didn't have information of him on top side, only knowing that he was likely up there to try to punish what was the wave stacking with the flash, not able to find it, and that's why the dragon went over, but of course that's why this play kind of goes poorly. Does the Ignite bring down?
No. Tuesday's too good. It's not like the other way around.
He's
last
too
time,
good.
All right.
He outplayed that damage.
He outplayed it with the damage. Yeah. It was all mental calculations the whole time. I do want to, after we get a little bit of this tussle between Alorum and Brandini, I do want to talk a little bit about the Ezreal phase first. I find that really interesting. A little bit of tankiness with that tier as well, stacking up. Not the Sheen, though.
Yeah, interestingly. It's a lot more movement speed. Again, I think that's more safety, specifically for the likes of Arrow. If Daption wanted to start moving, those attacks do give him a lot more speed to work with, rather than having to use that E immediately. So it's something to maybe try to keep those tools under. Oh, actually, it's health now. I completely forgot they got rid of that movement speed passive. What am I doing? I am no longer a color caster. I've been fired.
You are no longer
Our
a
observer
color
just did me
caster.
in. Okay, Sam, you take over
Oh
as color
no!
and observer
It's
now.
for
We're still
throwing him under the
play-by-play.
bus earlier. He
I'm
came
back.
back to life as a Scion and just trucked you, man.
I guess
I'm
that's
sorry.
what's gonna happen. But that's interesting though, because again, without that movement speed buff, like trying to justify that is just saying, okay, I guess he gets some health back whenever he hits minions, which is useful.
Like
if they're
sustain,
trading
I guess.
aggressively. It is, but like you're not getting poked too much. You're likely to
Wait.
get instead. But
Wildcard Red do
Top
not
play.
want to let Zeus get this
Daption
Rift Herald.
kinda
They're actually going to take the fight. Daption's in some trouble here, though. Stormbringer on
That
top
was
of
big.
everybody. Tuesday uses his as well. And you have so much coming out from Zeus right now. They are split, though. And Bradley's very low, but he's still in a Collie. You still have Arrow at full health on the side. How many times have we already said this and talked about it over these last days, Rebel? Nobody can touch Ezreal's, and especially not Arrow.
oh my goodness, right there. Arrow was perfectly positioned to punish that fight, but man, no one else could Wildcard could really follow that up. It was very unfortunate because both teams got big AoE plays off immediately. I loved this from Daption to set up this ultimate from Winston that comes in. You'll see this. It's off the catch of Daption from Rhino, where they're trying to pour down this health bar, but unfortunately the Magnet Storm with the W come in and set up Volibear jumping in. Yes, you get the response with Silas as well, who kind of misses in that backline, and not quite enough damage to bring down Winston or Bradley, who are both insanely low. They get a bit of damage onto Brandini as well, so he's not able to continue. But again, the
Look
threat
at
of
that.
Ezreal on the right side is what's driving them back. And
And-
Tuesday, I think if you dive in, you can clean up 2-3 kills as Tuesday alone, but if you do that, you're really sacrificing the attempt for the Rift Herald, as Ezreal is just full health, and you don't want to give gold over to this Ezreal that is Arrows to win these team fights.
Yeah, and if you just have an extra little bit of gold, right, that's a huge cleanup there for Arrow. Speaking of cleanups,
Oh, wow.
Alarm does find Bradley with that spear. Tuesday's here as well. Perfect execution comes out from Bradley to get him out of dodge.
Yeah, really, really close to being a dive there. Daption was very low health was the problem. As soon as the fear under Bradley went off, you knew that that play was going to get risky very, very quickly. So instead, they just bail on that. Good on them to be able to get everybody out without burning too much of a summoner spell or anything of that sort. And it just means response push on the top side, getting a bit of punishment into Brandini, but not likely to dive to Diego. So back and forth a little bit. Daption's here to try to catch Tuesday on his way through. Can they get it?
Did have a lot of damage here, and the call down. Winston gonna take the kill. No, it's Arrow who uses the arcane shift forward, gets the angle, gets the kill.
man, as much as they really desperately want to try to shut out Arrow, they just cannot prevent him from getting a kill. Deep in the jungle right there, Tuesday, moves up a little bit greedily, but like you don't expect them to be on that Raptor pit. I know they were on that bottom side of the map. They had moved up previously, and he did see that all to happen, but he had no idea the timer they were going to be on to take that Raptor and sit in that. So just not expecting the play to come through. A bit of patience coming out from Daption, and the ability to take that camp also is up that bottom side. As now Tuesday's not here to contest. Alarum could, maybe catch Volibear here, but unlikely to take the dragon in time, yeah.
And I did want to highlight, we had that switch up of lanes, right? We've seen Alorum down here on the spot lane for a good while, and now you're getting the reset here from the bot lane of Zeus Gaming, where Raheem and Rhino are heading potentially back towards the spot lane and towards mid lane as well. And I find that these lane assignments are interesting while we're seeing Alorum try to take some extra little bits here in the enemy jungle with the rest of his team following up. We might get even more action. Bradley in some serious damage coming out from the rest of the squad of Zeus. Bradley just didn't expect it.
Very well played. Back had come through from other members here on the side of Wildcard after that dragon had taken, and so it was just an immediate invade knowing that they had the power to work with. Now, unfortunately, Griffin into the dire straits. They're going to have to fight their way out. How fast can Tuesday get here?
Oh, nobody can touch Arrow yet again. He's still on the side. Paranoia there. Big true shot barrage gets Arrow the kill, and he's still there. He's still putting in damage, and Heartbreaker's coming down from Brandini. They're going forward. Arrow, you are a monster. Triple kill for the ADC of Wildcard Red, and Bradley's wanting to finish off Tuesday. A little self-revenge here. Can he get him? Magnet Storm comes out, but it does not matter. Huge pickups for Wildcard Red.
The immediate kills coming out from the side of Zeus Gaming. They think they can control. They move in with multiple members. But again, without their dive going on to Ezreal this early on into the game, it's so easy for Arrow to just stand in the backline and accomplish just anything he wants, throwing in damage. The front line can't be burnt through quick enough from the side of Zeus Gaming. They don't have the damage quite yet. And so everything is just compounding on Arrow pulling every single kill. It doesn't matter. All of this game is an exact reverse like we were talking about. It's not a bunch of resource going to topside. It's Winston putting all of his eggs into the Arrow basket this game instead, where Arrow's going to be able to start carrying much faster than we saw in the previous game.
We're not getting any slowdown on the action here. And the key here is you do get the pullback for Griffin. You are able to get the kill on Diana, something that has been so crucial to this composition. And you have the Rift Herald now. You can potentially take this mid tower.
We want to see somebody, though, be able to match what it is that Ezreal's bringing to a fight, as well as Viego.
You have to find it.
Yeah, but right now there just isn't that here from the side of Zeus Gaming. So if all of their members are able to get enough gold, they're not down too much, only about 600. This tower's going to put them actually ahead a little bit of gold that's going to be coming through. But it's very big on both sides to be able to have somebody that's capable of carrying that gold a lot more spread out on Zeus.
And we're going to get a replay of the action. And here, this blue buff charade here, as there was so much potential there for Zeus, but it was a little bit of a back and forth situation where Arrow is still popping off on the back, and the follow-up just comes through from Winston and everybody as Brandini's like, go forward, we got the TPs, you got everybody coming in behind as well, and they're able to just wipe the rift.
They couldn't get their dive far enough in. I think right there, if Alarum was able to find a way to get that ultimate onto Arrow and put pressure into that backline immediately, if the Leona had been able to find that engage, maybe there was a chance there that Zeus actually pulls a bunch of this topside pressure, converts it into a very big advantage. But instead, because they just can't find the dive onto the right member, they couldn't force anybody down. They just get flanked on by everybody everywhere. Ends up being the kills that go over to both Arrow, and then also Bradley is able to. I think it was Viego who's able to secure it at the very end. But either way, I mean, it's plays that go to the side of Wildcard Red only because there is no way to actually stop the fight or to get onto the priority targets that Wildcard Red had set up in this Ezreal. We got to see that dive get a lot deeper. We got to see that Alarin can make his way and try to put pressure onto Arrow to make sure that he doesn't just get the free fire into these fights.
You've got to. And they have tools, right? Like we said, you have so many dive tools, but how do you get Arrow still? That's the thing. Like, the dive tools are supposed to be what gets Arrow, but they just can't.
No, they cannot. And it's tough because not only is it like the E and the flash, he's also got like the cleanse that comes through. I wonder if Mikhail's ever comes out from Taption just to make sure there's no CC to come out. But with the self-peel tools already, and especially with 4 kills, you know for a fact that especially once defensive itemization with that like the combination of Maul Mortius and Frozen Heart that really has come around for Ezreal players recently as being that defense that gives you a bunch of ability to play very offensively and aggressively with your positioning, that he's going to be doing so very quickly because the rest of his team can respond so well to aggression as long as he's got those self-peel tools on that front line. So you're either taking damage from Ezreal on front line or you're diving into him, he's escaping, and the entire enemy team's going to be jumping right back into you. You got to be ready for that situation as well. So right now, I feel like there's no response to this Ezreal pick at the moment, the way it is and how strong it is at this exact instance in time, barring just a fantastic engage from like Diana and Nocturne, and if they're able to layer Kai'Sa on top of that.
And can I just shout out the 3 Divine Sunders there on the side of Wildcard Red?
Oh, yeah.
Very popular item amongst the squad here for them. But they are going to be starting up this dragon. Will be the second dragon of the game for them. First of the Mountain Soul Dragons. That's going to give them that leg up in the neutral objectives.
That it is. And Zeus Gaming trying to pull gold off the rest of the map right now. You have like Alarim who's going to push out this bottom lane with 4 members potentially to come down here. Alarim is going to spot them out.
They're
on that
all
board. He's gonna
pinging
get back
him.
to the tower.
Yeah, they got a lot of members down here, and they still have Stormbringer available too if they want to take them. True Shot Barrage came across the bow, but Paranoia comes out as well. Ooh, that was so close to Brandini dying to the tower, but he doesn't, and it's a clean pickup by Wildcard Red.
Made a mistake right there taking that soul, because if you just walk out, it breaks tower aggro immediately. But they made the change to Viego where like if you're taking that soul, it doesn't make you immune to tower aggro.
It's broken.
Continuing. Yeah, because it was disgustingly broken, right? And instead forces the flash out because you go deeper taking that one. Again, the gold trade is there though, because they get both top lane towers and they're going to get a Rift Herald charge onto the top inhibitor tower as long as they're up to. No, they're not going to actually push for it right here. They're going to give that up potentially as Brandini should be able to get that
sticking around. Okay, I was going to say Griff.
there.
Yeah, Griffin needed to stop
really
that back.
Trying to make worse
He is,
though.
because he's trying to bait Griffin in, I feel like, here. Brandini going in. Now they have the TP. That's going to be Alorum joining the fight, but how quickly can he do so? Bradley's on to Tuesday. Tuesday's down. Bradley on the Akali is doing some serious work right now. About to pick up a triple, trying to do his best arrow impression as Alorum going to take down to the Shuriken.
Oh my goodness, across the map now, Wildcard is able to pull gold as well. Ezreal is just able to focus down that bottom tower. They don't even need him for this fight to go through. Right there, it's Tuesday trying to get that crash of Rift Herald. Then they say, okay, maybe we can bait the fight with the TP, take 3 members into this one, but it just does not work because they're not strong enough right now. Brandini's super strong. They got 4 members here or 3 members here. Bradley's very quick. And the biggest part is like Tuesday provides no damage. There's nothing that comes out from Griffin because like the Moonfall just isn't available because of the mana loss. It was a back attempt from Griffin before this had even started because there just was not the ability to turn and fight. And after the Qs and things come through, you don't have the ability to take that Starfall. And all of a sudden, everything falls apart because you've got 2 members that really can't do that much in the fight with a TP'd Alarim who's trying to capitalize on 3 full health, full resource members. It's just not going to work for you. As right there, Zeus, they found 2 top lane towers, found a gold advantage maybe to work on, thrown back to the side of Wildcard and onto Bradley, who are going to be able to use that in team fights alongside this powerful Ezreal. This is disastrous for Zeus.
It definitely is, and you're not getting that big advantage you wanted to have with this type of composition where you can pick the fights. You're the one streaming for it. You're the one choosing who is going to die. They have to pick and choose their fights, and it hasn't been going well. And a lot of them that they've been choosing, or at least the ones that Wildcard have been choosing for them. And now you have a little bit of a lull in the action, just sub 2.5 minutes for another dragon here, but you just gotta find gold. You gotta find picks here for Zeus because things are starting to get dire. As you said, Ezreal is not gonna stop. Ezreal at all. Akali is gonna get worse. Viego is gonna get worse. Like the whole composition is just becoming such a powerhouse right now.
That it is. Now, if Wildcard continues to play side lane like this does open up for like Nocturne to accomplish some tasks, and for those pickoffs, like you said, what a scouting ultimate there.
Yeah,
right
that
there,
was
because
really
you
nice.
have 4 members readily available, and that's Arrow just with some.
Wait, Wildcard Red. Arrow's still getting some shots over here. Yeah, they got the engage. Wombo combo here. No true shot barrage to come across from Arrow, but Arrow's still full health on the back line. He's going forward with the arcane shift, and everybody's falling for Zeus Gaming. Wildcard lose 2, but they still have their crucial members as Arrow is ruthless on this Ezreal.
Absolutely. It looked okay there because they're shutdown gold and such to come out from the side of Wildcard. And so Zeus gets a couple of those shutdowns, gets one onto Hirihine. Importantly, I was like, okay, maybe there's a chance that this ends up being all right for them. Dapshi gets an amazing engage. Bradley gets onto the back line. But Winston's ultimate was a little bit shorted. But you allow this damage to actually still come out. Raheen has to ult out the back of the fight, but it's okay because nobody's getting damaged on the front line yet. Nobody's there to actually respond. And so Zeus ends up going 2 for 2 at the beginning end of this fight. Raheen's able to find a kill right here. And it's like, okay, if it breaks right now, there's probably not much of a Baron attempt because long Raheen backs, but this Flash E coming out right there from Arrow, very aggressive to find this pick, opens up Baron. It's just going to be free for them to take. They've got 2 frontliners, an insanely powerful Ezreal, and that's where the fight really ends up breaking completely, is their ability to find that last pick against that member here from the side of Zeus Gaming. Now with Baron buff and everything else, 3,000 gold lead on the horizon from Wildcard. Next Dragon's almost certainly theirs with pushing power from Baron. It's really looking dire for Zeus at this point.
The scariest part here is we've laid out the entire series so far. Arrow is who they put the resources in. This is who they pick for. They saved counter pick for him in this matchup, in this second game. They need to find how to shut him down, and this is how they can find it. Moonfall comes down. They're able to get the Ezreal, but Abel is not going to be enough here. Maybe no Wildcard Red are getting obliterated. The resets are not there, and you have to survive as Bradley if you can. That's a triple. Can he go even further? There's no way Alorum is going to be able to clean that one up with the help of Tuesday after he picks up the kill. And what a crazy fight, but Zeus are right back in it.
They found the only engagement they could have to get them back into this one. But right there, it's Daption and Bradley again into the back line, not able to find it. And look, Arrow had burnt the flash. The cleanse gets burnt, still gets CC'd. And they find 2 members off the front end of this fight. Remember, there's still 3 members that are insanely fed. So Bradley and also Brandini on the top side were able to do quite a bit of work. Right here, Bradley with this Shroud, able to bring down Raheen, thankfully, during the course of this, which shuts out a little bit of the pressure they've got. But it still is a ton of gold back to the point of Zeus. And also the Dragon, which is going to stall out that soul counter right as we are praising the side of Wildcard Red for being so good in finding the right plays. That flash burnt in the previous fight to find the Baron buff, not being up for Ezreal, is what costs him his life in this fight, and it turns the game back so that Zeus is still competitive and still has an option to get in. Now their Baron buff spur too, so they don't even get anything off that.
And can I just shout out Tuesday, who has completed the Magi's, has 8 stacks out on it too. It's incredible to see that confidence come out in the right moments like that. And you're seeing so much back and forth now with these 2 teams. The lead is actually in favor of Zeus Gaming, albeit it's pretty tied up. I think it's like sub 100 gold right now. But to be able to say that for Zeus Gaming after what has happened in this game is incredible in itself.
It's miraculous, yeah. I think what you need to see is almost, again, I'm more of a fan of using Rel as a counter-engage champion in this composition, and so far Daption and Bradley have been very, gung-ho about what engages they're taking, because Daption's gone over walls, been completely away, and you can't follow that if you're Ezreal, because you're using your mobility to follow that, right? You can't use that defense that you've got as Ezreal to go offensively unless you're picking 1-2 targets, but if it's into 3-4 members, or members that are all around you, especially with, the closing speed of something like a Nocturne and like a Diana, it's really tough for Ezreal to find that perfect example of when to go in, when to use that E, things like that. And so Daption has now in the past 2 fights, I think both times, been punishable from the side of Zeus Gaming. They've been able to find that. Not that I'm putting it on Daption, more so that I think it's just a stylistic change. Daption's finding good engages, but what you need to do is find good counter engages instead to let your Ezreal really play defensively during the course of these fights. That's what's going to give you the better spacing, the better positioning for Arrow.
Speaking of defensive, he has finished the Frozen Heart as well. Meanwhile, Alorum picked up 2 towers on the bot side. While Wildcard Red were trying to make something happen top for themselves, they were able to get the tower, the 2nd-tier tower, but 2 of them fall to Alorum themselves. They also had, Zeus Gaming had gotten priority in mid lane, and you see the reaction from Wildcard Red. Send everybody down there, clear out the wards, make sure this area is safe, but they've already given up the gold to Alorum.
Immediately what you need to see off this back is Alarim heading mid lane, if not multiple members heading mid lane, because you see right now they're trying to push this down. Raheen actually turns out of this topside river, or this topside jungle quadrant from the side of Zeus Gaming, just to make sure that they have somebody here to catch this wave so they don't lose mid tower immediately. It's kind of difficult to have to deal with. Yeah, I was worried. They got to clear out vision and they got to hold this tower. I was concerned what was going to happen was they were going to force one to Raheen and get mid tower all at once from Wildcard Red, but it seems like they didn't full commit commit to this idea. Instead, it was just like Arrow, who was like, okay, I'm going to stand forward. Nobody's able to contest me. I can always just E backwards. I have flash. I have cleanse. I'm under no threat. But thankfully, Raheen's got enough wave clear, enough trading power where that wasn't really ever going to work for the most part. So thankfully, Zeus Gaming take a little bit of a sigh of relief, because right there, I think Wildcard could have definitely forced and found a bit of a play in that mid lane, but instead, it's not going to fall. They're not going to find too much. Raheen's able to breathe a little bit more softly tonight.
What's crazy to me is we've seen this kind of unfold in 2 games in a row, right, Rebel? Where early game, maybe not the best for Zeus Gaming. But mid-game, that's where they turn it on. That's where the decision-making comes through, and that's where the communication is really shining here. But Zeus Gaming, hoping it doesn't turn out like last game, hoping they can take the late game advantage, they can take the decision-making to the next level here and make sure they can tie up this best-of-5 semifinal.
That they can. Should be very good stuff from them. Zeus has been able to climb their way back in 2 games in a row now through this mid-game spike, which has been huge. This fighting is still difficult to access, though. Like you said, the burden of execution is really there to try to find these engages onto this Ezreal. Finding those is going to be exceptionally tough. It only gets more difficult the tankier he gets his too.
I know.
Like, Frozen Heart and things get through. It's even more of a challenge as that happens, but that's perfectly fine because you have multiple ways of engaging. It's about getting creative. These dragons aren't really in favor of Wildcard, so you don't have to force into the pit. You can kind of relax with this next one as long as you get a perfect play somewhere you can take an engagement. But if you don't, you still have one more dragon to play on before you have anything really significant you have to worry about right here. Rhino and Alarim potentially on a catch path.
When you walk into that bush, when you walk into that bush, there's 4 members there. You immediately turn around. Lorem forced the flash. Heartbreaker comes out. Lorem, he goes golden to dodge out the true shot barrage, but he's definitely going to go down. Paranoia to the back of the fight, but Bradley cleans up the kill. Tuesday had perfect execution of his own, but didn't want to risk his own life. And something I was going to say while you were talking that I was thinking, at least my brain was working before we get into this fight. Holy cow, Winston goes back in for the engage, though, as Stormbringer brings him back to healthy. And now you also have Bradley going forward. This is a little bit of a confidence play from Wildcard Red. They will back off eventually. Dragon is available. Tuesday was on their flank. They realize what could be happening here, and they'll back off.
I was really, really concerned right there. It was so hard for that to play out from Alarim as he got picked because it was out of invisibility, couldn't predict with the spell shield fast enough for the Viego stun, and that's what really did him in, was that Viego stun being able to force that out before he was able to get a flash anywhere significant. So very, very good props to Brandini, able to use that invisibility to, not quite enough there. That's a very tanky member. But yeah, it was Wildcard Red who was forcing a little bit, throwing their weight around a tad bit, but wasn't able to find anything. Again, it's not disastrous to lose this dragon. The kill didn't mean too much either because it wasn't really on the correct member, right? But these fights are still very hard to find. Ooh, our producer is throwing us the newest item addition to League of Legends.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. The chains, baby. I know I'm going to take us back to what I was talking, because I want my point to stand out. No, I'm just joking. The fact that Frozen Heart works so well into this composition, you're looking at so many on-hit passives. The Nocturne passive, the Diana passive, the Silas passive, especially for Silas, Frozen Heart is so detrimental. And just to see that kind of unfold in the composition that they already knew they were going to have, like, this gets so scary for Zeus, and especially with the way that they've been trying to approach the map, where Alorm has been kind of getting caught out. Now they're going for a separate engage with Rhino. Paranoia is actually going to make him join the fight, and that's big brain moves from Zeus, but they can't get the kills, as Tuesday is now there. He gets 1, but can he get the rest? Arrow, you're too dang good, my dude!
That's just a one fight right here. There's nothing to be said about this one. I loved this engagement also from Zeus. I don't love the exact timing of it, but somehow able to get Alarim out of that situation and find an aggressive play was big. But I mean, look how scattered that this fight got. Adoption wins the support warfare right
combat,
there.
Baby.
This is just insane. Again, they were trying to find some engagement into 2 members that were on the side of Wildcard. They were trying to burst out Winston during the course of this engagement, and they couldn't do it before Ezreal was able to drop half the health bars of 4 members here. This is just insane how much damage this Ezreal is doing. You're going to see this. This is Alarim potentially getting caught out, but you see the engagement onto the likes of both Arrow and also towards Winston. The Alarim's able to escape through. 3 members from Zeus weren't really able to accomplish anything during the course of this fight. But look at this. The Zonias alone is enough to stall out the entire fight to allow Arrow to just continue into everything. Tuesday doesn't have anywhere near the damage to do it, and everybody's split into so many pieces here on the side of Zeus. Bradley's able to clean up Raheen on the other side. It's just insane how much this plate split. I really thought that Zeus was going to find something here, but instead it's the damage coming out of all the other members and stalling time from Winston with that one massive stopwatch.
It's absolutely incredible. We do get to see the last little bit here. The ace comes through with the supportable combat for Daption, getting the upper hand here over Rhino. What a play. And Arrow was tanking Tuesday to the face. The member with Zanya, Rabadon, he had the damage, but he still couldn't get this tanky Ezreal. And now Wildcard Red feel confident. They're feeling themselves, and they want to take this mid lane tower. Paranoia does come out to stop that from happening, at least for a little bit longer. They still got Baron buffs aplenty.
They do. Sieging up on these towers as much as possible. Zeus Gaming desperately need another one of these fantastic plays. This would be the moment to find it. Unfortunately, these Baron plays seem to be where Ezreal, specifically Arrow's using all of these like summoner spells. So Flash and Cleanse being down right now means the only defensive spell you've got is E. But man, it is so difficult down 6,000 gold at the moment, or at least in the next couple of seconds, to be able to try to generate something like that because it's just impossible to do. They're going to try to play a little bit of front to back here, TP in the midst of the fight. But right now, Ezreal's still perfectly safe to just throw in attacks as much as possible.
And you see just every single bit of the Wildcard Red lead right now is insane to me, because we were literally just neck and neck. We were tied up in everything, but just because of some decisions, some little minute outplays, it has ballooned to almost 6,000 gold. And they're getting this Baron buff push in the mid. They're going to get the inhib tower, maybe even the inhib if they want to continue to press. The Wildcard Red have dominated this map in this later game, and it's exactly playing out like Game 1 did.
That's it. Ooh, maybe a little bit of an engagement here from Rhino. They're finding a couple of members. They can't get Ezreal though.
Oh no, the Magnet Storm back. Is he gonna die? Rhino's gone. The resets now. Is it enough though? Heartbreaker is not. You've still got Arrow as well. Bradley, everybody. No. Zeus is getting obliterated on the map, and it's Wildcard Red everywhere. It's a red wedding, baby.
I cannot. They've played this late game so well. They're protecting Ezreal. Look at this. He hasn't even taken damage this fight, or if he has, I just haven't been able to see it whatsoever. And it's just spectacular stuff. All this dive potential coming out from Zeus, and they're still not able to find anything. I do applaud Griffin because he was able to actually get onto Ezreal, but it just didn't mean anything because the damage wasn't there to be able to burst that number out. Everybody on the front line doing tons of work as well. As a second game in a row where Wildcard have a decent early game, have a terrible mid game, and still come back late on due to a number of reasons. Bradley and Arrow being two of the biggest ones.
Insane. 8, 1, and 10 on the final pick Ezreal here. The key to unlock the combination is Zeus Gaming, apparently, because Arrow, I know we lauded this guy. He is insane. The past performances, the current performances, but to be in this series and to just take a hold of it, just have the script right in front of him, apparently, and know that he is the carry. Okay, I got to get all the kills. I got to get all the damage. And doing so is so impressive. And Zeus, their backs up are against the wall right now. They do not want to give this series up to Wildcard Red.
I have to give a bunch of props also to the rest of this team because, like, Arrow is doing his job entirely. If you're playing out 5-on-5s the way they should be played, Arrow's playing them so spectacularly that you could win any of them, right? Yeah. The rest of the team still found advantages outside of that. It was a threat where, like, Bradley was also insanely fed. Brandini, 2 games in a row in this Viego has been absolutely insane. It wasn't just the Ezreal. And you saw that in the last fight where, like, Arrow was pushed really far back. Griffin had driven the Ezreal out of the fight for the most part. They still won the entire backside of the fight with only 2 other members. That's how much they're carrying. That's how much gold they're getting. So you're seeing these gold values get matched, right? Between the 2 teams. They're even for a very long time. But that doesn't mean that you're shutting out the gold. You're not denying gold and like having it even on both sides. You're just giving a bunch of gold to both compositions. And right here, Wildcard's got champions that use that gold exceptionally well. That's what the Akali, that's what the Viego, that's what the Ezreal do. And that's why these late game fights look so bad, because this gold is going to perfect use when you're able to use it on multiple champions.
Yeah, and the whole like dive composition, the original plan set out for Zeus, it looked so good on paper, but the execution is where it matters. And when you get in deficits like this, when you have that big balloon of gold all of a sudden for Wildcard Red, they realize that. They feel it in the moment. They feel it on Summoner's Rift, and they move forward. They didn't let Zeus Gaming breathe for an absolute second there in the later game. And that's what we've seen for 2 games in a row. We'll see what Game 3 has in store for us. We're going to have the analyst desk on the other side of this break. But do Zeus have what it takes to make this a series? We'll find out.
side and just try to abuse. Instead, they're going for a mid play.
Oh, Bradley!
find it.
Bradley's down first blood. Wait.
Instead, but
Wildcard Red do
Stop
not
this play.
want to let Zeus get this
Dash
Rift
it
Herald.
down.
They're actually going to take the fight. Dapsh's in some trouble here, though. Stormbringer on
That
top
was
of
big.
everybody. Tuesday uses his as well. And you have so much coming out from Zeus right now. They are split, though. And Bradley's very low, but he's still in a Akali. You still have Arrow at full health on the side. How many times have we already said this, and how quickly can he do so? Bradley's on to Tuesday. Tuesday's down. Bradley on the Akali is doing some serious work right now. About to pick up a triple, trying to do his best Arrow impression as Alorum gonna take down to the Shuriken. Or Zeus, and especially with the way that they've been trying to approach the map, where Alorum has been kind of getting caught out. Now they're going for a separate engage with Rhino. Paranoia is actually going to make him join the fight, and that's big brain moves from Zeus, but they can't get the kills as Tuesday is now there. He gets one, but can he get the rest? Arrow, you're 2 day good, my dude!
That's just a one fight right here. There's nothing to be said about this one. I love this engagement also from Zeus. I don't love the exact timing of it, but somehow able to get Alorum out.
Oh, Magnet Storm back. Is he gonna die? Rhino's gone. The resets now. Is it enough? The Heartbreaker is not. You've still got Arrow as well. Bradley, everybody. Zeus is getting obliterated on the map.
Well, as a second game in a row where Wildcard have a decent early game, have a terrible mid game, and still come back late on due to a number of reasons. Bradley.
More often than not, I think these amateur teams are formed and the rosters change kind of frequently. So how do you guys, how do you help yourself and your teammates kind of form that strong dynamic and understand who your shot callers are going into a big tournament?
That's kind of a difficult question, but basically, I think it all starts in the tryout phase and like thinking about what kind of players would make a good addition to the team. So, like for example, when we're looking at potential teammates for like building up Wildcard Red, I'm pretty sure we had the potential of having Fnatic or Winston, and Fnatic ended up going to Resolve. But the reason why we ended up taking Winston over Fnatic was because of that like overwhelming amount of comms that Winston would provide to our team. And although Fnatic was a really good would have been a really good addition to our team, he didn't give up the same amount of like calm energy, if that makes sense. And Winston definitely provided more. And obviously we have Arrow, so
Yeah.
we're kind of cheating our way through this one. But he definitely helps up with a lot of the comms and decides how like team fights are gonna go, like where we're gonna go, how we're gonna team fight, what we need for this team fight. Like there will be so many times like Arrow will be like, all right, for this team fight to start, we need to find, for example, like a Kali flank, and if we don't find it, we just leave, because if we don't find it, we're just gonna get hit in a pincer attack and we're just gonna lose. And it's like having like a prediction on how bad a fight is gonna be just based off of knowledge of the enemy team's team comp. And I think that's just really important, and that's just like based off of specific players and their knowledge of the game.
all Zeus Gaming see in front of them right now is not necessarily Wildcard Red, but really what they fear the most, that being their Wildcard Dread. Welcome back to the desk, ladies and gentlemen. Retweet Boulevard, Manny Sanchez, Ravish back at it yet again. Guys, like, I swear we are genuinely cursed to have only 3 games going on Oz Academy channel for the entire series. Now, for all the 5 days that we've had it, it's only been 3. Last time it was 3, and today it's looking to be 3 yet again. But Manny, Wildcard proving yet again why there might not be any more games, bro.
Yeah, it was once again just all Wildcard Red early on in this game. A lot like last game. This game is a lot like last game in a lot of ways, and that begins in the early game. They were able to basically just outside of a really, really early first blood that was a really nice play from Zeus onto Bradley. It was kind of the Bradley show going forward into mid game.
Yeah, and Bradley had like just a fan. I think he's been having a fantastic series. Like overall, we praised him a lot playing the TF in game 1, a champ we don't see a lot of, and now game 2 on the Akali, something we see him more of and more of his specialty. Well, he's pretty freaking good. I'm not gonna lie. I think he had multiple triple kills. We're gonna see one pop up right here on this clip. Like the dude has been having a banger series so far. And honestly, you can attribute a lot of Wildcard Red success in this series to how well he's been playing so far.
And that continues forward too, because y'all go ahead and look at it like this, man. Wildcard, by the way, yo, before we end it all off, that shuriken flip at the end, the backwards stumble, the clean kill, and Jen just suddenly the fadeaway, bro. They said cool guys don't look at explosions. Bradley doesn't even look at the house that just goes up in flames. He simply walks away and just assume whatever's behind him is dead. He's just that sick. I don't know what kind of gusto it takes to be able to do that, but I, for one, am impressed. And across the board throughout all these games, he's been having such an impressive time. There's a reason why there been so many targeted bans towards him in just this draft alone. But as we saw in both game 1 and game 2, well, there's a reason why these games continue to be so long here, Manny, is because Zeus just keep finding a way back in.
Yeah, and it's not entirely Zeus finding a way back in as much as it is Wildcard kind of overstepping their boundaries here on these engages. Yeah. I mean, you know, all the help from Bradley in the world, unfortunately, did not help them on this play. They look a little bit over aggressively on to Rhino, and they kind of realize, oh, it's Leona. We're not going to kill him. Daption's really slow, but that allows Rhino to find an excellent engage on the arrow. He has to blow his E early and just gets shut down by everybody. And Bradley and Brandini come in trying to save this. I believe it's another triple kill here for the Akali. He's able to basically play super nice with his E again, landing that at the very, very end there. And he's able to pick up another triple kill for him, but it doesn't matter. And Zeus are able to leverage this again into more mid-game dominance. They're able to start grabbing some dragons, start getting pressure across the map, and it really just kind of starts saying, okay, well, Wildcard, once again, they get the early game. Once again, Zeus, you know, they fumble the mid-game. Zeus find a way back in, and we're like, okay, is this the time Zeus comes back? Who knows, right?
Well, that was pretty much the case. Like you said, they do kind of fumble the bag a little bit in the mid game, especially with that fight. And it only went as well as it did because of Bradley's performance, as we saw in the clip. But it's as you say, Zeus find their way back into the game. They start tying up the gold lead, get a bit of a lead for themselves, start picking up some dragons on top of all of that. But the problems still end up mounting when these less than favorable fights end up going their way. And also some key positioning errors we see. For example, there's a clip somewhere where Alarum gets caught out in the top lane, and I'm pretty confident here he had vision of at least some. He did manage to escape with the paranoia, but lost so much of his HP that once he joins the fight, he dies anyway. And this was a really crucial tipping point here, because this is when Wildcard Red once again wrest control of this game from Zeus Gaming.
Let's also not forget here, Beatdown, that this is actually the second time we've seen Alarum get caught out in a very similar position. It feels also familiar that, like, when you're seeing it, it's like that paranoia escape. The first time was cool. The second time, I'm questioning myself, like, hey, where are you actually going? Because Initially, he went into the loving arms of Bradley, and this time he just goes wherever the wind took him. Unfortunately, that was back to the base. Now, sad, I know, but things must go on forward, as must this next segment. So moving on from that here, be sticking with you a little bit. Now, I know we said it before, your prediction, before you felt a little bit safe, but suddenly you're kind of out of the race here, buddy. So what do you got to say for yourself?
A little bit. I mean, hey, Zeus could still win, and I could still be right about that.
But partly, yeah. Okay, so what makes you think that Zeus actually come back from this? Where is the burning hope in your chest coming from?
Oh, okay. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's not looking fantastic. I'm not gonna be like this insane. Oh, come on, man. Like, what do you think this is? You think I'm just like the optimistic fan, just looking like everything's fine, guys? The room is not on fire. We're cool. No, I recognize this is not ideal for Wildcard, but excuse me, not Wildcard, but for Zeus. But part of this is that, and it's similar to the last time these teams played each other. Zeus show that they can play. They can go toe-to-toe with Wildcard Red. Things get a little mixy for them later into the game, and that still seems to be true today as well. But series isn't over yet. There's still a chance in game 3. Maybe they mix things up a little bit with the draft and hopefully can find a way to close out the game. And hey, maybe that's the start of something new.
Wow. Well, you know what, Beat That? I would say that it definitely does feel so right when I'm here with you, man.
Wow. I did not expect you to get that reference. Good job, man. Good.
What you mean, bro? I'm your boy. I'm just that guy.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. Oh my god, man.
It's just me, bro.
It went straight over my head. Like, I had no idea. So
you never watched High School Musical?
One of you got it. Sorry?
High School Musical?
Have you not seen High School Musical?
Not in a very long time. I think the last time I watched High School Musical was on like a bus trip for school for like band or something. I think that's the last time.
That's so specific, but at least you watched it, so it's okay.
Well, I'm trying to think of all the times I've seen High School Musical, and there aren't many, unfortunately. I've heard I got friends that are big fans of it, but it's like taking your kid to Disneyland, right? Like, if you don't do it when they're a kid, they won't have the desire to do it later on. So
I would actually explain why I don't want to go to Disneyland. That makes
me
sense.
too.
Okay, I'm learning things today about myself. I didn't expect this.
I genuinely could not disagree with you, bro. Okay, I went to Disneyland as a whole adult, like big dude like me, like about 2 years ago, back before the world decided to just press the off switch for a little while.
True.
It's still great. Like, it's still really, really cool. Sure, are there a lot of kids around? Yeah, and let's say because it was me and like 2 of the people, did I get seated with some 10-year-olds and some rides? Yeah, was it weird? A little bit. But you know what wasn't weird? The magical, wonderful time that I had down at Disneyland, where every step I took was a wonderment. Every person I met, I was filled with amazement. And by the end of it, too, my heart was full. The scenery was phenomenal. And I sat down as I watched the fireworks, and I said by the lake, this is what it means to be alive. This is Disney.
How much did they pay you?
I didn't expect this long monologue about Disney. We're sponsored by U.GG.
I know. How did this even happen?
But I mean, okay, look, man, it's not
start
just
telling
fun,
people to subscribe to Disney Plus next too. Like, what's going on?
Whoa, I'm not going to do all that, but they do have some fantastic series. Speaking of the new one, that's Loki. That's came out, the new Marvel DC universe, to tell the story of Thor's estranged brother, who's also an Ice Giant. Check it out today with your new subscription, only $13.99 and more. I'm playing, like you mentioned, we're sponsored by U.GG. You know what? We might as well give them this an extra plug just for a second. Did you guys know that you only on U.GG, they have the profiles, which is LP per game. The site with the best data for your builds and runes now has the best data for profiles too. Yeah, Brita, go ahead, take this in, bro.
I'm taking notes,
if you ever need any sort of builds, right? If you ever need to, let's say go online, like, hey, am I supposed to take items on Volibear before I go into the jungle? U.GG will let you know that you do.
Yes.
Man, that's crazy.
And then past that, it'll tell you what to build, certain matchups, counters even. Now, as a top lane main, that is my Bible. Because if I don't have a counter pick, that means I don't get to play the game. So I need to know. I need to know what's going on. But now past that, Besides your LP per game, they can also now talk to you about your profiles, see how you doing, and realistically what you should be doing.
So
Speaking
what,
which,
so what you're saying is u.gg will clear my acne and make my crops flourish, as well as make me skip 6 tiers?
Of course, sir. You know what? More than that, U.GG can make you a better holder person. It can make you feel as though you were in Disneyland with me, watching those fireworks.
Maybe that's what's been missing. Maybe that's why I don't like Disneyland. It's because I haven't used u.gg. I understand now.
Exactly, and that's what matters. What I also want to understand from you, Manny, is Wildcard on their end. How can they close out this game in less than 30 minutes so I get to dinner on time?
I was wondering how long that bit was gonna go. Anyway, looking ahead at Wildcard, that like weird like it's also like a sponsor read and it's been one. But anyway, so you said for Zeus to get back into it, so Wildcard can end, or do you want to go to dinner? Do you want Zeus to come back? What's the situation?
I want to go to dinner, Manny. So,
okay. So Wildcard, they need to do exactly what they've done the last 2 games, and then just not try to throw it away as hard as possible in the mid game, right? They basically started coin flipping plays in both of these games really, really hard. And, you know, in times too where they weren't on the ropes, right? They had their lanes ahead. They had the Rift Heralds. They had the Dragon stacking. They did not need to go for a lot of those really over aggressive dives, and it bit them. But fortunately, they're so good at team fighting, they've been able to overcome that. But against a team as strong as Zeus, I don't think that, you know, you can count on that happening every game. I think they definitely need to tighten up that mid game if you want a chance of getting your dinner.
I appreciate you saying that, man, because tightening up the game is what, like you mentioned, needs to be done. They need to go ahead, grab that needle, sew up the thread they got going on, right? Remove any excess and make sure that Cinderella can get to the ball on time with a little bit more of that bippity boppity boo, because I need to go too. It's nearing midnight, and although I can't get no dinner, right? It's like I'm still a little bit hungry, and I got grilled chicken waiting for me outside. But that's just personally for me.
It's not even
here,
9
man.
p.m.
It's no, I had got a certain time. Look, I do this thing where, like, because I try to be a healthier guy, I eat within certain hours, right?
Okay.
And
okay.
Exactly. So go. You might want to get at your notepad for this one, B.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and wait for you.
Would you say you were fasting intermittently?
I was fasting intermittently. You
Interesting.
might
Okay.
that.
All right. Okay.
Because that's actually a technique called intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting, you see, sponsored by Disney Plus, is
what?
I would prompt you guys to read the ticker.
You see,
I believe a disclaimer.
Does not reflect the official opinions of the. Yeah, that sounds about right.
No, it does not. You are correct. None of our opinions are reflected by neither the Academy nor Risen Esports or Riot Games at all. This is simply all from us, right? We're saying this out of our own volition, but yet again, you can also go ahead and check out Riot's wonderful sponsors that they do have that make our show happen, right?
There you go.
Any single one of them that makes the world go round. Number one sponsor being the game League of Legends, which put a smile on my face every single time I wake up.
I mean, it's not one of our desks if Risen doesn't have to issue an official statement on broadcast, you know? Just
that the opinions reflected by the casters are not.
Wait, does this pop up every time?
Almost every single time.
I don't know if this is new or if it's I'm not sure.
No, okay. Look, you guys are all new here, bro, man. Being the Grizzle veteran that I am on the Risen broadcast, bro, this is like a daily thing for us. Like, we just decide to just say things, and then, like, everybody has to get in a hullabaloo, like, oh, like, you know, this is not our opinions. We can't do this, or, like, copyright. Like, okay, we get it. You're fine. You guys are all lame, but what matters right now.
Just say that.
Exactly. Just let me know that you're lame, and then I move on with my life, right? I won't be able to say, I won't say all this back and forth, would be on your opinion, though. There's one specific thing that I'm looking at Wildcard to be able to tighten up.
Oh, thank God. It's about League.
What do you think Wildcard can genuinely do aside from the team fight game? If I have to make it home, make sure that my grilled chicken is not uncooked by the time we're done.
All right, I really need to preface this, like, crucially with the most important fact that you should do what I do and eat between the time of draft and them loading onto Summoner's Rift. But that aside, I think skipping over that. Wildcard Red. I'm basically just going to echo Manny's sentiment. Realistically, like they've been playing the game largely extremely well. It's just these little hiccups that we see from time to time and things that Zoos aren't going to let go to waste forever. Because if you do end up slipping up in game 3, you give away a game. Maybe that, again, I'm not going to make the High School Musical reference again, but basically this could cause a momentum shift. Maybe Zeus finally gets into their groove. They finally start to get things going and can actually come back and potentially start this reverse sweep.
And just to update you all as well, it might be potential reverse sweep because the reason why we're so delayed is Wildcard Red, due to Bradley having a couple of internet issues here or there, they will be having Sakio come and sub in for them. So new mid sub, not the same powerhouse you've seen. No real quality gaming, no Gwen. You know, I couldn't think of no Gwen gargantuan plays here. Like
okay, there you go.
Yeah, I got it. That's good. I found myself in here. I made my way there, right?
Exactly.
Now,
Manny, clap for Robbie.
Thank you. Please clap for me, guys.
There you go. There you go.
Why do people clap for me? All of you out there.
Why do people clap?
Well, with this new information that you just received, should be down. Is it a reverse sweep seem more possible to you?
Realistically, yeah. Considering how much credit we give to Bradley and how well he's been playing with the team, despite the fact that he was with MU at St. Louis on the weekend, like we were talking about, still fantastic. Looks as good as he ever has on this team, and has been very instrumental in Wildcard Red's victory so far. Throwing in the sub, depending on how much time they have practicing with this individual, does throw a bit of a wrench into those plans against somebody like Tuesday. That's trial by fire if I've ever seen one. So this is a pretty good shot for Zeus.
Yeah, I'm worried too, honestly, about this for Wildcard if they're going to 3-0 this right now, because they just played 2 games where it was their game to lose, and they nearly wound up losing it in both of those games. And the reason that they were able to come back despite their problems in both of these games, more the second game than the first game, though, but especially the second game, was because of Bradley being absolutely ginormous on that Akali. And it does make me worry. I'm sure, that Wildcard have some sort of a plan for this, although we've seen with some other teams, they don't all have a plan for unexpected internet outages. But it's definitely going to be interesting to see, because I think this definitely bodes well for Zeus, and it also maybe bodes well for my 3-1 prediction. We'll see.
Wow.
Wait, no, it doesn't.
Well, they could win one game and then lose. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, wait,
Bradley's
that's right. Because you said Wildcard would win.
And then he's going to come in, and I'm going to be correct.
Okay. Good point.
Yeah.
I mean, you're wrong, but good point.
Okay, whoa, okay. You do got to remember here to be, because we do only have the sub here for one game. We still likely will be getting Bradley back for game 4.
How do you know?
If, let's say Wildcard can get him set up on a type of computer or something else.
They can't.
This is suspicious. Are you responsible for this disconnect?
Why are you so negative, bro?
Whoa, Manny, that is a serious allegation, I'll have you know, and I'm almost certain that is libel. You will hear from my lawyers. If I was capable of DDoSing, I wouldn't use it for this.
You were. I said him.
You said him? Oh, I thought you were talking about me. My bad. As you
back
were.
In time, and I was saying, this sounds like someone who has a lot more knowledge of the situation than we can.
Good point.
Thank you, production, for offering your services yet again.
No,
not at all. We have not, but that doesn't matter. We know almost nothing. We're only telling you what we see as a front-facing panels, what's going on behind the scenes. It's simply but an enigma to us.
Even us.
Well, to me, you see, Beatdown.
Yes.
I do like to say that my inner workings of my mind are an enigma.
An enigma, yes. The weird thing is, I know that phrase, but I can't remember where it's from.
It's from SpongeBob.
Oh yeah, Patrick said that, didn't he?
Exactly. Patrick said that. I can't remember which exact instance this was, but I remember the scene so clearly in my head where you see a thought bubble go up and milk spill on the floor.
Yeah. Okay, but Manny, I know I'm not the host, but I have one quick question for you.
Yes.
Ask the question.
Shoot.
Have you watched SpongeBob?
I have.
Okay, he's good, guys. He's good, Chad. Don't worry.
I'm sorry. Just because I've only seen High School Musical like twice does not mean I haven't seen like everything.
Okay, wait. Question. Wait,
sure.
Have you seen all the High School Musicals or no?
No, I've seen the first one.
2 is really good though.
2 is fantastic. Okay, but like, and High School Musical on its own did have its own bangers, but like, you know what? That's the one that I really disregard the least. I'm not all for
Oh, that's
that.
good. I didn't see 3. Whew.
Good. I barely remember it. Don't even get me started on High School Musical, the series. I would genuinely not remember it. But but the series did bring out Olivia Rodrigo, and if you guys haven't heard Driver's License, what are you doing with your life?
That's a good question.
That song is an absolute banger. It is a fire pit on the world's core.
The message is back. Oh.
Okay, as we're getting word into is the second will be actually be going bot. So we're having
Arrow
consistent flips across the board. Arrow's going mid. Is this true? Production? Hello? All right, well, while we get an actual response from production, we'll try to update you in a couple
It's
of
like
seconds.
Hey,
a
we
weird
got a yes.
prophecy. They're so vague. No, okay, never
That's
mind.
true.
Never mind.
It's okay. I
did
liked
say
where
yes.
you were going. I like
Arrow mid. Let's see it. Play Ezreal again. Ezreal's kind of a mid laner sometimes in solo queue. If you're good at Ezreal, I don't know.
Yeah,
Let's pull it
but
out. Let's see.
sometimes they build Ludens, so we'll see if he does that. If that
Yeah.
comes out, that'll be funny.
Yeah. Also, on the other end, we are also being informed that Maryville is now currently 2-1 in the series here, Manny, after what was a 40-minute game 2 with Elder Steels and 3 Barons as well.
Yeah,
Fun,
they had
fun.
a very, very long game too. Game 3, much less long. It was kind of the Maryville show again. They did the same thing they did in the first game, from what I was able to kind of tell out of the corner of my eye during the game. I know their Jace got really big. That's about the most I know. I wasn't obviously watching it in great detail, but interesting to see them go up 2-1 here. We were definitely curious about whether or not they would get exposed by a team that was a little bit better in the early game than AoE randoms were, and so far the answer has been no.
I understand. I know it pains me so, but considering in that series that I had C9 going into it, Maryville have shown up and shown out. It seems as though that land energy that they had going into today has clearly not worn off. Which you'll beat. Did you predict Maryville to C9?
I predicted C9, and I'm starting to think I should have put 3-2.
Yeah, I also predicted C9, but I did put 3-2.
Okay.
You C9 as well, right?
Yeah, I had them 3-1. So
Yeah,
I'm already wrong. But yeah, that second game was a banger. Hopefully we're gonna get more here.
Yeah.
Yo, considering, by the way, too, one thing that Matt, you actually mentioned it to me right before this, the fact that I believe it was C9, actually Maryville stole a dragon to we stopped soul point from Maryville, and then through just a Varus arrow. So it wasn't exactly the sneaky W that we know to be so often. But if he had W on, I kind of want to counter it as that. How you feeling on that statement? Yeah.
Yeah. So the first thing was Azog. It was 3-1 in dragons for Cloud9. Azog sniped it out with the Varus arrow, and then they pulled everything back. It looked like they were going to equalize and stabilize the game, and then XU throws a Diana Q over the wall to secure Infernal Soul, and that, after like 3 Barons and like a ridiculous game, that's what kind of decided it, is they finally got that Infernal Soul. So Qs are landing on the other stream, I guess. They get 40-minute games. We get 40 minutes between games. Like, come on.
Yeah, right? Oh, man.
It's just so much better. So I'm glad you guys are enjoying the bangers that we got going on. Although it may not be gameplay, but you can watch us suffer instead.
Exactly.
In front of you. Now, with that, the gentlemen, we're ready to toss off to our casters here finally. So we'll see y'all in just a little bit for the possible final game of the night. Y'all take it away.
How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? Rebel Fox, Caster Desk. Unfortunately, Mr. Mizell, he's had some problems over the last couple of days making sure that his voice is going to be good. And so with some upcoming casts and everything else, he unfortunately had to step out because he cast his heart out. So if you've got time, energy, send some of that his way because it's going to be necessary for him to continue. So for the moment, at least, the plan is for me to go on with the show as we're going to be getting next game pretty quick here. They might be bringing in a play-by-play caster. We have a large number of them that I'm really excited for. So they haven't told me who's going to be on quite yet, but we'll see in a minute. But either way, draft's going to be kicking off really quickly. Obviously, the substitution is going to be fantastic. And as soon as we have our play-by-play here, we'll get their thoughts on everything that's going to be coming in. Of course, we'll have to describe that blind to whoever's going to be coming in as fast as possible. So either way, I'm excited to see what Arrow's able to bring out of the mid lane. Bradley's been fantastic for the entirety of everything, and it's been pretty spectacular. So this new substitution in is going to be something at least a little bit curious. Psycho is something interesting. Sounds like our play-by-play is going to be here in just a couple of seconds. We're finally going to get to see who it is that we're going to introduce to the series.
Hi, Dean. How are you? What's going on? You good? I'm good.
Come on, man! Like all the people this guy's literally a walking advertisement for Disney. We're gonna bring him onto the caster desk. Are you kidding me?
You know what, man? I do appreciate you hyping all the wonderful play-by-plays, but end of the day, Dean, I'm here to do a job, and which is to be by your side through thick and thin. Because as Beatdown said, this is the start of something new, and it's absolutely gut-wrenching to be beside you. Absolutely. I might have to throw up, but I'll do it anyways, as you're my color.
Yes, I am. If you make any high school references on the caster desk, I will let you know you're getting kicked off. I have that authority.
High school references, sure. I went to high school from grade 9 to grade 12, and I had a locker.
High school musical references. We're going to get Manny substituting for you, so what's going to happen.
There you go. Bro, be more specific as a color. Shouldn't you give context to what's happening? Explain what's going on?
You just did a whole desk segment on a Disney advertisement. You're telling me to give... Okay, we need to get into that as fast as possible so we can get back into this game, okay? We're going to stop this riffing back and forth. As again, the substitution is going to be really interesting. I know basically nothing about Psycho as he substitutes into the bottom lane.
Like you said, as draft is starting off here, we were talking about this a lot before, man. From Wildcard Red side, the substitution, like you mentioned, is going to be making it really interesting. With Arrow going into the mid lane, Maddie was predicting that, hey, we might get some ADCs mid, but Arrow, or should I say Happy B player, is a world champion. So I'm really excited to see what kind of world champion plays he'll bring out for today's broadcast in the mid lane.
I'm curious if they go into like this traditional like marksman where they're like, okay, go take Corki because it's like an old timey ADC and play something like that. Or if he actually does have a flexible pool and can play stuff into the mid lane that might actually pop off, and we'll see whether that's the case. But either way, you know the Arrow's got the mechanics right, but this might change the dynamic of what Wildcard's been going for because they've been reliant on him for the super hard late game threat, and they've been playing the top side to be that like kind of secondary counter threat. In game one, they put a bunch of resources into it. It worked bottom side, kind of carried in the second game, even though open things up. But now it's Psycho in. The question is, do they keep that same game plan, or do they have to completely change the way things operate now that Arrow's out of the mid lane?
I would think they would definitely have to change it because considering what they've been operating with so far, you know, like genuinely putting resources into Tuesday, making sure that they're consistent mid priority, bot lane can play their own 2v2s, but honestly, Wildcard's bot lane has just looked stronger up against Zeus, which has been, you know, one of the main weak points. We saw that being abused in the previous game as well, the quarterfinals. But as you're heading on into this year, Nocturne, of course, banned away to, which was one of the big playmakers for Zeus for the great escapes that they had, and the Diana is the first pick.
Maintaining this blue side and wanting to go back to the team fighter for Griffin. Obviously, this worked out in a couple of cases, but for the most part, it got shut out of the early game, right? It like wasn't doing everything that it needed to. We've seen Diana's go much, much harder, and in some of these games, that is necessary. I want to see the resources really put into these lanes to make sure that they can go for the support of this Diana pick that they need in order to really get into the jungle, find these skirmishes that are necessary.
On the other end, speaking of skirmishes, right? A possible pick in the jungle to match Diana could be the Viego and Aldo from Wildcard side. We've seen it played both top and mid in previous series. I find jungle has been one of the least favorable roles I've seen the Viego to be taken. But we say it all the time that once he's able to get one kill, he goes from a champion to an absolute overlord. But those options get dwindled away as they pick up the Volibear. I hope he remembers to buy items this game.
I hope so too. It was, of course, the opposite. It was Griffin that had that problem in game number
Close
one,
enough.
thankfully. But yeah, close enough. Close enough. It's red side. It's Holy Bear. It's the same thing. They played in the last game as well. This is what's been banned out a couple of times here in that second rotation. But now you're seeing the Sejuani come out very quickly here from Zeus Gaming, likely going into the top lane as a way to try to thwart some of the range that's coming out, or some of the melee champions. Because, of course, Sejuani popped back in, really tanky, good CC. The biggest part about Sedge, though, is that so many of these champions, they have to use their bodies and they have to go in melee range. And Sejuani simply doesn't have to do that. The range at which Sejuani can play from is much further than the average melee champion, which is what makes her really lethal into certain compositions. And into very heavy melee compositions is especially going to be on display. As we see Lucian, we also see Draven being hovered at the moment. I don't know if this is a little bit of play, but with Arrow in the mid lane, this is going to Psycho. Is that the intention here?
This could be kind of sick, but considering they haven't picked up the support yet, I would imagine Zeus really target every single good support that can go along with this Draven. My thoughts are go right away to picks like the Alistar, the Leona especially, and even taking it to Railway too wouldn't be a bad option for them. But on the other end, Wildcard Gaming targeting likely the ADC pool that that Draven would not be super great into. I'm actually really excited to see this Draven play. We don't get to see it very, very often. And the axes and victims usually don't play together, because I find every Draven game I've seen usually gets shut down on the first enter. So I'm taken away by Zeus Gaming, looking to respond as they take away the Ezreal. So no Ezreal mid lane.
I believe it's of the opinion, so it's possible. So Zeus Gaming has come through with Diana and Sejuani. And like one of those two is definitely going jungle, and if it's going to be crazy and like put Sejuani jungle, Diana's probably going into mid lane. We have to assume that like because of where we're at in this meta, Diana's going jungle, Sejuani's going top, which means they're playing there. So you've given the information that Lucian's almost certainly going mid, unless you're willing to flex it bot lane, where it really hasn't been for a while. Again, if you're considering all those things, I'm curious if Wildcard, they said, "Hey Arrow, what do you like to play into Lucian?" And this mad lad of a bot laner who knows this Lucian matchup says, "Give me Draven mid to counteract it." I know it's a bit of a long shot, but I don't see much of the Draven on Psycho's gameplay, and it's a bit of a throw. I do like that Zeus Gaming, I think, catch on to it as well, saying no safety with Ezreal, no comfort with Twitch, which is one of the more played champions on that profile to be able to see. I think Wildcard has to take their support right here just to make sure they can veil whether this Draven's going into bot lane a little bit longer, so that the Zeus has to be on the question of whether or not that's actually going to be the game plan.
It has to be the Leona here, right? I think it is what makes the most sense, considering they want to go for the same style of engage they've had before. As Solar Flare has been such a sick engage tool, and Wildcard composition goes as Watts is going right now. And look at that! I'm just so smart. Was calling from the beginning the Leona pick, but now comes the response. This could be a pretty easy rel pickup to go up against the Leona. If Zeus wants to play it a bit more freaky deaky, they could bring in the Rakan, but he's not very good right now. But what I would expect is they possibly bring in another mid flex to kind of confuse them. No, pick the Braum. I'm a liar. Okay, never mind.
Okay, they've got the Braum. Combined with Lucian, this makes a pretty mean bot lane, right? So now you have this option of, okay, is Draven going to be subbing into the mid lane to try to counteract the Lucian lane? Or is it going to be in the bottom side where Draven can then flex to try to get an advantageous situation down there, and they counterpick whatever mid laner? Either way, Wildcard, they have their hands kind of full here with what they're going to accomplish. It is going to be the Lucian solo lane with the Ashe locked in. So this is now the breaking point where it's like, okay, is Draven the counterpick mid laner for Arrow, who's been this ADC for so long? And that's the decisive pick that's going to get Wildcard ahead. If that's the case, with Leona, other engaged champions, the one that comes to mind, Kalista, was banned out earlier against them to try to make sure that the Ashe was going to be comfortable for this Raheen. Could be a big pick right here for the young for the young ADC Psycho.
But are you sure you really want to go into that Kalista Ashe matchup? Okay, I'm gonna hold my breath. I'm gonna chill. And all right, this is no way, bro. We got the Donker in game number 3. That's just. Are we? Is this Bethany? Are we seeing a different team?
Is it
Oh,
Seraphine?
no.
Is it Seraphine instead of Heimerdinger? Okay, I just want to make sure that that's the case.
Oh.
So we're having some shenanigans here. Yeah, you got pranked. You got absolutely baited. I was waiting, so I was like, I don't know, I have no idea what's going on here. It could have been the old school Heimerdinger bot, but instead we're getting Seraphine, which does throw a little bit of a question mark of, okay, this was a bot lane champion. Arrow's played bot lane plenty of time. I'm sure he had his time on Seraphine, could play it in the mid lane pretty easily. I still think mid lane, if they wanted the Draven pick to counteract it, it could be the play for Arrow as that preference pick, and they could just be running the Seraphine bot lane because it's still something that works down there as well.
Now, I'm very back and forth on the Seraphine pick because within bot side, I feel like it's not too bad. If you want to go for something safe, it's fine. It has good wave clear, and you can kind of just leave her to farm and have your engaged support go whatever they may please, which is what I imagine the plan is for Wildcard Red, especially with this Draven pick here, right? You want, like, you do want to consider. I'm still holding out hope that this is going to be the Seraphine bot Draven mid. Now, Dean, I know you said it, and it definitely looks to be. I don't imagine they're making any sort of last minute switches that when we get into the game. So I'm decently excited about it, and I imagine a lot of support will be going towards Arrow just to make sure he can pop off, because a Draven late game is an actual horror movie.
It's terrifying in the laning phase, and it's also terrifying like just in the later phases, like you said, in that single target damage profile, especially with the amount of engaged range you've got with Seraphine ultimate and Solar Flare. Like if Draven just gets space to fight forward, it's going to be horrifying to have to deal with. There is one aspect to this, which is like, okay, Wildcard Gaming's kind of trapped on bot side, because if you start roaming with like your Leona and it's either the Draven or the Seraphine, Ashe Braum is going to be able to run that lane down relatively easily, because it's a lot of soft CC, a lot of hard CC between those two. So you have to be excruciatingly careful. I almost prefer Seraphine there, only because she has a lot longer range to work with against the Ashe and the Braum to not get caught out in some of the soft engagements. But then, like you said, there's going to be effort probably put towards Arrow from both sides, and it's a question of how can Griffin link up with Tuesday to be able to shut down this Draven lane, because even just like a couple of deaths here and there, immediately this Lucian's going to be able to pick up the advantage over top of the Draven, especially with like better wave clear and things like that. That's absolutely going to be the case.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, hugely so. Now, what I'm personally pretty disappointed that, you know, Arrow didn't decide to play a classic Lucian counter matchup, either through the Renekton or even the Scion mid. This is the low-key secret hidden tech that I choose to bring out sometimes when I feel a little bit rambunctious in my games, when I want to make sure that my lane opponent does not have a good time ever. So I'll choose to do that, but you know, I digress. But let's move on a little bit to the side of Zeus gaming here, Dean. Now, there's a lot of Freljord on their end, a lot of blue. That means things are about to get stunny, icy, so I expect to see a lot of cleanses.
Yeah, cleanses, I think, are the name of the game. The ability to just try to prevent yourselves from going down, because the combination of all those champions is just horrid to actually look at. Confirmed positions, it's going to be the Draven in the mid lane. That's going to be Arrow taking that champion. He wanted the matchup in the mid lane as the ADC. We were thinking, oh, can he play Azir? Oh, can he play like LeBlanc or something? Old school, fantastic players. Probably every one of them's got a LeBlanc in their back pocket. Nope. He just says, I'm going to pick Draven, the old school pocket pick. I'm going to bring it out against the Lucian, and I'm going to dominate this laning phase. It does open that up for some aggression, especially like you said, the CC here from Zeus Gaming is obscene with the amount of range that they don't have really on the side of Wildcard. We talked about Seraphine Leona having good engage range, but everything else is kind of close range for the most part. Even Draven doesn't have the longest range of an ADC anywhere. So, like, there is that problem. Sejuani becomes a big issue. Braum and Ashe become a massive issue when you're talking about, like, the actual confides of the 5-on-5. And that's finally, I think, where Zeus Gaming has broken, and they say, okay, we're playing for the team fight more than we're playing for anything else right now. This mid-game spike could be useful for some of the pick potential, but really, that 5-on-5, I think, is what they're striving for here.
And considering how things have gone out between Wildcard and Zeus, especially within that early game, Wildcard from the jump have been able to take a consistent lead, and it goes down to, like you were mentioning, towards the mid-game team fights where things suddenly just get flipped on a coin and turned on their head up against Wildcard, which is why we're getting these 30-40 minute games, which realistically should not happen. Because Wildcard are giving Zeus ways to enter back in and taking just, I find, just interesting engagements that really don't favor them at all. And if we're looking at the competition like you're mentioning, these 5v5s, if given a chance to enter in to even just the backline, not allow the Draven to farm, because across the board, if you're looking at the damage profiles for Wildcard Red, a lot of the damage, in my opinion, is going to be resting on the Draven to put out just the intense single target chunks that we know he can. And if the Viego isn't able to pop off, then realistically, Zeus has a real chance of coming back into this.
I find it really hard to come up with like who's actually going to bust through Sejuani when it's time, because it's like, okay, 2-3 tank items down the line, like 200 300 armor stacked on the Sejuani, 4,000 health. Draven's not busting through that with like crits and axes. You're just not going to be able to do that very quickly. Seraphine's not going to ever do that for the most part. She just doesn't have the consistent damage. Viego's the one with percentage health damage and the ability to maybe shred through that health bar, but he's so squishy and melee, and so having to be on the front line to try to access that is insanely difficult when you've got Ashe locking you down, you got Braum locking you down, you have Diana and Lucian both there with plenty of damage. And so it almost comes down to, okay, how do you get like Viego into either a flanking position or this situation where the fight gets split so that Sejuani is up against Viego in a one-on-one where the Viego can win that and the rest of the fight's kind of thrown into disarray to allow the side of Wildcard to put damage where it's needed. Because if Draven's hitting like backliners like Ashe and Lucian, you're going to hit them at 2-3 times maximum, and that's going to be enough damage. But otherwise, if it's Sejuani or it's the Braum that's soaking these axes, it's really tough for Era to carry through these fights. So some of the engage is going to be necessary, the solar flare and then the ultimate from Seraphine as well, to buy time for them to set up for like these angles that Arrow's going to have to attack from in order to put in damage. But other than that, like busting through Sejuani is going to be the next question of like how quickly can they do it before the front to back team fight's just completely lost.
You know, one thing I'm looking at too is once you get to the 25-minute mark, right? You're expecting Sejuani to have at least minimum 2 items, and realistically, with this Sedge top, it should either be like Warmog's Rush or just Warmog's second. But considering how expensive, both of the items that she has to build are, especially if she goes Sunfire, so you are going to need either like Sedge to get a ridiculous amount of farm and make sure she's a pretty clean laning phase and doesn't get shut down early on, or 2, right? Put her in some side lane or get involved in a lot of the early assistant roams so that when you get to the mid game, it won't necessarily have to be with a problem of shredding her too much, because yeah, definitely so. Once Sejuani is able to get tanky, she generally does not die. She has 4k health. There's only so much you can do. But if you match her down her early here, Dean, I don't find it should be just a super bit like a really that much of a problem, especially the Viego's ahead. But the Viego 1v1 up against Sejuani looks a little bit off to me, but that's just my opinion.
I'm not super knowledgeable in the Sejuani Viego matchup top lane, to be quite honest. Perhaps as a weak side top laner, you would know something about tank versus Viego matchups, but I doubt it because you lose those no matter what, whichever side you're on. So it's not going to matter that much. I think if you leave it on an island, Sejuani's got enough like pure beef and then like damage up front to deal with Viego in short bursts. Consistent damage though, and a full all in, I think ends up favoring Viego, especially if he's got a bit of health trade. So I'd almost like to see Griffin link up immediately on top side with Alarim, get him going with like either just like an immediate gank, pull off resources, something like that on the top side. It's also TP Ignite Sejuani, which is awesome to think about. We have just abandoned Flash on the top side of the map, which I am all about because that summoner is so much less fun to watch than like TP Ignite on the likes of Sejuani, which puts all this pressure now where like Ignite all in at level 3 from a Sejuani is a real possibility into a squishy champion like Viego. So maybe now you don't even need the pressure for this top side jungle pathing. Instead, you could use that elsewhere, try to have Sejuani pull their own advantage, and then begin supporting the Diana in the jungle.
I'll have you know, as a weak side top laner, yes, but no, wait, hold on.
Yes.
You baited me into that. How dare you? I solo killed you top side. You're bad. That's not the point. Yes, I did. What the point of all this is, being weak side top laner, I've been on both sides of the matchup. Now up against the Viego to more often than not, exactly like you're mentioning. Production, how dare you? I do have proof. There's a video there. I solo killed him. I did it. I swear. But being on both sides of the matches, exactly like you were mentioning, Viego definitely prefers it. There's a lot more all-out trades in between them, right? And consider he has built-in Bork. He should be perfectly fine to sustain the lane. But Sejuani early on, though, being able to stack her passive and kind of nullifying everything Viego's able to do is going to be absolutely disgusting. And early roams from Griffin, it won't necessarily be about like Sejuani supporting Griffin. If Griffin and Sejuani are able to create a mutually beneficial relationship, then the way I'm seeing it, Zeus Gaming have the potential to go all across the map and they won't have to stay stationary no matter where they are, but that all remains to be seen as we're into game number 3 between Wildcard and Zeus.
Yo, production. I don't think that's a normal mechanical boar. I think there's a person in that suit that's driving. Oh, you're flexing the zoo again. Let's go. Solomon.
Go ahead, find yourself. Ooh, the lizard.
Where's the duck?
Okay, where's the
duck.
brambleback?
Oh, you can find it. The duck.
Where's the little brambleback?
Yeah.
Hey, let's go. Man, there's this. I don't know if you've ever seen the video of Donkey called Operation Timo Rebel.
Yes, I have.
So that's my favorite Donkey video. So in it, he proposes a riddle to the Mundo where he has all these mushrooms set up. He says, "I run through the map, but I stay still.
Yeah.
What am I?"
The river.
Exactly.
I've seen the video. I know the joke. Also, it's surprising. Okay, this is the one I was waiting for. I was actually going to suggest it for another game if we hadn't had it because we hadn't seen it yet. That's the first one. So thank you very much for showing us all this animals in the zoo, if you will, coming out in this Zeus Gaming versus Wildcard Red matchup between the two. Yeah, I was waiting to use that. I decided not to use it with Lennon, but I thought maybe it would spice things up here in this third series.
Mazel the Gazelle is not gone for us now, but not forgotten.
What is this?
Oh, it's
they did a little drawing of you.
Man, you know what? I thought about making that joke, but I decided I'm better than that. I'm not gonna do that to you. It just proves to me that how low you will stoop just to get a dig. Dean Rebel Fox America, how dare you? But let's talk about the game, Dean. Let's talk about these red side starts that we have, so the opposite ending starts that we have. You know, we see Winston starting off with red and blue yet again. On the other end, My Dream Academy or Griffin starting off on the other side. What side note on that too? I believe his name is actually a play on My Hero Academy or Academia, and that makes me like him even more.
You think Psycho is? Whose name?
So My Dream Academy, sir.
My Dream Academy.
So Griffin.
My apologies. Yeah.
Yeah, so Griffin.
I don't know. You'll have to ask him if you get a chance. But I don't. It might just be he's dreaming of Academy, and given the way that Zeus has been playing, obviously that's definitely a possibility. He's been in Academy before, you know that. But like, I have no idea. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is a reference to My Hero, but we'll see.
I really hope so.
You just want to share something in common with one of these fantastic players, don't you?
I do, man. I just want to feel like, although I may not be the best at League of Legends, at least we can share and bond in our taste and love for animes and animals.
It's a connecting thing, absolutely. I'm looking at these junglers as like you pointed out, it was red side starts for both, which ended up in full clears. And even though Diana got a leash and Volibear did not, they're ending at about the same time, which is, I mean, that's just Volibear's early clearing speed with like the electric and the passive and everything to come out and like all things like this. As Tuesday actually gets a pushed in wave as well. Rhino was there to help support, I guess, what would be the push, as you have Griffin in this bottom side river. I'm wondering if Braum can actually force here. There's a WAP all the way out and around here from Daption, but they end up not going for anything in the mid lane. They're not making a move onto this straight, which is a little shocking to me. I know they don't know where Winston is, but they have the support of 2 members into that bottom side river. They didn't really know where Daption was. I feel like you absolutely could have taken that play. 1 concussive blows, 2 concussive blows would have been more than enough to win that, as Winston's ready for a dive on top.
Yeah, Winston's and also bot side too. I believe Daption might be getting caught out. Might be a little bit of cross map play, but they catch out one. Nice stun. Alorum's gone. Good top side flex, and actually Daption managed to get out of the bot side play too.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was, but it looked like Rhino was just going in for the pure one-on-one up against Daption, actually forced his flash out. So there is that to pay attention to as this dive had come through to make sure that the Sejuani was going to get shut out. Alarum was trying to find him on the very back end, but unfortunately isn't going to be able to just finish his back. But this is the top side play we were talking about. We needed Sejuani to be able to be competitive against the Viego in the direct one-on-one, and right there, this gank sets up for the Viego to be much, much better inside of that play, inside of that aggression up against the likes of Sejuani past this level 3 point.
And we just see the replay here from that play here yet again. And this is the bot side play. So what I noticed before as well, Daption was pathing down for the possible mid play that you mentioned before, and 2 people actually catch him out, that being Griffin along with Rhino, but he manages to escape.
Yeah, I hadn't actually seen because Griffin's icon was underneath the Braum. So I only saw Braum there. I was like, man, Rhino is just Chad right now. He's walking in, going for some Mortal Kombat at level 2. They really want it right now, don't they? But instead, they can't make the cross-map play happen. It's just the kill going up towards the likes of that Viego, who's going to be helpful in that Sejuani lane. In the team fighting, obviously, Sejuani going to be a lot better. But this does open up maybe some of the earlier plays for the likes of Brandini. Now that he's got the Phage as well, Sustain's going to be in there really helpful for the likes of this Viego to make sure you don't just take like these W and these freeze pokes that come out from the likes of the Sejuani.
And a big point to what you were saying before is shutting down the Sejuani, right? And getting this Viego rolling. We were talking about this in draft as well, considering how Sejuani actually does have the path in terms of her itemization. It's going to take a lot of gold for her to be able to get there. And although just her natural tank stats make her just such a big, beefy boy or girl, I should say, really, it still has a possibility to just make sure that Alorm can really get an item by the time it comes to 5v5s near that 20-minute mark as he continues along into the mid game. But Winston's here yet again. The dashes early on. The Glacial Prism actually misses, and Alorm's just gone.
That's tragic right there. That's a second gank into the top lane. You're trying to get Brandini very far ahead inside of this laning phase is absolutely working. As right there, again, like you said, the ultimate missed by a country mile right there from Alarim. Not very normal of him to miss that kind of a play, because it would have been easy enough with the Q to be able to charge out of that situation. That slow would have been useful even if that hit, but instead threw it so wide that it wasn't going to be able to get anybody in anything. So just all of the defenses were gone. Thankfully, his team was able to pull on the bottom side. So it's a lot of resources from Wildcard thrown into this top side of the map, knowing Brandini is a pretty good carry. Psycho just kind of soaking on this bottom side, and Arrow doing what he can on this Draven in the mid lane up against the likes of Tuesday's Lucian.
Use the Blood Rush as well to have the speed up if Winston goes for a possible play. Tuesday doesn't spot them out, but considering the way the wave is pushed right along the middle of the lane, or they can go for play there either. But speaking of which, too, though, if you look at the vision across the board, the top side it is decently even, but bot side, though, it is completely dark here, Dean, except for a couple wards inside Wildcard's jungle.
We're seeing like a bit of bot side control coming out, which is to be expected. Ash should be able to. Psycho's actually having some struggles right now in the CSing department, down about 28 CS to Raheen, which is kind of crazy to think about how much that is. Just to start the game, we're not even at 10 minutes, 28 CS is kind of insane lead this early on into the game, likely due to some of that early pressure pushing Dapshin out of the lane, which was really good. As that advantage has kept them pretty even, despite 2 kills on top side. It's still even gold right now, 11.7 for both sides, which is pretty insane just to think about. Like 2 early kills go over, and you're still even in gold just because of how much CS is being denied right now to this substitute player here on the side of Wildcard Red. And Zeus Gaming haven't punished super heavily, but you can see that one disconnect is giving them some of this early game pressure they've been missing, even if it's not through the kill department.
And we expected this, right? Because considering the substitution that came just last minute, they're also off-rolling on 2 different places. And the Seraphine in itself, we wanted this to be more of the weak side ADC, quote-unquote, and to allow Dapshin to at least get out and help out Arrow mid lane. But considering how they've been pushed in almost the entire time, Seraphine, besides seeing a couple notes, has not been able to allow Dapshin to get out of lane. And even though they're falling behind farm, it's really akin to a little bit of the TSM Academy style of play, where they kind of just have to wait till about 15 minutes to make sure the latest can get on the map.
They do. It's really interesting because they try to play back chicken right there between Raheen and Rhino, trying to accomplish as much as they could, pushing the Seraphine off, trying to deny more waves, which is not going to happen. As Winston aggressed against topside, again, this topside control is huge, since Viego is really dominating this matchup against the likes of Sejuani from his early pressure. There's a lot. This Arrow is going to follow up, trying to find them. He's looking at that. Oh, he's getting
That was pretty cool, but they can't get anything out of it except like maybe just a scuttle.
I'm extremely upset about that situation. If that hits one of the people in the Rift Herald pit, almost certainly that's a full engage coming out from Griffin and Tuesday, and that's going to be at least 1 kill, if not 2 kills coming out onto the 2 members that were stuck there, because maybe the explosion was enough slow to be able to target focus 2 people down. So Raheen with a nice arrow, but it tags on Viego, the one person far enough away that no one could really respond to that, so there is that to consider. consider. That has to come out right there. 3 members as well, forcing the flash out of Griffin. They're going to go for him anyway.
Oh, see his blade down. He's just gone stunned in, but even the Moonlight Vigil, the Moonlight falls too, but doesn't matter. So Sunny outside, disable the turret, and Winston still wants it, baby, and he gon' get it. But underneath the turret, Arrow is going to die. It's not support or combat, but it might be close enough. Oh my god, the Encore saves his life, so he switches targets to Dapsham. How is he still alive? Here comes Alorum to pick up the kill. Okay, at least he gets something.
They're trying to save something here, and now Raheen is on his way up, which means because of all these low health bars, maybe they could try to push something. Can he get something on Arrow? Get the volley!
One more auto conversion misses again. No, it's just off by a hair's length, but he still wants to ignite. Yeah. Oh, that's cheeky, Alorum, but that means you will have to die for it. And as the angry bee comes out, he is definitely not a happy bee player, as they get one for Psycho.
Oh, across the board, so many wild plays that happened right there. I was really convinced that what was going to end up happening is they're going to put a bunch of pressure into this mid lane to try to push off Raven and Psycho and look to pull plates off mid tower and then rotate into bot tower, get a couple more onto the likes of the Ashe and the Lucian. But instead, they just dive for kills, don't really accomplish all that much. This is the play that started out with, of course, the Draven, who's just smashing away with auto attacks. You don't expect Dapshin coming from the side, but the E-Flash is gorgeous to set up this kill. And even worse, like Lucian just hairs off damage from Dapshin going down as well. Can't go forward, instead has to go backwards. The Ohm Wrecker's able to set up the tower. And this stalls so much time. Rhino's able to get Hero Pro, who saves a little bit of this play by just being a nuisance across the board because he really wanted this one-on-one up against the likes of Arrow. Psycho comes in to be the savior, but then of course here comes obviously this edge wanting to clean up the remainder of the play, eventually sets up that dive on mid lane as well that I really thought was going to be a play. Because right here, like, Psycho is not very that strong, doesn't have an ultimate. Now, I mean, you're one auto off, another missed ultimate, unfortunately, by Alarum, just barely not hitting that and being able to secure the kill. So had to go way too deep under tower. He ignites what gets it. Almost wanted them to shove the wave, but unfortunately, the TP coming out from Viego kept that wave shoved so far up, no one was allowed to push it, and that means that Alarum is just stuck further out in the jungle.
In the meanwhile, you can even see by the end of the replay, the play goes on for so long that Dapshin comes alive, but as that TP comes in, here we go, the knock up onto Tudo, but he gets stunned as the back, the solar flare is huge, and he's just gone. The Volibear can't do anything, but Raheen at the back is kiting away, getting a lot of damage down. He's still quite alive, but Randini gets a second. He goes alive for a little bit longer. He's not super strong though. Can he get one more? Maybe Alarm's there to shut him down. Yes, he does. They stay alive, but the ignite at the final seconds by the Leona will get 4. This is gonna be the ace for Zeus Gaming at just 12 minutes, Dean.
The story writes itself, Ravish. The early game goes the way of Wildcard, the mid game goes the way of Zeus, and the game goes the way of Wildcard. We've seen it 2 games in a row, and it's playing out for us yet again right in front of our eyes. This time it's Alorum who's able to pull a bunch of gold out of this fight, thankfully. No one can go for Dragon, though, because there's just too much. That's pretty far there for Winston. I don't know if that was intentional or was just trying to ward. I have to think that was just trying to ward, because he could have just run up mid lane, put it down, then ran to jungle, and instead he ran through the jungle immediately and then went through. Maybe he was just trying to cut a corner or something, but still, crazy plays already in this game.
Man, who's ever writing the script for this, stop it, please. I don't want to see some mix-up, bro, because even looking back at that play, Winston shouldn't have gone for that engage. He had nobody beside him. And yet again, Griffin's able to come out from the back, get a nice little flank on them. And that's the engage we've seen from him so many times. But Arrow's caught by himself. He's that good. Solar Flare to disengage, though. Encore's able to get one, but can he actually get down the Braum? Ooh, goes golden. But can they save him? The axes will find their victims. But Alorum on the other side, huge Moonlight Vision getting on the other end. They knock up 2 more. The Moonfall will continue to shut down the light. And that's just gone.
He is. there's a little bit more contest here, only because Brandini is showing up. The wave is completely gone. Don't think I didn't hear that Moonlight in the Vigil in the middle also either, because you're gonna get called out for that 100%. It's just gonna happen because I have to make fun of you a little bit. But still, gets called across the way. And it's Zeus again striking, having a little bit come back into their pockets. They've been able to equalize the goal from where we were at earlier from Wildcard and get themselves a Dragon in the meantime, traded between the two. As right here, it's like focus that they put into the Dragon, trying to claim their second objective. It's huge. Raheen has to kite so far back in this fight because the number of CC that, yeah, he eventually has to flash up in this fight to be able to put out damage. But at this point, all of your divers, all of your CC has been wasted, and that means that you're able to free attack and once you push through, and then Tuesday gets to come in from the left. Brandini thankfully finds this. I don't think transforming into Ash was a great move here for anything other than the time he needed, put out a little bit of extra damage, and it baited Dapshin in, I think, a little bit. Honestly, I would have preferred he just try to fight his way out of that one, leave Dapshin out of it, and then thankfully, of course, like, they're able to catch this because Alarim had used his ult in this fight. But it's a winning existence for the side of Zeus Gaming, who then pull everything off the board as they need to, as we continue to get this mid-game spike from the side of Zeus Gaming.
And in both of these fights, you see that Zeus Gaming has Wildcard Rest surrounded on almost all corners. The Psycho is somewhere on the other end, and we're talking about Arrow being able to kite from the back. He needed the space along with the CC and engage with people like Winston, from Brandini, from Dapshin even, to make sure to keep feeling from him so he stays safe and the Wildcard Ref from there can find a solid front to back. But it's not even a side to side, but they're making a parallelogram.
They are. It's kind of crazy to think about in that regard. I'm watching as this play slowly develops because Arrow's on his own on the bottom side, and they don't force right there, even though they have Braun coming in, as they can continue to just try to control this bottom side of the river as best as possible around this Dragon Pit, even though Rift Herald's up right now. I hope that finally, after everything that's come through from Alarim, that he's able to actually contest against the likes of Brandini. He's got the entire Bramble Vest, and then he also has the Sunfire Aegis, which is enough damage probably to beat down on a Viego in his own right without giving too much healing away, so that's pretty nice, which is why I think finally Rift Herald might open up for the side of Zeus Gaming, because Brandini doesn't just get the permanent shove this Sejuani in, and if you step up to do anything, you just end up losing your life.
What we have to see here, Dean, is who really is stronger. Is it going to be the Sejuani with its raw stats, pure tankiness, and champion design, or Riot's balance team with the Divine Sunder changes? It all remains to be seen. Find out the next arc of League of Legends, as right away, Zeus Gaming decide that as they have control of the map, they're gonna take the Rift Herald, naturally so. And I imagine they'll just try to put a mid to open the map a little bit more, but it should be a trade of turrets, as Winston is getting bullied out a little bit of his own jungle. But look at this, they might be able to go for a possible play. Nah, they just back in, they're fine.
Yeah. So what happens right here is, like, I think Tuesday's a little bit more like passive than necessary. If he knew what was going on, if he was able to view this the way that we were viewing this, I don't think he would have been that lax about what just happened, because he could have walked up, cleared the way. If he wasn't under much threat from the likes of the Arrow, even though Arrow's got a ton of damage, probably could have cleared it with the culling, but instead stays back because he's afraid of where Dapshin's at. So that slows down the tower take on top side compared to bottom side. I'm watching for where Arrow's going to be at, because Rift Herald was also taken during this process from the side of Zeus. So they do end up winning in the end with the ultimate tower trade. I'm just curious what they do with this timer from the side of Wildcard, where, like, Arrow is now going to have this timer being, like, faster out of the map. They might be looking for Tuesday here with Dapshin and Winston as soon as Arrow gets back to lane.
Now, this is usually around the time where things start to get a little bit freaky. Usually, this is either a Tuesday just absolutely pops off and gets 4 different solo kills, and suddenly the game becomes really competitive, or Wildcard Red are just able to bully Zeus Gaming into taking objectives across the map, where Zeus has almost no response for them. It looks as though we're going for option 3, where Zeus Gaming instead are choosing to extend their lead through smart macro plays. Team, am I seeing a possible comeback? As there we go, the mid tower drops. Like we were saying before, Wildcard have no response to this.
Out of complete fairness, I think this was off of no vision. I'm waiting for fights across the map.
Yeah, they should be able to find 2. They put out the axes, but Arrow's just dead. Now Winston has to walk away. They can't exactly respond to this. Houdini gets caught up, maybe just goes invisible and just last second. Like Glacier Fisher not touching him as they go towards Drag.
notice if you will, so this play got set up on bottom side between Daption and Winston, right? Where they're trying to set up Arrow in the side lane up against Tuesday. Because 2 members were there and because Arrow backed, that's 3 members off the map entirely. Psycho's not that strong, can't really hold his own inside of that 1v1 as the Seraphine from this bar back. At this point, for the most part, just CC support for the team, a little bit of damage coming out from the Leandries, but that's about it. As Alarim does have support, so I don't suspect a fight here. But because they lost all 3 of those members' presence across the map, that's Zeus Gaming. They TP into mid. They force Rift Herald. That alone, getting mid tower and then getting pressure for River would have been enough. But then they walk in for some shallow vision taking, and they somehow find a couple of members of Wildcard with Arrow going down. Sorry, other members. Yes, it cost them a couple of flashes. But that's the kind of safe plays that Zeus was able to make. Even if they don't get those kills, they absolutely come out ahead with that tower take. And then obviously with that Dragon with the denied play on bottom side as well.
As you continue forward, though, Wildcard Red just trying to take away as many resources as they can away from Zeus Gaming's side. Still put the gold lead a little bit more even. It's only about 1,000 behind, respectively, but they put that Solar Flare. Rhino not caught by any of it. But this is actually a pretty decent fight for them if they can extend it, but none of the CC really lands in their favor. So they should disengage, and that they do.
Pretty tough situation right there. Also, especially with the flank on the backside from Alarim, if they don't have a picture-perfect fight right there, they absolutely get ace because they're just stuck there forever. What are we getting into? Oh, back to the snail.
Ooh.
Yes.
Escargot, Dean, have you ever had? Is
Escargot.
delicious.
Escargot I have not had, but I will take your word on that one, my friend.
That's French for snail, and Tuesday is a French Canadian. So there you go.
There we go. Thank you for all that information. And another one, it's just so Smurf being able to actually have a zookeeper here with us, being our observer today. It's fantastic to get all this vision.
I didn't know the Steve Irwin Foundation was actually observing for League of Legends now. Just calling attention to all the animals that might potentially be hurt across the rift as another lizard comes into play. But the red brambleback is right in front of our screen here, Zookeepers. Come on. They're also living beings too. Sure, they give away gold and buffs, but like, they have feelings, right?
I suppose.
Right.
I'm just waiting for my camera to come back on screen so they can show an example of a monkey.
Aha!
In the slightest. No, see, I could have directed that at you, but I chose to take the high road this time. You're welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate you doing that because, yet again, I saw the opportunity, but I didn't take it. See, Dean, I'm trying to be nice, and you just don't do it. Because look at you with this owl face, bro. Keep doing this whole like I'm smarter and better than you.
I mean, yeah.
Bro.
I mean, if we're gonna talk about people who are flexing right now, we're talking about Sam Price on the observing because he is just all over the place with his observing. As he's
Absolutely.
also able to catch it. Oh, that's upsetting right there. That's Alarim again with his Sejuani ultimate, just not connecting a little bit by little bit. Stop it! Stop flexing on us, man. What are you doing?
R.I.P. to Alarim's chances of landing an ultimate this game, bro.
RIP our chances of ever actually like not looking like absolute chumps compared to Sam Price.
None whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't already know who he is or don't follow him on Twitter, guys, Sam Price, just an absolute wholesome e-boy, fantastic observer, and very tall, handsome man. Hit him up.
I want to somehow make a meme where you can fit Sam Price into the word supremacy because he always posts that meme that's like, I believe in blank supremacy. Sam Price in me or something like that. There's something. Wow, that arrow went wide. I like that we didn't see it shot. We just got to see it pass by as Viego's just absorbed. I think 3 ultimates in the last minute. They're really trying to put the clamps down on a Brandini, and he's just having none of it right now.
You know how that arrow went wide? That's almost like whenever you talk to me, just your voice goes in one ear and out the other.
That's fair.
But like you were mentioning, right? Brandini comes in a little back and forth to try to respond to Lauren, but they're getting almost every single one of their lanes pushed in, and Zeus Gaming at this point, they haven't really been able to extend their lead ever since the Rift Herald play that they had previously before. So imagine they'll now center all around the Dragon, which comes up in just under 35 seconds. Meanwhile, Wildcard Red have kind of just been left on like side lane duty to just pick up a couple of farm, and I'm hoping that they hit at least 2.5 items by the time we get to the 25-minute mark, so they can fight on a full 5v5 scale.
So right here, Wildcard doesn't really have great ways to try to force, right? And also you're comfortable with just leaving Arrow in side lanes, picking up spare farm here and there, and then also picking up towers, as you're seeing right now. Because the further like ahead this Draven is going to get, the easier it is to try to 5v5 and like put damage into these carries as much as possible when they inevitably end up fighting over some objective that's going to come up in the future, whether it be, you know, 4th dragon, whatever it might be, because right now Griffin's taking that 3rd dragon for the side of Zeus Gaming, and they aren't really forcing either. They've been trying with like, they're just like fishing with ultimates, which is why you saw a couple attempts thrown at Brandini where he's been able to sidestep like Ashe, Arrow, Sejuani ultimates, things like that haven't really been able to stick all that much and attempt at getting something in a side lane, which is why we're getting all this lovely observing right now, because we kind of have a lull state before one of these big fights is going to prop out, knowing mostly due to Zeus Gaming doesn't want to force something because they're in a game 3 and they're down 2 games. If they lose, they're out. There's nothing else to be done. And they desperately do not want to be out because, of course, if they win this series, they get to compete for Proving Grounds against either MU or C9. I don't know if that series is over quite yet. In fact, I actually think that they're going to game 5 right now. So that's over on the other stream, which is just as exciting. But that's what they're competing for, is the winner of that series will be playing them in the finals tomorrow. And the winner of that, if they were to take this, would then go to Proving Grounds. Whereas Wildcard, they don't, because they already go to Proving Grounds, right? Like, it doesn't matter as much to them. So Zeus Gaming is taking this very slow, very calm, very calculated, saying, okay, we've got an advantage. We're going to push it when we need to. This is the first real pickoff we've seen where Winston's able to get onto Tuesday. His mobility is obscene. Arrow can't quite get the ultimate, but on the backside's Brandini.
Oh, they catch that one that he's just alive for a little bit longer. So no, they miss everything onto him. But here comes the encore. They get 2 more. But he should be dead. But look at the backline. They're being torn apart. Alorum's holding them all off, and they can't even get to them. It's completely split. The damages for Wildcard are being chunked away, and suddenly now his fire's looking for a worse aware. Here comes CP. Tuesday's now back at it. Saki, no, he's dead. There you go. Bye-bye to the songstress. No more songs for them. Their Spotify is closed, and so is Daption supports of getting back into this game. So happy to be player as well. Arrow can't shoot off anything else as he has to run away with his jungler. The first real engage that we get, and it turns Wary up against Wildcard again. Oh, no way.
Oh,
what?
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
no.
Arrow's going to end up going down. There's not much for him to do. There's nowhere for him to walk to actually get out of that situation. I'm going to say Wildcard, like, they were like an adaptive force take over putting down Lucian and Raheen in that fight and really not allowing anything to come through. But because Tuesday is able to walk out with a fraction of his health bar, gets the TP back in and take this one, ends up giving the massive advantage and the Baron over the side of Zeus Gaming, which I think it's spectacular here. They've been able to play this patient. Came off the back of what looked like a pick onto Tuesday, but his health bar just barely stays high enough. He gets hit with the first half, not the second half. Brandini can't find him on the second side, even though the Q comes through, and you can see barely touches out on Psycho's damage. And Raheen also took the brunt of this, was able to get just enough damage out onto Winston for it to matter. As like you said, the backline, Psycho and Arrow both took quite a bit of damage on the back, but nobody really goes down. But again, Tuesday never went down in this fight, gets the TV behind everybody, and just win this fight for the side of Zeus Gaming. Again, just fractions of that health bar, little bits of damage here and there would have made all of the difference. But Tuesday's able to help carry them through this, get themselves to Baron, and now Zeus hold the definitive advantage for probably the first time in the series.
And Tuesday, I was also told, thank you production, that he got out with just under 15 HP.
Oh my goodness.
Little tiny margins that they're fighting on. Our knife's edges, things continue. Winston is gone on the other end. He brings a Stormbringer, but he has got umbrellas on Zeus Gaming's side. As Dragon not up right now, but they can just extend this Baron lead, take this tower here, Dean. Zeus Gaming can make the run back and make this a 3-1.
They're getting very close. Winston is a large amount of the damage, so right now Psycho just cannot get the damage out necessary. That ultimate is pretty much everything. Keeping his team healed up is going to be important as they're working into the front line. Arrow also just has not been able to get into these fights the way that they want to with this Draven pick. That's got a fair amount of the damage within this game. So right now, like, it's Brandini's flanks and it's Arrow being able to work their way through the front line. That's really got to be the pivot point here from Wildcard Red, because at the moment, they are struggling to find the team fights. This is what they were designed for on the side of Zeus. Even when their ADCs are nearly knocked out of the fight, they were able to clutch it up. And like you said, Tuesday also able to find 4 kills in the midst of the game to turn this one around. We are on the same script as ever.
It just keeps happening.
It keeps happening.
How can this keep happening? like, it's crazy that even with all these switch ups and like the consistent back and forth they've had, Wildcard Red, I would say, they aren't necessarily out of it, but they're at a genuine and significant disadvantage, I should say. But then now they know they need to fight for this. They're pincered. Arrow goes wide. Brandini also dodges out. A Glacier person gets one. Napster not caught. They're putting out a lot of ultimates up against Wildcard Red, but it's not really affecting them. Dragon isn't up for another 20 seconds. Zeus Gaming kind of just expands cooldowns.
Fair amount of their real good engage is now completely gone, although they are inside of a fight where, like, if you can't get a flank from Brandini, it's a lot harder to play this out anyway. So if you can box them in to a pure 5-on-5 trying to work front to back, you can't get through a Braum and a Sejuani the way that you can here on the Christine and Tuesday. Everybody else, where is Tuesday right now, by the way?
Good knock up at the back. They find another, but there's two already into the middle of the fight. They go one more, but as the fight continues on, we see Arrows alive at the backside, but he can't do much more. He's doing a lot of damage. He might be dead. Saku's there for the support. They get one more. Alorum is dead. What's up? Hi.
Tuesday's in the base.
Wait.
He's in the base right now. He's trying to end the game. They got a TP. It looks like they're going to be able to stop it, but look how many minions he's got right now. If he's able to bring down Brandini, he might just have a chance. He put so much damage in that mid inhibitor, and now Wildcard Red, they're in a really tough spot. They try to chase down Tuesday, then they go for the Dragon. What's their play right now? Arrows, he's trying to heal up right now. I don't know if he's going to be able to before the booster comes out from Lucian. He's able to get away.
He pops Arrow like a balloon. He's just gone. It's no longer his birthday suddenly.
Oh.
Good calls there, Dean. I didn't even notice him in the back of the base. I was so invested in the fight that I'm like, oh my god, Wildcard Red actually winning. But I see why.
Brandini has to flash W this. Yeah, there it is! That's what we like to see. He had vision. If you walk a little bit closer, because it's just outside the W range, you are not going to be able to get on top of him. So the flash W, the second he comes out of back vision, is able to get Lucian. And that should mean Dragon, but still, irreparable damage that has been done to the base here from the side of Zeus Gaming.
And continuing forward too, look, the fight's all good and all, but now it's all starting to break down for me. I was like, wait, why is Wildcard winning this so hard? Oh yeah, one of the mage damage sources from Zeus isn't even there. Because
look how, look at this. So like Lucian wasn't here, which is one of the biggest reasons this fight doesn't go down. But also notice how long it took for Arrow to get through 2 full members on the side of Zeus Gaming, and like, this entire time, Ash is waiting on the wide that you could have actually turned at any point. They were worried that the front line was going to work their way through, and all of a sudden the fight was going to get turned at least a little bit, but that's just not the way that it worked out. Thankfully, Tuesday's got more than enough damage to burn through his health bar right here. Psycho also burnt the first spell rotation on that first engagement as he got to the brush, which he was able to dodge, so that meant that Tuesday wasn't going to go down, and we know how that ended. But still, heroics from Tuesday, able to pull a ton of pressure and a Nexus tower off, even in exchange for that Dragon and the lives of his entire team. Absolutely worth it for Zeus, trying to transition that mid-game into some damage that they can now leverage to push elsewhere on the map, look for other neutral objectives in the meantime.
Although the waves aren't pushing into them right away, losing 2 inhibitors, like you were mentioning, they're at such a detrimental state that now, if they're able to push this tower down as well, the side of Zeus, and possibly this in him, we know the Wildcard Red has to make their last stand. The switch ups, the changes, Arrow going mid, Sakio coming in to sub in for Bradley. And now with this, like, it's Wildcard on the back foot. What can they do here, Dean?
That's a good question. Right now, they're just looking to set up fights of any kind, like that, the way that you saw right there. They were able to actually get a bunch of space for Arrow to auto-attack freely within that fight. Also, if Lucian's pushed out or killed off at the beginning for any reason, you see that the damage just isn't there from the rest of Zeus Gaming to win. So maybe that's what they're looking for, but this is horrid. As Alorum, he's just going to use that ultimate to literally slow everyone. Oh, okay. We're cool. We got Smite. Smite exists. We all love Smite. No worries here.
Remember when Jinx Rocket could outsmite Smite?
Yes. Yes, I do. Pretty
what
painful.
a bad time for everybody in the game. Just
for everybody but Jinx players, that's for sure.
Exactly. Just nullifying anything you could possibly do with champion or as a jungler in general. The steals stopped being oppressive and they became abhorrent. Now with Baron on their end, the waves pushing in their favor as well. Wildcard. We were talking about the foul sand, and this is it.
It's a tough one here. There's also a problem that wave clear is going to eventually become an issue because like Psycho is pretty much the only person you've got that has significant wave clear because Arrow's only single target. You don't have like brunettes like other ADCs. They're going to go for a
They
fight right
get
now.
3, and
That's a huge loss.
they can't go in on this either. It's all just stalling tactics along with the Encore. Now they lose all these team fighting ultimates. We see Brandini at the side, but as you go in, there's a Stormbringer. He has a little health bars. Ryder's possibly dead, but Dash is dead on the backside as well. They're trading 1 for 1, but as finally Rhino goes down, they can't do anything. Raheen's untouched on the backside, and Wildcard Red have to give everything up. Zeus Gaming can take this game handily.
And it's excruciatingly front-to-back team fight on both sides, and that standard fighting is going to always favor this team because Arrow takes so long to get through these frontliners. You see only Braum is dead. You still have Lorem on the front line, and Raheen and Tuesday still exist. There's still damage on your Diana as well as the engagement under tower. This is probably just going to be the end of the game.
Yeah, they're just all stuck at the back unless having one tower to possibly defend them. There we go. Griffin gets another. Okay, Saku's probably defending it, but can he get more? Arrow, the single target damage. Up against Lorem, the stun. He gets the second. Oh my god, he's actually defending it. But now the Q lands. Oh, the move will continue to rise. The sun is gone as the punch rises back up. The inhibitor falls. And dusk falls over Summoner's Rift as the toilet paper cats are able to wipe off the game.
These get a little bit see at the end right there for Zeus Gaming as they try to close things out, but it ends up working in their favor as they're able to find just enough minions that are flooding into the base with Baron buff that they're able to close things out. So thankfully, they do strike back. It took a substitution here from the side of Wildcard Red and a lot of elbow grease from Zeus Gaming, but they are able to transition their mid-game into solid fights, neutral objectives that they're able to then take the game with. Very well played at the end. A little, very, very scrappy, of course, obviously, that came out, and it was tough trying to play into Arrow and that amazing Draven, but they were able to make it work.
The 5-5s that you were mentioning in draft as you get along into the mid game, they just could not take the brunt of force that was coming right into their faces. Cleansed were the name of the game, but because they can't cleanse 5 different things, as Lorem continues to land those ultimates, Wildcard continued to be shut down. But that means we have more games to play. My prediction might still be right, but that remains to be seen. And possibly Bradley might make a return. We'll have to find out after this break. Yeah, Winston's and also bot side too. I believe Dasher might be getting caught out. Might be a little bit of cross map play, but they catch out one nice stun. Lorem's gone. Good top side flex. Solar Flare is huge, and he's just gone. The Voidman can't do anything, but Raheen at the back is kiting away, getting a lot of damage down. He's still quite alive, but Brandini gets a second. He goes alive for a little bit longer. He's not super strong though. Can he get one more? Maybe Lorem's there to shut him down. Yes, he does. They stay alive, but the ignite at the final seconds by the Leona will get 4. This is gonna be the ace for Zeus Gaming at just 12 minutes, Dean.
The story right they can here on the Christine and Tuesday. Everybody else, where is Tuesday right now?
Good knock up at the back. They find another, but there's 2 already into the middle of the fight. They go one more, but as the fight continues on, we see Arrows alive on the backside, but he can't do much more. He's running out of damage. He might be dead. Saku's there for the support. They get one more. Lorem is dead. What's up? Hi.
Tuesday's in the base.
Wait.
He's in the base right now. He's trying to end the game. They got a TP. It looks like they're going to be able to stop it, but look how many minions he's got right now. If he's able to bring down Brandini, he might just have a chance.
Now they lose all these team fighting ultimates. We see Brandini at the side. As he goes in, there's a Stormbringer. He has a little health bars. Ryder's possibly dead. Dash is dead on the backside as well. They're trading 1 for 1. But as finally Rhino goes down, they can't do anything. Raheen's untouched on the backside. Stun. He gets the second. Oh my god. He's actually defending it. But now the Q lands. Oh, the move will continue to rise. The sun is gone as the punch rises back up. The inhibitor falls. And dusk falls over Summoner's Rift.
I think there's a lot of discussion in the community about what kind of role a coach fills and what kind of role a good coach fills. What do you think makes a good League of Legends coach?
To boil it down into a single sentence, I think a coach's job is to make their players win. And that's the bottom line. The way they do that is pretty much irrelevant for their status as a good or a bad coach. in terms of available avenues for League of Legends specifically, that can be someone that specializes in draft. It can be someone that specializes in just motivating their players and putting them on a cohesive mental single page. It can be specifics like gameplay, which is more along the positional, which is what my specialty is. But regardless of which avenue the coach specializes in, their status as a good or a bad coach shouldn't be dependent on, some predetermined list of you need to know how to draft, you need to know, gameplay specifics, you need to know macro, micro, etc. If they're able to provide function to their team in a sufficient manner, whatever their specialty is, then they can be considered a good coach. But for my expertise being gameplay focused, then that's kind of where a lot of the controversy lies, especially in amateur coaching, where if coaches don't have sufficient game knowledge, especially when you're coaching at the top of proving grounds, where everyone is, LCS, academy, or just, top challenger, then the question becomes, how does a coach kind of keep up gameplay wise and actually teach their players something new or something different? Because the idea prevails, how do you teach them if you don't know better yourself? And then why wouldn't you be a player? So it becomes a bit complicated on the gameplay side, but to answer your initial question, at least, it's just about making your team win more than they would have if you weren't there.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
So it seems like we have some audio issues while we work that one out. Welcome back, everybody. I'm not Ravishing Ravis, I'm sad to say, but I'm still Beatdown Boulevard. With me is Manny. We have Kari, who will be with us just momentarily. Until then, Manny, that was certainly some League of Legends we just watched.
We certainly did just see an entire game of League of Legends happen before our very eyes. We were expecting something like this, obviously, with Bradley losing his internet, having to take, a game off, and Arrow pulling out the Draven mid. We were expecting something kind of crazy, and that is exactly what we got. There was a lot of fighting, and there were some Seraphine ults, a little like backdoor attempt from Tuesday. That was
cool.
It was an entire game.
It was the whole package. It was the whole package. Wait, Kari, can we hear you now? Can chat hear you? Not yet? Oh, gosh. All right, we just got to keep moving. Oh, you know what? I'm going to interpret. Yes, Kari, please tell me. Oh, yeah. Can they hear you now? Not yet. Good thing they didn't hear that. But so Manny, real quick, this game we just watched. Truthfully, I was really into the. Oh wait, I'm hearing a lot of yeses. Kari, please speak to the audience.
Welcome, everybody, to the desk. My name is Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet, and I am here to talk to our friends, Beatdown Boulevard, and Manny Sanchez, who I have never worked with before, but I'm excited to make look like a fool because I hate how good he looks on this desk.
Dude, that's what I've been saying, man. Like, you can't just be outdoing us like this, Kari. It's not fair.
Right?
I thought I was safe when Ravish left for the Cavs, but apparently not.
So I just got back from the Maryville game. It's going really well, by the way. I was expecting a little bit more from the boys, but they've had a long weekend, as you know. So it's 2-2 right now to Cloud9. We're just waiting for those results to come back, but sorry you guys don't get to go.
Yeah. Well, you know what? As Ravi likes to say, set Levi, as he perfectly pronounces it.
So anyway, that was a game of League that we watched. It was. I've seen a lot of games of League of Legends in my life, and that was one of them. How did you feel about the comp on the side of Wildcard, Manny? What did you think of it?
It was definitely something that they picked so they could go to the next game, and that is exactly what happened. They wanted Bradley back. They gave it their best shot, obviously pulling in the substitute, and they gave it their best shot. They fought a lot, and they won a lot of those fights, just not enough to bring it home, but enough to make the game very entertaining. And it was definitely interesting to see them lock in the Draven mid, but it's definitely the most interesting pick we've seen, I think, of the tournament so far.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I like the pick a lot, to be honest, just because of how prevalent Seraphine can be in the bottom lane. And so it makes sense in this context where you're switching. You have Psycho coming in bot, you have Arrow coming in mid. And if you look at the comp as a whole, let's just remove the lane assignments assigned to the champions. Just look at the champions as a whole. I still think the comp functions very well because you still have, Seraphine offers a lot of sustained shielding and team fighting prowess because of her ultimate, which ends up working out really nicely. It just, can you get through the laning phase? And you know what? Arrow's, this might be a hot take, but he's a pretty good player, so I think he could do okay in the mid lane.
Go ahead, Manny.
Explain to me then why they moved the Draven mid instead of putting the Seraphine mid, because that's something I'm kind of curious about. Just because they committed to the Draven pick so early, I guess it must have been just something about like players being more comfortable. But to me, I don't know. The comp would have went better if you had like Seraphine mid as a second support, and then you were able to kind of fully buff up the Draven instead of having a Draven and then like go AP Seraphine.
Yeah.
Nobody knows except that Psycho is actually a Grandmaster ADC, so it becomes even more convoluted, guys. It becomes even more convoluted. The story makes even less sense with this information that I brought back to you, which is why I brought it back, because it makes the story that much more confusing.
Hell yeah, it does. But I still think, I don't know, I'm still gonna die on this hill of like I like how Wildcard red drafted in this game. Like, I think Draven mid is fine. I think you can still use a lot of you're still able to use a lot of Seraphine's utility both in lane and
that's a
during
word.
these team
Wrong
fights,
draft,
and
by
this
the
is
way.
this is the draft from the game previous. So
Yep.
we'll get that
This
fixed
was a
in
good draft.
second.
I liked that draft. That
Arrow
wasn't
drafted. They drafted so well. They like brought it back another game, but it is interesting.
Okay, come on.
Just because I don't know. I guess regardless of what we think of the draft personally, this is not a good situation for Wildcard, right? Like you have to take into account, right? They're kind of reeling a bit because their mid laner lost his power, and they've got to make do with substitutes. They had to swap one of their 80 carries mid, and they just put him mid on an 80 carry. And yeah, I mean, it's just they were trying to make the best of a bad situation, and we have to also take into account they did almost win that game. Almost might be a little strong, but they put up like a fight.
Oh, it was close. It was pretty close. I think that ended up going pretty well for them. Just some like inopportune fights were taken that didn't quite work out in their favor, and this is kind of those situations we talked about in the game's previous, Manny. You might remember how we were saying, hey, look, the mid game, some of these mistakes, these bad team fights, maybe Zeus doesn't capitalize yet, but that's not going to keep going forever. It turns out that game did end up going in favor of Zeus, and they did manage to hold on to that lead into the very end, even though things got dicey during that one dragon fight, and Tuesday was trying to backdoor essentially.
I don't know where you're finding these drafts, Colton, but
Wait,
draft.
No, this is correct. They just made made a mistake with the
Seraphine.
Heimer.
Okay, I saw Heimer. This is my bad then. I saw Heimer and I was
You
like,
monster.
oh my god, have we found another like unique draft here? No, okay, that makes a lot more sense than the Heimer Seraphine. Sorry about that production. But you guys call us out enough. I had to get my retaliation in, even if I was wrong this time. But anyway, yeah, that was the draft.
Yes, it was a draft, and it was I think the thing that was the most interesting that I liked too was Alorum did play the Sejuani top. He's definitely been playing it. It's been disturbingly rising in popularity. I certainly understand why, but I don't know. I don't like Sejuani, man.
Are we getting
It's good,
trolled
though.
by production, right? Okay, so listen, gentlemen.
No, the Sejuani's true.
Great job. You did such a great
thank
job
you.
pretending like you enjoyed
Oh,
what
no.
you saw and
Oh,
that
no.
you sold it. It was almost like this was like almost a B-roll for drafts that we didn't like that we had to sell anyway. Like three sleazy car salesmen. I think everybody bought it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they bought it. So
Nice.
great job. You're making your money. We're getting your money's worth out of these analysts here. It's a little bit, it
You guys are
feels
getting
like
paid?
a throw, but it's not a throw. And I think that we should just pretend like this didn't happen and throw to the casters. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome to the caster's desk. I am Kari, the most unbiased caster that I am aware of. I'm definitely not been bought up by a Maryville hoodie, and I'm definitely not being casted beside by a Maryville caster. Hi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I guess that's our introduction to this one. We're now getting into game number 4. Thankfully, we get Bradley back for this game, so we get to see the full, this full strength of Wildcard Red versus Zeus Gaming. That's going to be a good addition to this one.
Can we do a take 2 with the Rebel? Do you think we can do take 2? Do you mind if I do take 2?
No, too late. We do one take.
Welcome
That's
back
why
to
we're
Caster
live.
Desk. I'm Rav Shukram. You want to hear my Rebel Fox yet again? We're almost about ready to go into the draft for game number 4. I'm so extremely excited more than anything because Bradley is now back in the fray. Arrow can go back to the ADC role and can stop flexing that Draven mid. And Wildcard Red might just take us home. I was talking about my grilled chicken, which is ready and waiting outside. It has been uncooked and it is alive again, but it does not matter because I will make it so it is in a state that is consumable. Rebel Fox, how are you feeling about game number 4?
I think it's exciting. We had a couple of really competitive games in our first 2 with Bradley in. Now that we've had a step back, maybe there's time now for Zeus to have come up with a game plan where they say, okay, this is what worked in the previous game. Now Bradley does throw a wrench into things because obviously that previous game, there was a lot of difference between what we saw in terms of strength from Wildcard Red in games 1 and 2 compared to 3. So now that game 4 is coming back around, you have your official mid laner back in. What is it that Zeus is going to come out swinging with to try to pull themselves into a game 5 and go for this reverse sweep to get themselves in competition for this PG spot?
One thing I actually haven't seen being banned quite super often in these drafts is Gwen. Like, I'm just waiting for the Gwen ban, or at least the Gwen pick to come in, because we know Bradley. We know how much of a swerve he is on this pick. Like, just pick it blind. I think he'll be perfectly fine. He dominates on every single time, Rebel.
It does. He's a very good player. There's nothing else to say about it. Pretty much anything he's picked within the confines of this series has been phenomenal. I actually want to point out Brandini's been doing amazing on this Viego pick for the majority of this game as well.
Oh, 1,000%. It's almost like these 2021 champions released by League of Legends have been fine-tuned to be absolutely fantastically well done, and they have no counters almost against them. Trust me, I would know. I've played almost every matchup against the Viego or Gwen. They do not die. They just win every single time. Gwen wins outright. Viego needs one kill to win outright, but that still could not stop the Alorem train and the frail Yord bus to knock down Wildcard Red's base in the previous game. But now, coming into it, we're seeing players are actually ready to go. Bans coming in a lot faster, and right away, Wildcard on blue side, Varus and Diana taken away. So finally, they're constricting Zeus on the team fight prowess.
We are seeing the kind of differences now, especially because it's been since first game that we've had this side selection. That again, the adaptation that's come through from these two teams. Notice Orianna being taken away from Tuesday is one of the few people that you have to ban that away from nowadays, because not a lot of people go back to the Orianna after everything. The Xin Zhao being taken out from the red side, Zeus Gaming doing that yet again. And of course the Aphelios, the adaptation, but now Thresh doesn't get taken away. So now you're getting Daption, who's able to play this very defensive player with a bunch of offensive capabilities in terms of skill expression, with Arrow in that bottom lane once again.
But the pick for Arrows are to be seen, considering already two ADC's picks have been taken out, though. But the right away, the B1 Thresh for Wildcard Gaming. Now, although not a lot of support picks coming right away, right off the bat, this right here is really interesting to me, because considering this will tell a lot for the first three picks that Wildcard want to do, considering they're matching up against the Vega, which is now on Zeus' side. We're talking about how good Brandini's doing on it. Well, hey, I guess he continue to do good on it.
They're learning. They're making sure. They're saying, okay, Brandini's been amazing on this. They've basically first picked it every single game at this point, and now they're the ones that are getting it in exchange for the Thresh, who's now been countered by the likes of the Nautilus. So now you get a positive bot lane matchup, knowing the Thresh is going to get first pick. It's the best champion for adaptation, and especially with the arrow in the bot lane, you have that protection, have the offense. But now Zeus says, okay, Nautilus gets to be offensive. Nautilus gets to be a little bit defensive when he has the ultimates and things like that, but you get aggression in that bottom side potentially, and you take away Brandini's Viego, which has been just so amazing for this top laner during the course of the series.
But as you consider you wanted to pick the Kalista matchup going into the boss setup against Nautilus, I would have thought that maybe they would go for something a little bit safer, such as the Ezreal. And there's the Gwen that I was talking about for Bradley. They heard my cries and calls. Rebel. Oh my God, I'm freaking out. This is the second time I've called this. I said it before, I'll say it again. I'm actually Nostradamus, bro.
You called the Gwen. We don't know that it's going to Bradley. I'm just going to say that right now.
No, it is.
There's a possibility that it's not going to be there. Zeus Gaming go back to their Kai'Sa, which is obviously like this. The Nautilus Kai'Sa is like the OG combination that was really, really good back in the day. And obviously, this is something this bot lane has played an absolute ton of. But like you said, okay, Gwen becomes interesting because now you got Kalista Thresh on the bottom side of the map that's coming in for Wildcard Gaming to be this engage and a lot of pressure point early on into the game, a lot of neutral objective control with their team fighting prowess. There's another addition to that. Not CC based, because of course you don't have CC on the Gwen, but when you got that supplanted with things like the Thresh and the Kalista combination, there's so much more through damage that comes through out from the likes of the Gwen throughout the team fight. So now you have that ability as this melee champion to be both an amazing flanker, but also to follow up on a lot of the engages this bot lane can make.
But as all the picks that come into the bans, I imagine will be focused a lot more towards the jungle picks that either one of these teams has yet to take, and along with top side, strong side picks they could take into the matchups. Now, they take away Alorem's Urgot, which is a very fantastic call. He knows, we all know that he loves his matchup quite a fair bit. He's done not too bad on it, especially when they've had jungle support. So them taking that away only with 6 champion pools more, and doesn't necessarily allow him to get more into the game and have that same impact that he had in game number 3. As you look at it right now, we see this Jawani still up from the previous game, but as you take away the Volibear on either side, the jungle pool constricts even more here, Rebel.
It becomes interesting to think about whether the flexibility of Viego to the jungle is there, whether the flexibility of Gwen to the jungle. We've seen both of those in very minute matchups, but it has existed in the past as to whether those two can flex into those positions for these teams. And Zeus Gaming gets at least their one counter pick, but they're going to have to give up information a little bit here. This is something I've talked about a little bit when it comes to Griffin. He's been like previously inside of Academy, inside of LCS. He's been traditionally a very good Trundle player. Obviously now it's a flex because you've got Alarim, who's like was able to play it in game number 1. So they're still giving away very little information about what's happening inside of this draft, while simultaneously getting a strong champion for at least 2 of the members on this team.
Now, I'm personally a big proponent of the Trundle support. Now, that's obviously not going to come in unless by some sort of crazy idea they want to take Nautilus top or jungle.
No.
I don't imagine they would. This is not season 6. But the response to this, and a very fantastic one at that, is the Gnar for Brandini going on the top side. And if it is a Trundle top, this immediately shuts down almost everything Trundle wants to do. The chase stuff, but that's not necessarily there. And Gnar can kind of just jump away from Trundle with a little hot. And he's just so oppressive. Even the nerfs on his hyper haven't really done much to lower his prowess within the game. And the final pick for Wildcard will be the Lee Sin going into the jungle. So before a B1 pick, but still a very strong pick at that.
Magic damage. Yeah, we definitely need magic damage right here as the side of Zeus Gaming comes through. And Akali has slipped all the way through the bans, potentially a grab for Tuesday in this mid lane, or be able to be flexed anywhere across the map. Because I think in a Gnar, you've got quite a bit of all-in potential into mini Gnar and everything else that comes out. This would imply, I think, that the Trundle is going into the jungle position, which is, I think, the better position of the two between top and jungle. And that is going to be the case right here, where this pillar is humongous for splitting off members of the fight. You think about dropping it right onto Callista. She's not going to be able to actually move because she's got to go around it. That's the slow. And also during that process, she's losing attack speed due to the exact same reason from that slow, inhibiting her ability to hop and things of that sort. You can also split up if Lee Sin or if the Gwen or if somebody else goes way too far into a fight. The pillar becomes this disruption tool, this splitting tool that breaks a team fight into multiple pieces, where all of a sudden Akali and Kaisa are able to jump onto your backside without really much response to be had, because pillar completely cuts off your ability to turn around.
And we actually saw that in the team fights before, where Zeus was able to control the pace of the game and how they split apart Wildcard Red every single time. Whether that be at the 12-minute mark where Wildcard decides to randomly just give out the lead they had from the early game, or the 20-minute mark where Wildcard decides, okay, maybe we should try to win the game again, and they take more neutral objectives. Either way, though, we will see the Trundle back onto pillar duty, coming in for Zeus Gaming. And now, if I'm to answer honestly here, Rebel, I like Wildcard Gaming's draft a lot more. It's not just because the color schemes line up a little bit, just to engage their team fight, and if they're able to play around the Gnar bar well, I think this game is all them.
Wildcard Red have a really good composition that executes fights extremely well, right? Because like when you put all 5 of those pieces together when it comes to their CC and their damage, it's immaculate. On the other hand, like if you break this guy into like individual lanes, you break into everything else, I think I really favor a lot more of what's being brought out from the side of Zeus. And so it's a question of how well can Zeus keep this out of being this 5-on-5 territory around neutral objectives, where it's like, okay, when Dragon and Baron's up, typically you're bringing every single member of both teams there. This is where all of a sudden the Gnar links up with the Callista, with all these other members, where the Gwen finally gets all this massive damage into a big AoE, and all these pieces suddenly like fit together in an amazing way. But when those pieces are kind of split apart and you're not able to actually get anything, all of a sudden you're thinking like, okay, Akali, really strong at bringing down individuals. Viego, when kills come through, you're able to steal souls, you're able to break apart fights, do things like that. Kaisa able to kind of exploit backlines, things of that sort. There's so many ways that you can just kind of transform how a fight starts or how a fight looks from the beginning to the end, that it's going to be difficult, I think, to get that pure 5-on-5 unless it's forced upon them here around one of these neutral objectives. So I will say that at least, that like the more control that's held in these rivers by like the 10, 20, 30-minute mark that we're going to be tracking here from Zeus Gaming, the easier it's going to be for them specifically to try to play out fights the way they want to.
So we will definitely be paying attention a lot more to those 3 main factors that you pointed out: that pillar, the Akali, and the Kaisa, as the way they're able to go in onto Wildcard's composition. But Dean, I know you made your predictions here already, right? Now you're talking about river control. Do you think it's gonna come down to proactivity for Wildcard Red, or is it gonna be more so on the vision games between these two? Because vision on either side wasn't particularly strong until we got to the later stages of the game.
So Vision in the early game is going to control jungle pathing, which is like I have to think like Lee Sin's going to want to be aggressive in a couple of lanes, but you don't have a bunch of aggressive CC outside of Meganar on top lane, which is situational, and then the Kalista post level 6 with the Thresh lane. That's something that they can generate into in immediately. So like if you're fighting probably in skirmishes in the jungle. You're not really finding money ganks, or at least gank setups really within your lanes. It's more so should be playing the opposite way where you're playing to your Lee Sin instead. So I would say Trundles who we're keeping an eye on for the early phase. The pillar's hard to deal with. So what you want is just like, I think just pure jungle entrance vision from the side of Wildcard Red to track where Trundle is will prevent a bunch of damage, especially to their bottom side. Because if this Kalista Thresh doesn't get going early, that's a lot of pressure taken out of neutral objectives. It's a lot of the consistent damage taken out. It's really tough for the Kalista to try to deal with the likes of what will be that that pillar coming in. So that's something I'm watching for, is especially around this bottom side, making sure that Trundle has no access to deny this Kalista.
Wildcard Red got to step up their bot side game as they have the full roster in, and Zeus Gaming. A lot of factors on their end, a lot of potential to take us to a full 5-game series. But it's all going to come down to, and might I say, a little bit of perfect execution.
Mr. Ravish.
They find nobody. What's up, bro?
Yo, that's a Viego jungle.
Yo.
They swapped it on us at the last minute, yeah. So it is going to be the Trundle top lane, and it's going to be the Viego in the jungle, which is a little bit of an interesting mix-up.
Oh, arrows might be dead.
Wow.
Oh, good flash.
Yeah, well played right there. But burning the Flash Kalista early on, that's pretty nice. It does mean, I think, so Trundle with Pillar, super good at ganking and things. It's not as easy with the Viego, only because the CC's relatively shorter range. There isn't that like massive slow behind it. It's just the one stun. So if you're talking about where to gank, top lane and then bottom lane are still the two locations, but I think it's a little harder now. So it's who's got lane priority to help the Viego up against the likes of the Lee Sin early on into the game. I think mid lane, it should go to Bradley probably, right? Where like you've got this Gwen, should be able to have good amount of way clear into the Akali to start with, things of that sort. You're already seeing Bradley like try to low-key punish Tuesday on his way into the laning phase by checking him a little bit. And on the other sides, like it depends on Trundle versus Gnar, where like Gnar is doing quite a bit. Wow, Tuesday is just getting bullied out by Bradley. He is not allowed to enter the lane anytime soon.
I was thinking like, yeah, so he has to take that long way down just to enter his lane. Although he won't miss any from off of this, but Dean, if I may, Bradley's just BMing for a reason. Yo, fam, you just came back, bro. Like, show, like have some gusto, bro. Didn't your computer just blow up and suddenly you're out here flexing on people? Man, that's not cool. But I wanted to talk a little bit about this top lane match, and I was mentioning a little bit before, but this is where my prowess comes in. This is where I know what to say. Gnar v Trundle. I've been on the Trundle side a lot of this, and he does not have a good time. Until you get to about, honestly, even level 6, you're not allowed to realistically step up to the wave. So what Alorum is doing right now is fantastic. He's playing a lot farther than Max, going for small little trades, maybe just getting off grass props. Yeah, but as the Gnar too, you have to play around his hop. So if he's able to get a little bit of ganks from Brandini, right? If he's able to, like, possibly, I'm gonna hold my stuff as Daption almost dies to the Ignite.
Forced flash on the bottom side by the likes of Daption, where he's going to lose that summoner spell, as well as Arrow had already earlier on, so the pressure bot side on here for the bottom lane. They're just trying to deny Wildcard as much as possible to be able to just like keep Arrow, one of the win conditions that's been around for a very long time here for this Wildcard Red team. One of the reasons that they're in Proving Grounds already immediately during the course of this game is Winston came to cover as well, but Viego is still around. Bradley had first move though, so there's 4 members here.
Yeah, Tuesday isn't able to move at all either. He's still stuck in mid lane. Their kids still go in. Oh, the Sonic Wave resonating. Strike lands. And a 2v2 flash over the wall. He tries to take it, but good stun as well from the Viego. Yeah, but he can follow up on this. Tuesday's here. He lands. The shuriken flips over the wall. And a split fight here yet again. You were talking about this before, Dean. But how much split can it get? Rally's in the middle of 3. Tuesday's still on the shroud and gets out alive. Now Rahid is left alone by himself. And somehow, Wildcard Red come out on top. How did Tuesday live, my God?
Gwen supremacy, man. I don't know how Tuesday lived over the course of that. I think it was just able to bail out because of that shroud at the end. But man, were it not for the Gwen coming in right there, that might have been disastrous from the side of Wildcard. Bailed out by Bradley was this team as Winston goes in trying to find this kill against Rhino. It took a little while to get here. I think if Rhino flashes this Q, there's definitely no way that comes through. I know the counterplay was almost here. The W here, and then the auto attack gets him trapped. Oh, it didn't actually hit auto. I thought maybe he did. But it's the roam over from Tuesday afterwards that really sparks the ignite of this fight. But the thing is, Gwen, at this point in the game, with like even just the Doran's ring and the Conqueror stacking and all the healing that's innately there is good. But I thought Alan. Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet too many tower shots given over to Winston. To the trade doesn't go super well. And Brandon should have been able to at least tank one of those if they had Narabar. But on the other end, though, Vigo getting chunked down, just about a fourth of his health. But can they actually follow up on this, considering it's a 2v3? If they land a good hook, he's just gonna get run down. Wow.
Damage from Gwen, man. This is his steps to do it too much. Not to mention the Callista is able to slow a little bit with the Rend to be able to pull quite a bit. Like it's all compiles into this really difficult play right there. As that's just it's Griffin going in trying to find something in the jungle matchup that just isn't there. Or at least he wasn't able to pilfer away camps. As this time it was a move. Punished a little bit with some minions collapsed in the bottom lane. Gonna be a free back timer here with like 13 CS advantage, but still multiple kills now onto Arrow is problematic because the Callista with this hard early game is going to be able to attack this mid game that's been so powerful for Zeus.
Dean, and I don't want to say it, but we see it here in front of our faces, man. Like 5 minutes in, score, wildcard red is up. Like it's almost always going up towards plan. But I'm gonna just wait for the 10-minute mark. I'm gonna wait for Zeus to get that one fight before I say that everything is rigged, I should say. But the script definitely is continuing to repeat itself.
Yeah, somebody forgot to flip the pages, right, on the story. Cause like, we have the first, we have like the game 1 script, and then somebody read it as the game 2 script, and it's just being reloaded over and over again as like the early game going to the side of Wildcard, mid game to Zeus. It was game 3 that kind of threw us off because it wasn't the late game and the eventual game going to the side of Wildcard, but maybe with Bradley and it goes back as Rhino finds a pretty nice play. There's a TP coming in as well.
He's gone. He's getting knocked up.
There's 2.
From the depths will take him out. But like you said, there's 2 more there. But there's still the tower. But they don't actually have to wait for the posse to fight this. Rebelli's quite strong. The snip, snap, and cut down on the daughter of the void. And Dabshin lives with a sliver of health, as that is a double kill to Senior Winston.
This is insane right here from the side of Wildcard, where they're able to force on bottom lane after getting Dragon. They brought resources down, and they just say, okay, we're committing 2 TPs so that we can pull even more off the map. This is a point where, like, look at Kali, look at the Trundle. They're both shoved in for the most part. You've already got 2 members on the Dragon. Rhino tries to make this aggressive play to get this kill down, and it was really fast. And if it were only 2 members coming into this fight, it would have been okay, because they would have been back off. But all 4 members are down here because they were taking Dragon already, and the double TP just commits for the double kill response and also plates to be removed eventually by the likes of the Gwen, which is the problematic part of all of this here, is that there's still more to take after the fight. If it's just the 2 kills, maybe it's like, okay, maybe that's not worth because you burn 2 TPs. But 2 TPs in exchange for a Dragon, a plate, and then also 2 kills in exchange for the 1, I think you'll take that all day.
That's too much math for my head, because you said 2-1, 1-2-2, 1-2, 1-1, 1-2. So I'm just going to take it for...
So did you remember those numbers, or did you make up those numbers?
I remember those numbers, which is what
Is that got like 1 health on it? Oh no, okay, it's below that. I thought it had one. I thought that's why they were showing. I thought I saw a very small tick of health over the 3rd plate, and I was like, "There's no way. There's no way. There's still 4 plates on that."
See, that I can count. Although they only took 3 plates, so right now it's really a meal for 2. But if they get all 5, they can feed a whole family. But for now, it'll be just a little date. But they go onto Bradley. He is immune, so they were able to catch him out with anything. And Gwen gets away with it yet again, snapping across the minions.
And you said it yourself, that setting into this game, like Bradley's Gwen is something to behold. And that's already been the case, because that early skirmish, the power of the Gwen coming through, everything that you talk about when it comes to champion balancing, whether or not this is fair or not. But right now, through the course of this game, Bradley is well set up to be this massive carrier for the side of the squad, because you've got all this team fighting prowess around it. So this early advantage for the Gwen is going to be huge, setting it up for that later game team fighting, right? Like that's absolutely going to be the case for Bradley when, like, especially because you think about, like, Gnar has good damage, but not great damage for late game. Lee Sin's in the same way. Where, okay, wait, actually, wow, Arrow just Okay.
This is gonna get blown up again. Hops
Is he
over
gonna get
the
out?
wall. No, but
No.
the Heartbreaker actually doesn't
Okay.
land, but it doesn't matter because they'll still take him over.
All right.
And yet again, Viego picking up a couple of the scraps. Meanwhile, on the other end, a cross-map play from Winston to take the first repair yet again, and Alorn might die.
And you saw right there that, like, you'd see, like, Nautilus had been coming in. They're trying to respond with a dive on the opposite side. Kaiser is pulling plates. Alarim, can he get away? Is the pillar been used already? I don't remember him using the pillar. He could have used that defensively. He burned Flash anyway, though, so there's that to consider as well.
But they have Rift Herald here as well, so that means the top tower is completely gone. Alorn really can't even defend this. The goal was split in between just almost about 3 people, but they don't decide to summon. Actually, interesting play. The tower could have been theirs, but maybe they'll decide to take it mid and just open up Bradley to roam around the map.
Maybe that is the case. And if that's the case, I think that's a perfect plan. Because if you have this damage backbone for your later stage of the game that's already doing quite a bit with a bunch of your CC sources, that's an easy way to try to accelerate from like early game into through mid game and even to late game as fast as possible. As Hex Flash is the savior right there. Bradley fortunately didn't get the vision to see him, otherwise he would have likely stopped him on that one.
That was a bit too close for comfort and quite a close call. I'm almost had a heart attack. Now, Rafa always says that you do need to have number 1 on speed dial. But my friend, I have 4 phones here and they're all already ready to go. All I gotta do is press the green button in case I fall. Dean, I'm trusting you to take over for me. Can you do that? Can you promise me?
No, sorry.
Well,
I don't think anyone... I can't take over as the most ravishing man on the internet. I don't have that kind of schedule, Ravish.
But I'm Kari, so it's okay. The ravishing man on the internet is still on the desk, if you remember, my friend.
I do recall this, yes. My opinion does not change. Kari is the most ravishing man on the internet.
I couldn't agree more. I'm about ready to give her that moniker. I think I should just go ahead and retire it. It's time to move on from it. On the other end, those are looking at right now. Wildcard Red, yet again, look to encroach upon Zeus Gaming's property. As Rhino has no vision of this too, could easily get caught up the hooks in, yet they catch him, and he's just gone. Easy.
This is the second or third time now that on this bottom side, we've seen just lapse of vision really be the problem, where it was Arrow one time right there. It was unfortunately Rhino who got caught out. This bottom side has been now a lot more of the focus here for Wildcard. They're using this Thresh Callista as much as they can. It's this early game powerhouse to try to get themselves into a good mid-game standing, to get themselves into that later like 5-on-5 team fight. It's working out so far for them because they've got this dragon. They've got 2 of them now in their back pocket able to work with, and this gold advantage coming into mid-game, so they should be able to control quite a bit.
Control being the name of the game here is what we wanted to see out of Zeus Gaming. Instead, controlling the pace of the game, controlling the fights, and controlling the way they're able to take them. As yet again, to catch out Rhino. See Bradley going in for more these scissors, but they can't cut down the spaceman in half. Raheem takes a very aggressive killer instinct and is able to actually trade out from Bradley.
He got on Winston.
Flip. One more down. He actually gets that Winston. Dapsher's gone as well. He lives for a couple more seconds. His shield is keeping alive by a razor's nib.
Okay, really close right there. As I'm certain what was happening is Tuesday was trying to focus down what was Winston right there, but wasn't able to find the kill onto either him or Dapshi because of a fantastic flash and no extra damage to come through. It's a play from Zeus. Oh, actually, Alorum on the top side. Oh, he got a ton of healing right there.
He is fine. Exactly. That's the point of Turtles. Healing to just go ahead and take your tank stat and whatever else they can just siphon off of you. Tuesday as well has to take the basket corner run away. Now, Wildcard, this is the proactivity that I wanted to see out of them before. This is what we've been begging for the past 4 games, to go ahead and turn up a little bit. Don't allow Zeus Gaming to come back at 20-minute mark. Don't let them take over what is rightfully yours.
They've been playing for this mid-game pretty well. I will say that. Their composition's kind of designed for it, so that's another pretty big aspect of it. I'm curious if Alarum... Yeah. Oh, he almost found him with that pillar. If he finds Gnar on the other side of that pillar without Hop, that's 100% a kill right there, or at least a very burnt flash from Brandini. But this is now 2 side lane towers going down. That's pretty much all Brandini on that top one. There wasn't too much. I know there was that gank earlier where they set up to make sure that they could bring him down, or they forced Alarum off, so there was some of that pressure that went on. But for the most part, Brandini's just kind of been running the matchup there in top lane. One that was opted into by the likes of Alarin.
And I was saying before as well that this matchup doesn't go super favorably for Alarim, and even more so when you have so much early jungle pressure going your way, when you shut him down around level 3 and you continue to support him even after taking Rip Herald just pushing away from the wave, burning early flashes, and even without the pillar, right, he's barely even able to farm because look at the differential between that, Dean. Is just right above 20 CS, but still, that is definitely felt by him as he doesn't even have his first item.
No, he does not. Yeah, this is the gold advantage that we're seeing across the map. Although decently well, the one kind of surprising one is actually Arrow in the bot lane. I thought he would have been further ahead right now. Really, the beneficiaries of this early game have heavily been the Gnar, who got a bunch of those resources, and then of course Alarum kind of left on an island, and then a little bit in that pockets of both the Gwen, who got that early like fight setup. We were able to get a couple of like assists and kills, and Winston, who was part of that same kind of setup. So that's the biggest plays right here, where this top side of the map really has been the beneficiary, and then this bottom side again, Kalista doesn't have to do a bunch of the late game carrying. All you have to do is throw spears, rend them at the right time, and most importantly, be the fight setup for your team with this ultimate. And with that ultimate, you can set up your Gwen, you can set up little kicks for your Lee Sin, things like that. You can be that like go button, which is very rare for ADCs to have, which is why it doesn't matter as much if Arrow isn't this super late game carry, because the rest of his team can try to take most of that load off of him.
Exactly, that setup is what we're looking for, and that's exactly what we're doing almost the entire time. As he gets down to Lauren, he chunked down about a fourth of his health. Oh,
wow.
Starkwave barely misses. One more auto could have done it, but the Sidge is a little bit out of range. They say not to run with Sidges, but do definitely run away from them.
Nice dodge right there out from Alarum. Kind of tricky footing, trying to make sure that he's able to dance out of that and gets away from the Q that came out from the Lee Sin from Winston at the very last second. So well played right there. It does still push the wave up very far, opens up Rift Herald, which is the intention the entire time, which was just to open up that neutral objective for themselves so they can push down another tower. But at least not more gold being siphoned off for the side of Zeus, or for the side of Wildcard. My apologies against Zeus Gaming.
But not a ton more here, though. Still, Wildcard Red maintains in the lead with 2 dragons taken, and now looking to take Soul Point as well. And Phone Dragon up in about 45 seconds, but if you look at the division yet again, this is similar to we've seen it on every single point across the map. Right, a couple of wards down in Wildcard's jungle, as Sam Price is trying to show something special right by the stone.
It's a bird.
It's a plane.
Oh. It's actually a bird. There's no
yes, I know it.
I've been behind that. Not a lot. See, this is the kind of Smurf we're waiting for this zoo composition that we're coming in. We get to see all the animals on the Rift today.
Exactly. They need all the support that they can get right now. Being as Rift Herald Summon as well, classic play by Wildcard to draw a bit more mid pressure as they can set up now for the dragon a little bit earlier. You see, Brandini and Bradley are already there. The Zeus came a little bit late to the party.
Yeah, they fight for the shallow interior here on the side of Zeus Gaming. This dragon's already available. The Rift Herald dropped already has its effects, and now you're entering, which is a little bit of back foot from the side of Zeus, but I don't think nearly as much as Wildcard would have wanted with this Rift Herald. Maybe jumping by 1 wave or something instead of going in. That pillar is not going to be in effect. That's a long cooldown wasted as well. Look at Gwen, though, on the side, waiting for the flank on this.
Oh, Bradley goes in, Needlework goes out, there's a lot of healing, and the big Gnar to the wall, and suddenly, where does Zeus Gaming go? You could say the toilet paper cats got wiped off the map here, Dean, as only Rhino and Lauren are left to tell the story.
What are we talking about the entire time when we're looking at this like composition coming through from Wildcard? It's when you put these champions together, the 5-on-5 is absolutely disgusting. And right there, you see a bunch of their abilities just get layered together and people just get eviscerated during that process as the dragon is left as well as their prize after everything had come through. This is an engagement that eventually comes through, I think, from Viego. But again, when you have this Gwen on the side and you've got this big AoE engagement to work with, you're really terrified of grouping. Oh, look how many members are in the middle of this fight right here that are getting hit by a number of Gwen's abilities during the course of this. Right there, that ultimate actually didn't hit too many. But again, Bradley is pretty much untouched to this point. This ultimate gets enough kills during the process here that all the carries go down. And you see it's Rhino and the Trundle who are just never able to soak anything because everything kind of broke into pieces right there as that fight continued.
Yeah, like I said, they all got blown up, bada bing, bada boom, potato, potato, tomato, tomato. You get it, it's fine. Right? But what matters right now that Alorum is continuing to be bullied. He might actually definitely get solo killed if he stays here any longer, but Alorum could definitely ult up, but he has the support of Tuesday to go up against him, and considering almost no MR on the young Gnar side will force him to go back.
Still not able to get anything. This Trundle pick has just not worked out. It was really good in game 1 as like a split pusher, especially when it got to like 2-3 items. That was the point where it really just like came into its own as being this monster side lane pusher, especially against like a Viego, which is typically seen as a really good side laner when you're on 2-3 items, but still the Trundle was able to match most of the time. But here, like the Gnar is playing with the range so well. Brandini has been incredible throughout this series. I remember back in the day when he was playing on like like LCS, also at Academy, being like one of the better top laners that I'd seen. I always wondered, why has no one picked him up? And I'm glad that Wildcard's given the option because, man, he's playing out of his mind today. It's been fantastic. Both the Viego and now the Gnar in this game just completely running over the side of Zeus Gaming.
Now with Soul Point in their hands,
I thought you had collapsed.
4,000 gold. Man, I'm still here. I wanted to be able to take a dramatic pause because Zeus Gaming now, although with good setup, can possibly go for a fight here up against them. Rhino gets caught out. Look at Bradley all the way at the back. The Needle going through so many people, and they can't respond against him. The Gnar only ults back one, but look at this. They're just tearing them all apart. Zeus Gaming can't respond to anything they're doing. Bradley holds off 3, and Arrow just shreds his arrows through all of them, as yet again, only 2 survive as they go to Baron.
It's a gorgeous force right there, but now Baron is going to come through, right? Like, you're able to see everything that's going to come out. You have Bradley, you have Viego, you have all these shaped by you have Gwen, you have Viego, and you have Callista, and even Gnar all have this massive consistent damage to take this Baron. So right before this 20-minute mark, it's a force coming out from Wildcard with all their CC, and that's all that's necessary for them to be able to claim this neutral objective at only 20 minutes in the game. That's like on spawn right here, where this push-up comes out from the side of Zeus. They're saying, okay, we can get mid tower, we can pull this very easily, we are strong enough to do so, and the double TPs come in, and all of a sudden things go absolutely nuts. Multiple angle engagements. Bradley's on top, Brandini's on bottom with nearly full Narbar, and you're able to pull your front line away. This time it's Alarim and Rhino who tank the brunt end of this engagement, and you see Raheen's half health from one ultimate from Gwen. He's pushed out of the fight, and your damage can't do anything. Like, there's nothing for your damage to do in this fight when none of them are able to access anything because your front line's been destroyed, and a perfect timer comes out from the side, right there, at the 20-minute mark from Wildcard Gaming to find that existence. Like, that is gorgeous because they knew exactly where they needed to be, and they knew exactly what the play was going to be. Force that fight, find that Baron, and now all of a sudden they're trying to close out the game as fast as possible. They really are speedrunning this one. No mid-game spike this time.
Rhino caught out yet again, and finally the script has flipped to the next page here, Dean. We can move on to the next chapter, the next arc, the next movement of Wildcard Red, as finally we've been allowed to see the next season, or even move on to High School Musical 2. There you go. I said it. I got it in.
Oh, no. Okay, this is tough because there's 3 members right now from the side of Wildcard Red who are in mid lane. And they've got Baron buff on bottom side. I was curious maybe if they would just like blitz bot lane, just to try to pull that tower immediately and then move in and force the side of Wildcard Red back to their base, but they decide against it. Instead, all they have to do is push mid lane to hit bot lane, permanently push with this Gnar who's just stronger than right now the Trundle will be in the one-on-one or in any group fight. And then they go back to the Dragon and grab themselves an Infernal Soul, which I think is going to be the most valuable that's going to come through. This is a one-on-one.
Tuesday is taking a fight he should not have. My brother, it is still 3 more hours until it is your day, but until then, you gotta hang on, but it might be too late until then.
I love the observing right there because it showed the ward on top of that blast cone. You see this mechanic with Thresh Lantern a whole lot, but you don't see it with blast cones very often. And the one auto attack that had gone down Tuesday tried to auto attack the blast cone, instead hit the control ward as it went in. So that's going to push up mid lane. It's going to be a kill. At minimum, they can do anything they want. Shrelios was popped just to try to force everybody around as there's a member behind the pit as maybe an engagement to be forced here by Zeus Gaming, but they're not going to find anything. Gnar can just go back to Dragon. They've got this fallback option of the Infernal Soul to come out. And right now, Zeus has to contest. If they give away Infernal Soul, game's probably over, but they are not strong enough for this fight. They really got to ask for a miracle on this one.
Dragon's gonna die before they even get there. They can just take Infernal Soul down, but they pull it back in. Zeus can make the final stand, but they're just gone here, Dean. They can do absolutely nothing. A double kill for Brandini as he makes them disappear. And Zeus Gaming are out of here. Wildcard Red cannot go into the base, and this is their game to win.
From minute 1, and they zoom in on the frog. Thank you for all the animals, Mr. Samprice. As that's pretty much all we've had to like worry about here. Is goodness gracious. Wildcard just dominated this game top to bottom. We saw them in game 3 lose their mid laner, and they like had kind of a rough one. They gave one over to Zeus, and they came out angry in this game. They said, okay, give me Gwen, give me this massive team fighting competition. And since like minute 1 of the game, since that fight around their own blue, they're not even gonna finish here, which is kind of crazy to think about. They're so far up right now with the Infernal Soul and everything else. It's a little ridiculous. This is the replay of the fight around the dragon. It was dead before anything else had come through, so this was wasted anyway. And this was like all of the engagement, like the Thresh turning, being able to get a play, Brandini also getting engagement. None of it really mattered because this fight, even if you lose it, you're probably still so dramatically ahead that there's no comeback path from the side of Zeus. As Tuesday even gets picked up on the back half of this fight, which is why I thought they were going to close, but apparently they waited and they just decided not to. But still, even if they're playing very patiently, if they're giving respect to Zeus Gaming, being up 12,000 gold and an Infernal Soul at 24 minutes is a recipe for disaster. I don't think Zeus Gaming comes back. I think Wildcard Red goes to our final, who I believe is against C9 Academy, who just beat Maryville in that 5th game.
Indeed, amigo. 3 times the kills on Wildcard Red's side. But is Bradley strong enough to take this 3v1? Answer is right now, he can take one, though, but healing comes on. Needle Work actually can heal him all the way, and the perfect execution will at least take him out. But now, with Beretti left to respond between these two, we see Arrow is there as well, but can he do really anything about it? The Heartbreaker comes in, but it doesn't break anybody yet. He's under tower. He will die as Zeus Gaming fall out one after another. They just give 2 kills to Adaption because they can do that at this point, and they're almost at 3 times the kills yet again because they're likely gonna find Raheen. Oh, look at him, he's running away. Poor Raheen.
At this point, it's nothing but desperation. Like, at this point, like, the base could be walked down any moment with your minion waves. Winston's just running down Raheen. He's not even going to cast his TV. He's just going to let him try to cut it out, but it's not going to work. He doesn't have flash either, so he's not getting away. The ultimate can't be used. He couldn't bait him close enough to the wall, so there's just no getaway. Yep, he accepted his fate.
And they're gonna stand side by side like star-crossed lovers. They know they can never be, and then
Low E or my goodness,
the beautiful slow motion.
Very well.
What?
Very well.
Dean, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and League fans from all across the world, Wildcard Red with domination from start to finish will finally take it in game number 4 against Zeus, and they're going to the finals again up against C9.
Pretty insane to think about the way that this actually turned out, where like Wildcard Red was able to make it through. They got better as the series went on. That first game, super competitive, almost went over to the side of Zeus. They just weren't able to actually close it out with that late game surge from the side of like the Wildcard Red. It was insane though, because game 2 they improved a lot of their play. Game 3, like they lost, they had a substitute. It happens. They weren't ready. They weren't prepared. And then game 4 was just like the hardest stomp ever. Somehow, like Zeus Gaming had, I think, more material to work with when it came to how to improve their game plan, what to do to try to fix what they're doing. And yet it was Wildcard Red who were making all the right improvements. So props to them, props to their coach for doing such incredible work, just making those decisions, making those small improvements to get further in the series and become more dominant as they went on.
Big shout out to 80 Effects, though. We do like Morgan out here, and as a fellow Canadian, I do gotta support him. Though, hi Morgan, thank you. I don't know if he's in the chat or not, but that doesn't matter. But because like you mentioned here, Dean, the wild card that we saw in this game is a wild card that I expect, honestly, in all of amateur and most other games, when they have the right composition, and most importantly, when they take fights on their terms. Through small early leads, as they had the opportunity through pushing lanes to consistently force and just like push their advantage, is what I expect out of them. That aggressive play, and by the end of it, what looks like a complete dominance from their end is what I'm expecting to see as we continue throughout Risen.
Yeah, Wildcard Red, I mean, they barely skipped a beat, right? Like the only thing that happened was they lost to Maryville earlier on, right? That was the only thing. Inside the group phase, they lost 2-0 to 2 to Maryville. Outside of that, they've been beating everybody. They're still the most dominant team, even after losing their top lane or bringing in a new one. It's just been that quick. Like, this team is just unbeatable. Arrow is insane. The rest of this map, Bradley and Brandini are both an insane pairing of duos. Winston is still amazing inside of that jungle position. Daption, he's also an absolute stud. Probably the youngest player, the least experienced player on the roster, and still an absolute stud on that, as opposed to everybody just the exact same way. So big props to the wildcard roster. Zeus, they're still figuring things out. It seems like C9's got their number, and then obviously like Wildcard's got their number because they're the two
Yeah.
most consistent for beating them. Outside of that, if they're the third best team, they're the third best team. But they'll play Maryville, I think, in the third place match tomorrow, so we'll get a chance to see those two direct to one another. But again, can't say enough about Wildcard Red, how quickly they've turned around a roster that's switched so quickly, and they've been able to play in a multiple styles, where they play to top side, play to their solo lanes, and also to be able to play to arrow, just work their way through their very, very star player on that bottom side.
And speaking of adaptation too, that's, well, besides adaptation, their adaptation of the new meta as well, how they're able to form and really work around new patches each and every single week, how they're able to have like just such solid reads on what they could possibly be going up against and how they should kind of plan their play style around it too. Because if you look towards 2 weeks ago, Dean, Lee Sin was the number one B1 pick across the board, especially on blue side. But as things went on, his power kind, although not super lessened, but if they still found places for him in the right composition. So although not necessarily abusing the pick, right, it still shows, like you mentioned, about their prowess and learning from their mistakes. And even if like they had substituted in, that game was a lot closer, in my opinion, than it really should have been, considering how really fish out of water Wildcard were playing. But they still seem to have some resemblance and control, and the early game still maintained true to them.
It's nice because they've got this very powerful front side of their fight and very powerful backside with like Arrow. They can always count on Arrow to carry. From that point, it's just getting everyone else into the position where they're able to do all the damage and soak all the damage that they need to as well.
It's definitely the biggest thing here. Now, Dean, I believe we should be getting an interview with Bradley very, very soon. Before we head off to that, let me present a conspiracy theory to you. From what I was thinking was that considering that already won Cup, here's what Wildcard was going to do. They were going to put a lot more resources into the B team Wildcard Black, allow them to win the second or third tournament. Because so that way they would have both teams immediately qualifying for PG, and so then it could just be wildcard supremacy when we got to the final penultimate tournament, which I realize now penultimate means right before, but you get the point.
I don't know where this is going. There's a conspiracy somewhere in here.
Look, I'm just saying. Look, think about it like this. Look, Wildcard Red,
Okay,
already won Cup, right?
sure.
But they don't need to win a second tournament. They already got what they want. Am I correct?
Yes.
So what they do instead is that they put the resources into Wildcard Black. That way, they have both wildcard teams are able to win these tournaments, and they both make it to PG. And that way, the entire wildcard brand is very, very happy and very satisfied. That's what it is. Are you catching on now or now?
That's your conspiracy theory. That wild card wants both of their teams to win.
Yes.
Wow. Look at this big brain, everybody. This guy, I could seriously, I could shave off the reflection of your brain, my guy. Like this is ridiculous.
Thank you for saying that here, Dean. But Dean, as we look towards the finals tomorrow, what are your predictions and thoughts on the wildcard versus C9 matchup?
I think it's going to be great. C9 hasn't really had the chance to play up against Wildcard, I don't believe, yet inside of the Proving Ground circuit. So I'm very excited to see that matchup. C9 has grown immensely over the last few months. That first split was a little bit crazy for them. They had some roster swap ups, they had some changes, but ever since, they've really come into their own as a roster. And so C9 finally coming into that representative form that we've wanted some of these like amateur teams to. And so now C9 amateur gets a chance to qualify. I think they automatically qualify given that like Wildcard Red has already. And so congrats to them because that was confirmed tonight. But tomorrow they get their chance as well.
Yes, sir. Like you mentioned, it's going to be fantastic tomorrow. But before we get to that, we'll throw it over to Cardi and Daption for an interview.
Hey, it's me again, your host. Not really. I'm interviewing Daption here. Just kidding. It's Bradley. Sorry to disappoint all of Daption's fans. Bradley, how's it going?
Well, this is awkward. I can hear you, but I can't hear Kari.
Bradley, they misintroduced you as Daption. I'm upset too. It's fine to be mad. I'm just kidding. How are you?
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm pretty good. Nice to actually finally be able to hear you. I was scared for a minute because doing this on my phone, so it's kind of scuffed because I forgot to bring my webcam. But you know, it's kind of scuffed.
No, you're totally fine.
Yeah.
It's the phone thing. Okay, so here's the thing: is I demanded to interview. Wow, my voice. I demanded to interview Bradley because we were actually in St. Louis together, and you were in the CLOL. The CLOL Invitational Maryville Championship Gateway Legends. How was that experience for you?
Oh, that was so fun. The LAN, being able to meet everyone, and not only that, but participating. It was super fun. You know, hang out with the boys. You know, doing some for fun stuff on stage. You know, hang out after, especially. It was really nice. I enjoyed my time there.
So, were you exhausted? Did you have any time that you needed to like recoup and recover for this, or did you lead into this feeling more hype than before?
Well, actually, I had an 8-hour car ride that my esports director kind of drove. So after staying up till 3 in the morning, I kind of was in the car just chilling for like 8 hours, pretty much sleeping the whole time.
Oh man, is your esports director a good driver?
Yeah.
Did you just get photobombed? Which team is that? Who are those people?
Yeah, that was a Wizardish. You probably remember him, my esports director.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not Hawaiian. It's Hawaiian themed now.
You mean the Odd Orange, right? Not Wizardish. The Odd Orange.
The Orange, right, yeah.
Yeah. But you feel pretty hype about it. Were they supporting you while you were playing in this game?
Oh yeah, actually. So I'm actually at a friend's house because you know my internet kind of went boom. So I'm at a friend's house, and they're actually kind of like saying, "Yeah, what's up?"
You played that game from your friend's house?
Yeah, well, see, it's actually my esports director's wife's birthday. Her name's Aline. She's a really good friend of mine, and we were holding a surprise party for her here. And then it turns out like that's kind of where I needed to set up because it was like the closest place here. It was like 10 minutes away, trying to recoup things as my internet went boom. So now I'm kind of just chilling here, and they're all here as well. They're all watching me.
Oh my god, I can't thank you enough for taking this interview then. I mean, you look great with the lay-on, so congratulations on your win on Wildcard. Do you know which team you're going against yet? Have they told you?
I believe it's Cloud9 Amateur, right?
Yeah, I was wearing a Maryville sweater before, but I actually changed my shirt because, you know, you gotta represent.
Actually, I'm rooting for Maryville too, actually. I was with you. I was rooting for Maryville, but we're playing C9, so I'm kind of hyped for that. We'll see how it goes.
Do you think it would have been a more tough game against Maryville, or are you okay with C9? Which one do you think was going to be harder to win against?
Honestly, Maryville kind of gave us they kind of threw us in a wrong direction. We played them in groups. They were in our group, and they actually 2-0'd us, and we were kind of shaken up a bit by it. So I actually thought it would have been harder if we played against Maryville, but nonetheless, you know, it is what it is. So we're playing against C9. I personally think it's going to be a little bit easier, but who knows? We'll see tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we'll see by which margin you win. You sound pretty confident, Bradley. Hey, thanks for going to all that trouble for the interview. Sorry we couldn't get our secret handshake set up, but enjoy the birthday party.
It's no problem. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye. We're going over to the desk now. Thanks for that really interesting interview, Bradley. And we're off.
Thank you, Kari, very much. Hey guys, I'm Ravishing Gravis, the most ravishing man on the internet. Glad to be back.
Are you sure?
Again.
There's someone in here claiming to be you a while ago.
Are you the phony?
I might be the imposter. Did you guys see me vent? I'm done with that joke.
Robbie
I'm not
sus.
even gonna do it anymore.
You're right. I actually feel really dirty even doing it, dude. It's played.
Yeah, it's gross, man. But it doesn't matter anymore. What matters right now is that, hey, I'm gonna be back on with y'all. We're gonna break down that game a little bit. I do want to give an apologies over to the interview we met. Yo, My bad, bro. I called you Dapshin. I'm sorry, Bradley. You're really cool. And I think your Gwen is absolutely insane. Like, just take my apologies for what it will. Cool.
And
Now,
he's
with
not
that
just
being
saying that because Kari's threatening him.
No, it's not.
course
It's not to
not.
be. It's definitely not because of that, right?
No. Of course not. Of course not. She's not here. You're good.
Gun comes to side. Yeah, no, definitely not happening. But B, like, stay on top of that too, man. It's a fantastic game from them, and Wildcard Red dominance from beginning to end, started from that first blood.
Yeah, so Winston playing the really scrappy jungler in the Lee Sin finds an opening here to pretty much chase Rhino very deep into the jungle. They do secure the kill, but things get a little mixy here where you do end up going 3 for 2 in Wildcard's favor. But it's like you said, beginning throughout most of this game, they were in control. A lot of these really scrappy trades coming out from Wildcard Red, they still managed to come out on top of them here. And on a champion like Kalista, where you do want to be getting these early kills, you want to be involved in these early skirmishes, it is nice that some of these kills managed to get into Arrow's pocket.
And that, of course, continues on to where Wildcard, as soon as he took that little inch, that centimeter that they were given, they decided to take a full meter from there, or for your freedom numbers, it is they were given an inch and they decided to take a mile, Manny.
Are a meter and a mile the same? All right, whatever.
No, they're not. Just keep.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Is I don't. They're not. Okay. Anyway, bot tier 1 tower dive. Let's queue up the replay. So. Anyway, so they turn this fight around here. An interesting engage here from Rhino. It looks like, okay, this is going to be a good play for Zeus. They catch on the arrow, but then, Wildcard immediately responds with 2 TPs underneath the enemy tower. They bring 2 people back from behind, and, they say, call an ambulance, but not for me. And they pick up a lot of kills for free there, and, basically just turn that around, and they're on their way.
On the way they were here, gentlemen, and the way was actually towards getting every single dragon they possibly could. Not only Witch, but also other neutral objectives, but they continue to fight it out. They seem one step ahead of the game here, B, as we'll see in this dragon fight being queued up.
Yeah, and it's true. Really, every neutral objective was gone their way. They cracked the first turn with the Rift Herald, and of course, you're going to see with this fight here that they pick up their 3rd dragon with relative ease and manage to pick up a lot of kills in the process. Already a big lead in Wildcard Red's favor. They managed to just continue it by getting to the soul point, and after this fight, this is pretty much the point where Zeus didn't really have a way back into the game. You think of champs, especially like Bradley, he's playing the Gwen, already has this lead. The team fight is so strong right now on Wildcard Red that there was no way Zeus were going to be able to get back in the game, especially once the soul came through.
And they just didn't. They just didn't get back into the game at all. And like you mentioned, that soul, that crucifix that they had, the way into their heart to make sure they could get the final stab in and get rid of he shall not be named. And that crucifix turned out to be more than just a neutral objective for Manny. It turned out to be the end.
Yeah, the Dragon Soul there was the end of everything for Zeus here. I mean, they get the Infernal Soul, they have the Baron. At this point, the win is kind of just a formality. Bradley, absolutely huge on the Gwen. Everyone is just kind of super far ahead now, and this game it started really interesting, and then it kind of turned into a bit of a stomp for Wildcard, and by the end, they were about 10,000 gold ahead, and, it was all downhill from that Infernal Drake.
Mm-hmm. It was a short hill, too.
Oh,
yeah.
Easily so. And right at the end, like, yet again, it proves I was saying it on the cast as well. The Horcrux to take down Zeus Gaming was that Gwen, bro. It's out of here. It's nowhere. We'll save your wrong opinions for later here to beat down. But what we do want to hear from you are the right ones. We want to talk a little bit about the semis breakdown, right? Because as things are going on forward, like Wildcard Red, although it was a bit of a bumpy road, they made it all the way to the end, and so does C9.
And that's a really interesting fact here, too. Because Wildcard Red already won Challengers Uprising and qualified for Proving Grounds, Cloud9 Amateur, by making it to the finals, also lock in their automatic qualification. So this is actually a pretty big deal for them. going into this finals already. And of course, now that they no longer have to worry about qualification from this moment forward, it is all about development. And hey, a great test for them immediately after 5 games of Maryville. Tomorrow, we'll be playing Wildcard Red, who, even though they had some hiccups today, I think this still ends up being at least somewhat of a strong showing for them. And you got to imagine they're going to come out even stronger tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this match because, like, you know, if you were to go back even maybe a week or two and say, oh yeah, guys, the second team that's going to qualify for Proving Grounds is going to be Cloud9 Amateur, you would have asked me some questions, right? And it is cool to see them be able to do this. We talked about development. You know, they have so much more time and so much more time to get even better. But to get to this point, I mean, it's what Proving Grounds is all about, right? Like, this team looked kind of broken at one point at the beginning of spring, but they brought in Breezy, and it's just been, you know, they've been gradually just getting better and better. And now this team is really legit, and they very much, you know, could win this tournament tomorrow.
That right there, that exciting prospect that we could possibly have a brand new team right from the top at C9AM, which have been underestimated for just so long, would be a really, really amazing story. And what a fantastic trial to come over. And if they were to beat Wildcard as well, then they would cement themselves as definitely like a top 3 team currently in amateur. But that remains to be seen. As right now, gentlemen, just before we end off here, your prediction, sticking with you, Manny, where do you fall on the finals?
I think you're asking for the finals. I'm going to say that this is going to be a Cloud9 Amateur 3-2. They're going to take it.
Beaton Boulevard, are you of such chest-like opinions, or are you going to cower behind your hood?
What does that even? I have opinions, but I just wasn't surprised that Manny would be taken in by the Church of C9. I think Dylan got to him somehow, even while he's not here. But either way, I'm gonna lean towards Wildcard Red here. I'm gonna say probably a 3-1 victory, just because today it was a little tough because they had to sub in Psycho due to some issues with Bradley. But had they not done so, it seemed like, just from what we saw every other game, game 3 would have gone their way as well. And I'm not sure C9AM are there yet. They have developed marvelously between spring and these last months of summer split, but I don't think they're there yet.
Yeah, I don't have as many strong opinions. Wildcard is just gonna win because they're better, like, just straight up. There's no real ifs, and or buts about it. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is gonna be the end of our show here for today. Thank you for watching and sticking with us all through it. I know I've had a blast. Appreciate y'all being able to rest with me yet again, as always. Beaton Boulevard and Manny Sanchez. Y'all been fantastic. Of course, big shout out to our casters, Ravishing Ravish, Mazel, and Rebel Fox. And of course, our production, we can't forget Sam Price, Ebrom, K-Tat, and Colton. And of course, Randall Joe for making it all happen. And of course, Cardi for coming in and being the most ravishing man on the internet as well. My moniker is now yours. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see you back here tomorrow at 5 for the finals of Risen. Till then, stay tuned. Sonic wave resonating, strike lands, and a 2v2 flash over the wall. He tries to take it, but good stun as well from the VA.
Sadly, and it goes back as Rhino finds a pretty nice play. There's a TP coming in as well.
He's gone. He's getting knocked up.
There's 2.
The depths will take him out, but like you said, there's 2 more there. But there's still the tower. But they don't actually have the way for the posse to fight this. Rebelli's quite strong. The snip, snap, and cut down.
On the side, waiting for the flank on this.
Oh, Bradley goes in, needlework goes out, as well. A lot of healing in the big Nart to the wall, and suddenly, where does Zeus Gaming go? You could say the toilet paper cats got wiped off the map. Now, although with good setup, can possibly go for a fight here up against them, but Rhino gets caught out. Look at Bradley all the way at the back. The needlework going through so many people, and they can't respond against him. The Gnar only ults back 1, but look at this. They're just tearing them all apart. Zeus Gaming can't respond to anything they're doing. Bradley holds off 3, and Arrow just shreds his arrows through all of them. They pulled it back in. Zeus Gaming making the final stand, but they're just gone here, Dean. They can do absolutely nothing. A double kill for Brandini as he makes them disappear. And Zeus Gaming are out of here. And really anything about it, the Heartbreaker comes in, but it doesn't break anybody yet. He's under tower, he will die. And Zeus Gaming, and Dean, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and League fans from all across the world, Wildcard Red with domination from start to finish will finally take it in game number 4 against Zeus, and they're going to the finals again up against C9.